Thank you. Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV Audiobook channel. Chapter 265, Unanswered Questions. Purge Protocol? What manner of witchcraft is this golem speaking of? Said Valera, brows knitted together in thorough confusion. Get that thing out of here, said Aldrich. He gestured to the sky, and with just that, Valera knew what to do, picking up on the rare urgency in Aldrich's voice.
Thank you.
Valera grabbed the android's dented head in her hand, her black claw-tipped fingers digging into the metal for a firm grip. Aura with a bellow, Valera spun to build momentum before throwing the bot high into the air, where the machine ragdolled for a bit before its core overloaded, completely enveloping it in blue light. The bot self-destructed right afterwards, its core shattering and unleashing a nova of energy decorated with scattered metal bits. Thank you. But before the explosion could fan outwards, potentially dropping parts to analyze, the energy collapsed upon itself, sucking into a singularity point where everything disappeared. No traces left. Nothing to use. Whoever created these golems must be quite possessive of them, said Valera as she stared up at the fading explosion. To use such extreme measures to prevent their designs from spreading, it's actually quite common. Thank you. The golems of this world aren't like the ones in Elduin, where golemancers spend their lives building up constructs that they treat like dear art pieces that they would never think about blowing up, said Aldrich. But here, golems are created with utility in mind, not passion, most of the time, that is. It was actually concerning that this bot had a self-destruct function that meant whoever had built these treated them as expendable tools. Just 2 units out of many. Thank you. And these things were no joke. Aldrich determined that they could kill a C-rank hero with medium difficulty. Even someone like Minuteman, who ranked, say, around the 70th percentile of the B rank in terms of power, would struggle against them. Whatever this was, whoever was behind this, Aldrich needed to get to the bottom of it. He grimaced. He had come here to answer questions about Elaine's server, but all he left with were more questions and Randall's cold, frozen corpse.
Thank you.
Aldrich went over to the ice tomb holding Randall and punched it in uncharacteristic frustration. Even then, he vented his frustration out productively, shattering the ice to free Randall's body, for he intended on taking it to analyze. Still, disappointment and anger racked Aldrich's mind. He did not feel this way with practically any human, but for Randall, someone that Elaine cared about so much, he had enough mortal empathy to suffer loss. That loss solidified Aldrich's decisions. Thank you. Once he found who was responsible, they were going down. No questions about it. Diamondback landed beside Aldrich, his heavy crystal body crushing the pavement beneath his feet. In the distance, a secondary blue explosion flared in the sky. I handled the other one. Couldn't capture it intact, though, for obvious reasons, said Diamondback. Damn near lost my right arm in the self-destruct blast. I understand. Aldrich knelt down and picked Randall's stiff, still frozen body. Thank you. Diamondback and Valera both stood in silence, watching Aldrich hold Randall's corpse in quiet. Did he mean much to you? Said Diamondback. To me, personally, no. But he was my friend's father, a good friend, said Aldrich. If it's going to be hard for you, me and my boys can arrange a burial, said Diamondback. No need, I can handle it. That, and Aldrich knew that Alan had more of a say on how Randall's body was buried. V, you there? Aldrich tapped his earpiece.
Thank you.
Ugh, feels like someone whopped my head in with a hammer, but yeah, said V, reeling from having her mind booted from the android. Most likely, the android had a self-destruct function for both its body and its data, and V, poking around in its memory space, had been caught in it. Thankfully, V was good enough to get out quickly. Less experienced infiltrators would have gotten suck and had their brains fried in the Purge protocol. Good, you're alive, said Aldrich. Thank you. Hey, now I know I was a useless piece of shit this time around, but sometimes I'd like a little more than that for comfort, said V. You did as well as you could have. I don't hold anything against you. Really, do you actually mean that? V's normally peppy and confident voice wavered, and it was then that Aldrich could sense that the confidence was more a veneer. a veil covering over something much more fragile, much more tender. Of course. Thank you. Part of growing up the way I did was knowing exactly what I was capable of, and that came with understanding that disappointment is a massive waste of time and energy. You work with what you have when you can. That's what I expected for myself, and that's all I expect from you. Huh. That's an interesting way to think about things. You sure it doesn't just make you lazy? Do I look lazy? Good point. Well, I should be getting off my ass instead of sulking as well. Thank you. I did manage to get some data. Obviously, cracking the bot's memory wasn't something I could do just like that, but there was a bug floating around from an outside source that I managed to get a good look at. A bug? The android was hacked in some way? I'm not sure exactly how much the bug was doing, just that it was there. It might be something like my V-parasite, just chilling low-key. Once I'm done scanning it, I'll fill you in on the deets. Got it. Keep me informed.
Thank you.
Aldrich sighed as he disconnected from V. He got up, still holding Randall's corpse in his arms. The elderly man felt like a rock. That was how deeply the frost had seeped in. Shall I carry that body? Said Valera. No, that's too conspicuous. Aldrich turned to Diamondback. This has drawn too much attention already. Go back to the hotel and get our stuff. Regroup with me by the southern exit. Diamondback grunted and jumped away. Thank you. Chapter 266, Emergency. I'll have Chrysa store the corpse, said Aldrich, making sure Diamondback was gone. He was fully on guard now after this attack, as he had no idea how and why the bots had targeted him. Had they been lead to him via information leak? Aldrich did not distrust Diamondback, but he did become a suspect in this regard. Did they know who he was? What did they want from him? Where had they come from in the first place? All new and dizzyingly annoying questions to deal with. Thank you. In time, we will find answers to everything, said Valera, sensing Aldrich's thoughts. And when that time comes, I will take great pleasure in tearing the spines from those that dared to destroy our date. I hope so. Aldrich put a hand to his chest over his phylactery and telepathically communicated with Chrysa. Chrysa, can you transport this body? There was no response. Aldrich tried again, closing his eyes to focus more on establishing a mental link and to read her status. Chrysa?
Thank you.
His mental voice echoed out in the dark mental landscape conjured up by his closed eyes, and heeding his voice was not Chrysa, but instead a rapidly approaching mass of writhing, tendrilled shadows that stood out even darker than black, like a black hole made manifest into some unholy abomination of a creature. When Aldrich beheld that thing approach him, he opened his eyes, emerging from his mental landscape.
Thank you.
He felt a distinct sense of numbness in his head, and he touched a pale palm to the side of his temple. What was that? He did not know. So many things he did not know, just popping up one after the other. Valera took Aldrich's arm and looked up at him, worried. Is something amiss, Master? Chrysa? She's asleep? Aldrich wondered out loud, seeing that when he checked her status, she seemed to be in deep sleep. Thank you. Unharmed physically in the boundaries of his domain, but in a sleep that he could not prod her out of, even when he tried to control her using his master familiar privilege. The sleep was not peaceful either. Chrysa tossed and turned atop the couch of the domain's living room, sweat trickling down her silvery hair as her breaths quickened and slowed erratically, struggling with some phantom danger.
Thank you.
Darkness trickled out from her body in little water current like waves, slowly splotching her pure white dress dark and tinting her moonlit hair the shade of night. Or perhaps it was not illusory at all. Again, Aldrich did not know. What he did know was that Chrysa was also interfering with him. A likely downside of being synchronized together. Spatial distortions shimmered around Chrysa's body like heat waves in the desert. Thank you. It was her innate power going out of control, warping the space of his domain, twisting and blurring colors together, taking the fabric of space and pulling it hard so that little tears showed here and there, and from those tears darkness dripped out, the darkness of the basement. Aldrich had little idea what the risks were to let this damage keep going on, but he knew it was not good. Thank you. Already he suffered from one massive drawback. He suffered a debuff called spatial lock, which prevented him from teleporting himself. Spatial lock in PvE was useful for trapping rare teleporting creatures to farm them, or in PvP, to prevent people from warping away to dodge spells or escape from encounters. To beat, spatial lock required a spell in the 8th circle and above, and Aldrich's mist phase fell quite short, sitting at the 6th circle.
Thank you. The only teleportation that Aldrich could access to overcome the debuff was through a sign. Signs were considered a game mechanic spell that spatial lock could not affect. The only thing that could hinder sign-related teleportation was being in combat to prevent easy, fast travel inside battle encounters. The biggest issue here was where the signs were. So far, Aldrich had signs at the now burned down Red Circle, the forests outside Blackwater, and the crypt.
Thank you. Going into a city, especially Haven, posed too much risk. There were too many bounty hunters on the main roads. Panopticon and hero presence in Haven was also especially high right now in case variants attacked again. Going to Blackwater took too much time, same issue with the crypt. There was a way around this, though. Flurgan had arcane-type spells relating to utility, that could dispel spatial lock. From there, it was an easy mist phase out to a sign to get to the Death Lord. Thank you. However, Flurgan was all the way back in the compound almost 10 hours from Red Rock and getting farther away by the minute. Valera closed her eyes, and by virtue of her strong bond with Aldrich as his chosen, she could sense Crissa too. She is suffering. We must tend to her. She looked to Aldrich but saw in his eyes the same confusion she had. But if even you do not know what ails her, then the only one left we can turn to is that snake, the Death Lord. Aldrich knew Valera was right. Thank you. If there was someone that knew what was going on with Crissa, it was her. We need to go. And we need to do it now. She's not suffering any physical damage I can heal, but if this is hurting her mind, I don't know how much she can take, said Aldrich urgently, his jaw set in simmering discontent. Aldrich laid Randall's body down and pointed to a tarp hanging from a shack. Wrap the body in this and carry it out. Yes, my master, said Valera. Thank you. As she went to tear the tarp away, Aldrich contacted V.
What, missed me or something?
Said V. Get Casimir on the line, said Aldrich. V sensed the seriousness in Aldrich's voice and immediately did as he asked. A few seconds later, and Casimir's smooth voice flowed into Aldrich's earpiece. Ah, Mr. Vane, I trust things are going remarkably on your end. No time for small talk, said Aldrich.
I understand.
Thank you.
Casimir's tone shifted, and though it kept its friendly fluidity, it was easy to tell that if Aldrich saw Casimir now, the emote on the mask would have shifted from a smile to a straight-lipped, focused gaze. What is it you desire of me? I'm going to send you some coordinates. Get an airbird to me, said Aldrich. Emergency evac. In the meanwhile, stop the base until I get there. Air flight was strictly regulated in the post-monstering era, so nobody in the underworld attempted it. Thank you. It was an easy way to get the hammer of both the Panopticon and AA beating down on them. Regardless, Casimir had 2 airbirds, medium-sized transport jets, as an insurance policy for quick and desperate getaways. It was always better to travel by land and not draw attention, but when push came to shove, air travel was faster. If possible, Aldrich would have sent Ace over, but he was busy on the mission to capture Feather. This was risky. Thank you. Even if the airbird took Aldrich outside of the city, he was still in range of pan-option AA surveillance. But it was a risk Aldrich was willing to take. The airbird, said Casimir, surprised. Airspace is quite tightly controlled around walled cities, even if they are a meager Tier 3. Are you certain this is the only way? You will no doubt draw lingering gazes, not only from rabble bounty hunters and underworld eyes, but also panopticon surveillance and the AA itself. Thank you. A breach of city airspace may warrant quite an unpleasant response. Normally, you would not get more than a few inquiring drones and perhaps a C-rank hero, all annoyances you can swat away, but in light of the locust raids, you may end up dealing with an ill-disposed B. No, perhaps a rank hero. Get Clint on board, said Aldrich. Clint was a natural deterrent. His reputation as the Unbreakable was not just limited to nomad communities. Heroes would know of him too. Thank you. Even an A-rank hero would think more than twice before trying to chase a flight with Clint on it. And tell him I owe him a favor and a drink for this. Chapter 267 Airbird. Aldrich pressed his foot against the accelerator of his car. The sturdy beast of armored, dark green roared, its twin aetherite power cell engines venting out two tails of fiery exhaust, powering the car to speeds over 200 miles per hour. You know what's going on? Thank you, said Diamondback, raising his voice to be heard over the constant rumble of the car engines. I thought we came to Red Rock to show your kid a fun time. Now we're leaving with an iced dead body and no kid in sight. It had been an hour since Aldrich had driven out of Red Rock. That hour was spent in tense silence. For the first half hour he had gone slow, avoiding suspicion and police encounters. Now, though, he was far enough away from the city that he could hit the gas and go full speed.
Thank you.
The evac point was an hour and a half away, with the last half of the trip being off-road to minimize surveillance. Unexpected circumstances, said Aldrich. If you don't mind, I'm keeping the details of what happened under wraps. You're suspecting me of leaking info? Asked Diamondback. He was not offended. Just curious. Suspicion is a strong word. Careful is more like it. If you're worried about the child, she's safe. That's understandable.
Thank you.
Diamondback crossed his arms from the back seat and stared at the motion-blurred orange-red background of the wastelands. I hear you called for air evac from Clint. I would say that's a stupid decision, but you're not the type to make those kind of decisions, not intentionally, anyways. Valera glared back at Diamondback.
What?
Everyone can make mistakes, no matter how sharp you are up here. Diamondback pointed to his temple. He's right, said Aldrich. Thank you. In this case, it's less mistake and more unpredictability. There's only so much you can prepare for. Ain't that right? I haven't seen bots like that before, said Diamondback. They were tough, but not the worst I've dealt with. It was just the feeling I got from them. They didn't feel entirely machine. Aldrich raised a brow. What do you mean? Whenever I fight someone, I can tell when I'm fighting a man or machine. There's a feeling a man gives off that a machine can't replicate.
Thank you. Machines are programming and adaptation, all response to stimuli. Man is more fluid. There's something about how a man moves that makes them human. The bot I fought felt mostly machine, but there was an odd bit of man there too. I sensed that too, said Valera. I see. Aldrich had not picked up on this because he did not have as much direct combat experience as either Diamondback or Valera.
Thank you.
Most of his fighting was done in virtual simulations, which, though hyper-realistic, did not simulate the human aspect of combat too much. Looking into a simulated alter's eyes yielded nothing except programming. Much like fighting a machine in that regard, Aldrich understood he was below top-class martial artists. Thank you. His technical skill might have been up there from endless drilling, but his ability to read living, thinking beings in the heat of combat fell short of people like Valera and Diamondback, who had made long careers out of endless fighting. Were the machines cyborgs, then? Part man? Not possible. V would have pointed that out immediately. Perhaps they operated off of a new form of programming that was more human? Maybe they even utilized a downgraded version of true AI. Thank you. The type of machine learning that could become sentient. True AI was outlawed after the altering when a sentient AI called Infinity threatened humanity's extinction by taking control over all of its nuclear arsenal and technological infrastructure. It took the heroic sacrifice of Omega, a legendary techno, to infiltrate the AIE's mind and destroy it. Omega sacrificed his own mind in the process, and the resulting aftermath caused a sort of psychic rift that created the cyberverse. Thank you. This was the Omega expansion that Randall had talked about when technology inextricably merged with the cyberverse, but true AI was basically extinct now. The Panop AA complex, in cooperation with world governments, made sure of that, strictly destroying anyone that tried developing such programs. The likelihood that Aldrich was dealing with true AI was low, but not an impossibility. Recent events had stretched Aldrich's definition of impossible further and further.
Thank you.
Soon he figured he would throw away that word entirely from his vocabulary, replacing it at best with improbable. Another thing I noticed, we aren't getting harassed by hunters, said Diamondback. The open contract's been called off, said Aldrich V. had informed him of this at the start of his car ride. It was a surprise, but a pleasant one, a much-needed reprieve after bad surprise after bad surprise. Calling off a big open contract like that after what, a day? Thank you. That's not good business practice, even for the Dark Six. Hunters will lose trust in their contracts now, said Diamondback. He raised a bushy black brow. The only explanation I can think of is they're dealing with something big, big enough that they can't afford to keep eyes and ears on this contract. I don't like the feeling of this. Something big's brewing in the underworld, and when it blows, it's going to get bad. Things are already bad, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He could visualize Creasa clearly, suffering in the domain, her little body twisting and turning, the tears in space growing deeper. With silent gasps, she mouthed the word father. Aldrich was not her real father, but he still felt her pain, her fear, her loneliness. He saw the suffering he felt when his parents were torn from him reflected starkly back at him. Whether he felt these emotions so strongly because he was linked with Creasa did not matter.
Thank you.
What he did know for sure was that he was going to get to the bottom of this, no matter what it took. And I'm going to make sure someone pays for it. Aldrich reached the off-road evacuation point without issue. The airbird was already waiting for him, landed atop cracked earth on its 2 legs, tripod toes drilled firmly into the earth, anchoring the airbird in place. Thank you. These legs were the defining feature of the airbird and the reason for its namesake, making it look somewhat like a perched bird. This function let the airbird anchor to most surfaces reliably, letting it evacuate across a variety of terrain. The rear cargo door was open, funneling out a ramp that Aldrich drove into. The moment he did, the ramp retracted and the hatch closed. The airbird's engines whirred as it hovered in the air, its legs folding into its belly to maintain aerodynamic shape. Thank you. Aldrich got out of the car with Valera and Diamondback. Hey, boss. Fisk waved from the cargo hold entrance. Good to see you again. Heard we're in some real shit. If there's anything I can do for you, I've got your back. Fisk flashed an optimistic smile that looked a little too innocent for his biker gang getup of mohawk blonde hair and motorcycle jacket. Then again, this was just how Fisk was. I appreciate it, said Aldrich. V didn't need you. Nah. Thank you. Me and Spybird both got some time off from her to fly this thing. Fisk sighed. V. Now, she's a looker all right. I could totally see her as that cute e-girl. Totally my type, if it wasn't for the fact that she works me like a farm dog. Take it as a compliment. She's a perfectionist through and through, and if she thought you were going to hurt her standards, I don't think she would have let you near anything she did. Thank you. Chapter 268. Bonus Chapter. Clint's Job. Chapter 268. Bonus Chapter. Clint's Job. Fisk nodded, taking in Aldrich's words. Yeah, when you put it that way, it does make sense. That makes me feel a little better about it all anyways. I hope you don't mind me enjoying this vacation, boss. Fisk shrugged before he pulled out a game-a-deck, a portable console. A chrome blue X-shaped logo showed that it was from Exceed, a top-end video game corp based in Japan.
Thank you. Unsurprisingly, as far as gaming went, Fisk spared no expenses. You sure Spybird doesn't need your help piloting this? Said Aldrich. Got no experience interfacing with planes, said Fisk. I just BS'd to V that I could to get out of her hair. Literally. Haha. A deep laugh boomed through the innards of the plane, echoing off of every wall with near-deafening intensity. Look what we have here. Clint stepped into the cargo hold, dwarfing Fisk in both size and personality.
Thank you, Diamondback smiled. Yeah, I'm seeing a good-for-nothing punk. Heh, I've grown out of that phase a long time ago, said Clint. He nodded to Aldrich and Valera. How was Diamondback and his boys real good, ain't they? Good enough, said Aldrich. Indeed, said Valera. Y'all are tough customers, huh? But ya ain't got nothing to worry 'bout anymore, 'cause ya got the best of the best. Clint pointed a thumb proudly at himself. And that's me. Spybird's voice emanated through a PA system. Thank you. Lifting off now. Every second we spend here is more time for pesky heroes or drones to catch us. Flight may be a little shaky because I'm going fast, not careful, and I am drunk. Is he truly capable of steering a flying mount while drunk? Said Valera. I wouldn't want it any other way, said Clint. Surviving a plane crash has a thrill of its own. You know, worst comes to worst. I can fly y'all back too. A crash ought to give my body enough reason to grow some wings.
Thank you.
Aldrich glanced at Clint with a questioning look, but then again, if there was anyone out there that enjoyed exploding airplanes for fun, it would have been Clint. The Airbird rocketed violently as it hovered in the air. No! Fisk slipped off balance, though everyone else remained standing fine. His Gemetic flew away from his hands, heading straight for a demolition course against a wall. Gotcha, big guy! Clint picked Fisk up like he was a puppy by the back of his jacket, and that— Thank you. Clint used his other arm to reach out for the Gemetic. It stretched out like it was made from rubber. He grabbed the console and brought it right back to Fisk. Aldrich got a good understanding of Clint's powers by now. It was, in essence, some form of adaptive evolution. He could alter his biology according to what he needed, but though the range of powers seemed incredibly varied, it was largely reactive in nature. Most likely, Clint could not consciously control his evolution. Thank you. Aldrich had read up on Clint's feats after Stella had brought him up, scraping together as much info that was available about the legendary Unbreakable. Judging from his research, if every rumor or tall tale about Clint was actually legitimate, then Clint truly was essentially unkillable. A good contingency against Clint would be instant death magic applied quickly, before he had a chance to realize the dangers and develop a way to escape. Aldrich cleared his head. Thank you, it was in his nature to start thinking of ways to take others down even if they were his allies, but there was a point where such thoughts became intrusive and counterproductive, especially when it came to pure-hearted guys like Clint that were easy to read and thus easy to judge whether they were friend or foe. Hey, put me down, complained Fisk. I ain't a kid. Huh. You're like a kid to me, though, said Clint with a big chuckle. Thank you. Don't touch that game of yours until we're cruisin', unless ya wanna see it tumblin' down again. When Aldrich saw Clint lecture Fisk, he could tell that once Clint had been a father. According to Diamondback, Clint had lost both wife and daughter to the Dark Six. It made Aldrich that much more aware of Chris's situation, how he was in danger of losing her. He would have smiled faintly at Clint and Fisk's shenanigans. But right now, he was not in the mood. Thank you. Perhaps it was because Aldrich was linked to Chrissa, but he felt now more so than ever a deep sense of uncertainty. Uncertainty about the future, about the world that was so much bigger than he originally envisioned. At the end of the day, he was still new to this power and the responsibilities and risks it carried. No matter how much he prepared himself, there would always be risk. Thank you. Valera sensed Aldrich's thoughts, the worry that plagued him, the loneliness and fear he felt reflected back at him from Chrissa. She reached out and held Aldrich's hand. Aldrich blinked in surprise. Valera normally would have been too shy to ever make a move like this unless she was blood-crazed. But Valera was not blushing. Her eyes, they were determined. We will get through this, said Valera with her mind. Together. Thank you. So long as I am your guardian knight, you will never face a fight alone. Aldrich saw that look in her eyes, and it was then that he felt close to her. Oddly, he had never felt like this during the many fights they had battled through together. It was only now, when there were no shock waves or energy blasts to deal with, just the abstract idea of facing an uncertain future, that he felt comfort in the firmness of her hand that would always be there for him.
Thank you.
Aldrich nodded to Valera and squeezed her hand back. We are in the air now, said Spybird. Congratulations, all no crash, but bad news too, worse than crash. The sound of him taking a gulp of liquor echoed through the cargo hold. Hero spat Spybird. Disgusted, a display screen hanging from the ceiling showed a super floating in front of the Airbird. 2 wings of golden energy stretched out from his back in a wide wingspan that nearly matched the size of the entire plane.
Thank you.
He wore a white super bodysuit with flowing outer layers of fabric that looked like a toga. The hero put a hand to his ear, connecting his earpiece to the airbird's speakers. He stared at the airbird with bright white eyes, flowing locks of shoulder-length golden blonde hair billowing in the wind. Turn this unauthorized flight and land immediately. If you resist, you should know that I am authorized to enforce justice upon you with lethal force. Aldrich sighed, another nuisance. Thank you. At least he had fully prepared for this one. Diamondback started to grow his blue crystal armor over his skin. That's Seraph. A ranker, though he's down in the minus league. Known for being a real hard-ass, that one. Stickler for the rules. A little too trigger-happy about killing for the sake of justice, whatever that means. Damn, if we weren't flying, I could deal with him. Shall I? Said Valera.
Thank you.
She could deal with flying targets surprisingly well, using a martial arts skill called air jump that, as the name of the skill would indicate, let her jump on air. No, I brought Clint here for a reason. This is precisely why, said Aldrich. He had fully prepared for this exact scenario after hearing it could happen from Casimir. Nobody other than Clint had the power to deal with an A-ranker and also reliably survive and escape solo. You mind taking this one? Next drink's on me?
Thank you.
Hee, you do know the way to my heart, huh? Said Clint. An eager grin imprinted on his face. Sure, I got this. Next drink ought to be real nice, though. I'll have Casimir dig up something vintage, said Aldrich. What do you like, liquor? Some kind of artisanal beer? Vintage, artisanal. Psh! Clint stepped up to the hatch with a disgusted face. Don't insult me with that fancy crap. Gimme enough shitty beer to knock me out, and ya got a deal.
Thank you.
The hatch door clicked open, roaring winds whipping through the cargo hold. See y'all later. Clint winked before he jumped out with gusto, the flesh on his back rippling before tearing apart to make way for newly grown feathered white wings. Chapter 269, Seraph. Chapter 269, Seraph. The moment Clint left the airbird, hovering in place, turned, aiming to fly past Seraph. From the screen, Aldrich saw Seraph raise a golden brow. You've made your decision to resist an A-class hero's orders.
Thank you. Lethal force has been authorized.
Prepare yourselves, said Seraph. He flew higher in the air until he looked down at the airbird. The twin wings of gold on his back changed shape, the energy they were made of fluxing with fluid movement until their wing-like forms narrowed into spikes, spikes ready to punch holes straight through the airbird, no doubt. Aldrich noted down for future reference that Seraph's flight did not seem contingent on him maintaining his energy tendrils into wings. Thank you. Seraph's face, even on the cusp of killing an entire plane's worth of passengers, remained stone-faced cold. Aldrich did not expect anything else. Seraph was among the more brutal of the A-rankers, and he probably ate more lethal force misuse cases than a street rat in an all-you-can-eat buffet. His marketing team's futile efforts to try and portray him as some kind of angelic figure did nothing but play to irony at this point.
Thank you.
Still, the simple fact that he was a rank meant even with horrible popularity ratings, he could do practically whatever he wanted, so long as he did not actively kill innocent people. In fact, in that regard, Seismic was way worse, having legitimately caused the deaths of hundreds of civilians via collateral damage. This looks real bad, said Fisk, as he clutched his gamma deck to his chest like it was his literal baby. You sure he can deal with this guy? Thank you. I know Clint's strong and stuff, but this dude's a legit A-ranker. Relax, kid. Diamondback crossed his arms and looked up at the screen showing Seraph's impending attack. Clint's never lost a fight yet. Before Seraph could thrust his spike-riddled energy tendrils into the airbird, he was knocked out of vision, turning into a white blur like a train had rammed right into him. That train being, of course, Clint.
Thank you.
Clint smiled broadly at the airbird and pointed away, telling everyone go. He disappeared out of the screen's vision, feathered white wings flapping as he pursued Seraph. Spybird, get us out of here, said Aldrich. You got it. Spybird responded through the PA system. The airbird lurched, and had Aldrich's body been fully mortal still, he might have felt some sense of nausea from the brief weightlessness he felt. Thank you. Whirring that increased in intensity resonated through the airbird as its engines charged up. Then, without much warning, the aircraft shot away now that nobody was blocking it. "New, my baby." Fisk fell backwards from the sudden acceleration, and his game deck shot out of his hands and smashed against a wall, sputtering in sparks and a shower of separated pieces. Fisk slammed his fist against the floor as a tear welled out of his eye. Damn, Clint would have caught that. "Thank you, miss that big guy already. I'll get you another one." Aldrich reached down and helped Fisk up. "For now, just be glad we're safe." "We aren't going to support Clint at all, though," said Fisk as he nodded in thanks at Aldrich. "Dude's out there all alone. Clint fights best alone. Think of him like a natural disaster," said Diamondback. "Do you back up a tornado, a hurricane? No, you get of its way and let it destroy whatever's in its path." "Now that's badass," said Fisk. "Thank you. I could have taken that fight too," said Valera, not wanting to get one-upped. "You could have, but then you wouldn't be with me, would you?" said Aldrich. "A fair point." Valera cracked her neck and licked her lips. "Though it is a shame I did not get to fight, that winged man did look to be quite the worthy challenge." Aldrich wondered whether Valera could beat Seraph.
Thank you.
Of course, he did not know Seraph's full powers, but from recorded fights and reports, in terms of pure physical stats, Valera and Seraph were evenly matched. Whether Valera could beat out Seraph's energy tendrils with her array of martial arts skills was an open-ended question, a question that hopefully Clint would settle by taking out Seraph permanently. Die. Thank you. Seraph stood over Clint in the middle of a cratered road, raining down punches that sent ever-deepening cracks throughout the already stressed asphalt. His energy tendrils complemented his punches, stabbing down with blade-like points. Blood and guts and other miscellaneous parts, scales, fur, eyes, teeth, fins, sputtered up in a Frankensteinian geyser of gore. "Thank you." Seraph now looked utterly deranged, his pure white toga costume drenched in so much red it was hard to tell that it had once even been white. His pale, smooth skin suffered a similar fate, turning into a canvas of blood where only his glowing, blank white eyes shone through. A thickly muscled tree trunk of an arm covered in bulging veins shot out from beneath Seraph, slamming into his chest and sending him flying dozens of meters in the air. Clint stood up. "Thank you." The crater he was in was so deep that it reached up to his shoulders, and he was already a big man, getting bigger by the second, too. "Now this is a fight," shouted Clint, words slurring because his lower jaw had been punched so hard it had detached, dangling down like an accessory. Horrific injuries was an understatement to describe Clint's state. His body was filled with so many holes he might as well have been Swiss cheese. "Thank you." He was missing an arm and a big chunk of one of his legs, the red and raw flesh underneath spurting blood. Yet in spite of all this, Clint's red eyes sparkled with excitement. He took his torn jaw and set it back in place. Newly grown fibers of flesh eagerly reached out and attached his mouth back together in one piece. The rest of his wounds quickly healed up too, the holes covering up within a single second. Where Clint healed, his skin solidified, growing dark green scales. "Thank you." With the full body injuries he had suffered, the scales covered his entire body, making him like some kind of reptilian humanoid, especially with his signature curved horns. "Why won't you die?" shouted Seraph in frustration. He put a hand at his chest, nursing a burning bruise from the uppercut that had sent him flying. That hit was much stronger than before, too, at least twice as strong. "Ha ha! I'm fucking unbreakable." Clint flew in the air. He no longer needed wings. "Thank you." It had been 20 minutes since he started his fight with Seraph. Since then, his evolution had progressed so much he had obtained the following powers: levitation-based flight, hardened scales, shock-absorbent chitin, enhanced regeneration, empowered muscle fibers, a constant cocktail of pain-reducing, performance-enhancing hormones. Not bad, but not great either. Clint was maybe 30% of the way to getting really fired up. "Thank you." A shame that this Alistair could not even bring him to 50%, even after he had gotten all his hopes up from seeing the young uns that Vane had shown him taking down the megaloptera. You really are as unbreakable as the reports say you are, said Seraph. Made a name for myself in the cities too, huh? Clint laughed. Pa would have been proud. You won't live to pass down that evil of yours, said Seraph. He briefly glanced around.
Thank you.
The Panopticon drones had not shown up yet, let alone media drones. Good. Seraph often requested delays in Panopticon support because he did not like interference. That, and he hated being watched. He was always judged for killing, for enforcing justice, but he knew better than anyone that the only way to make sure a villain stayed down was to end them once and for all. And this man, Clint, the Unbreakable, with a bounty of 20 million credits, was one of the biggest figures of the underworld. Thank you. A man Seraph had to take down in the name of justice and good and law. Pass down, huh? Clint looked down with a wistful gaze, remembering. Seraph's eyes widened as he saw Clint's guard go down. With a burst of speed, he flew at Clint with jet speed force. His energy tendrils coiled in front of him, whirling around in the form of an oversized drill. Thank you. If Seraph drilled Clint's body from the center and blew it apart, he could separate all the component pieces and make sure they did not regenerate. That was how he had dealt with multiple regenerating villains before. What? Seraph, Clint stopped. Seraph's drill attack with one hand, like a broken power tool the drill tried to spin. But Clint's impossibly tough grip kept it rooted in place. You've made me remember some good times, said Clint. Thank you. His smile twisted into rage, baring teeth that were now monstrously sharp, but also some bad times. With a roar, Clint grabbed Seraph's two tendrils, mashing them together between his hands to form a pulley, and used that to yank Seraph and slam the hero into the ground. The crater that Seraph had gouged out with Clint was nothing compared to what Clint bashed out now. Seraph lay gasping for breath, embedded in the center, a massive swathe of sunken-in road. Thank you. His eyes flickered shut and open as he struggled to stay conscious. Clint floated down, standing over Seraph. You know, kid, you're too serious for your own good. Learn to let go and smile once in a while. Huh. Clint's ears twitched as he picked up the blaring siren of Panopticon drones far in the distance. It was now time to go. He rapidly evolved a teleportation-based power, his skin rippling in distorted waves of space. See ya, kid. Clint waved and turned around. Thank you. The ripples intensified, swallowing Clint up in a ball of stretched-out space before disappearing, leaving no trace of him behind. Chapter 270. Cure, Chapter 270. Cure, a good minute after Clint left. Seraph broke himself out of his impression in the crater. Rubble and dust fell off of him in droves. His once perfect, glossy, wavy gold hair now fell down in messy, dust-caked strands that veiled the blood painted all over his face. Thank you. From a minor assessment, Seraph figured he had suffered a fracture in his vertebrae and a minor concussion. Thankfully, the fracture did not paralyze him, and his base alter healing factor smoothed the concussion over quickly. With a growl more animal than man, Seraph stomped the ground, shattering the already damaged street even more. He had let evil get away yet again. He was meant to exterminate evil, and yet he had been defeated, just like that. There was so much evil in this world. Thank you, so much evil that was powerful. Seraph needed to get stronger, no matter what it took, until every last shred of evil was exterminated. Evil had taken everything from him. He would take everything from evil. Seraph's receiver buzzed into life in his ear. Who were they? The right ones. Then Unbreakable was there, said Seraph. The Unbreakable? Then I'm assuming you're lying on the ground all fucked up, aren't you? The voice deepened in intensity, honing into a threatening edge.
Thank you.
Standing, actually. But I could not enforce justice on them, said Seraph. Pathetic. I don't understand why so many people love you rankers. You're all still useless. Then again, nobody loves you. Justice-obsessed psychopath that you are. I have principles I stand by, unlike you, Solar, countered Seraph. And to think I once looked up to you, and I'm still looking down on you. Remember, Seraph, we're all in this together.
Thank you.
Any one of us fails, and this house of card comes tumbling down on us. It crashes on me first, because I'm up higher than you. But when the crash does get to you, it'll have built up enough momentum to squish you into a tiny little smear on the pavement. I know. I would have exterminated you in the name of justice already otherwise. Flexible principles, huh? You and I aren't so different. Flexible is a far cry from non-existent, Seraph said coolly. Thank you. If there was thing he had long since learned to forget, it was fear. Just know where you stand, at the bottom of this all, where you'll get crushed by circumstance, or, if you get unlucky, my boot, and no amount of falsely placed confidence will save you from me. I'm expecting better news from you later. Solomon Solar's voice cut off, leaving Seraph in a brief moment of silence that soon would be cut off by the arrival of panopticon drones.
Thank you.
And a flurry of media drones asking him questions about this and that. Seraph had long since committed to just ignoring the media completely. What use was popularity in the name of conducting absolute justice? Even if everyone in the world reviled him, as long as in the end he had cleansed the world, no matter how many bodies he piled beneath him to reach that point, he would be content. But that single-minded focus had driven him into mistakes, into risks. Thank you. Into the situation he was in now, led around like a dog by Solomon Solar and the Trident. Seraph grit his teeth as he saw flashing red dots approach him from the sky. Panopticon drones. One day, he would break free. One day, he would execute justice upon all of them. Aldrich laid Chrysa down on Flurgan's lab table. She was still curled up in her sleeping ball position with tail touching her head. Thank you. Shimmers of distorted space rippled all around her, warping the colors around her in a surrealistic slurry. How is she? Said Aldrich Flare. Gan inspected Chrysa with a monocle. He adjusted the monocle ring, and it clicked every so often as it engaged into different settings. This was a mana reader that could more accurately discern the flow of mana. To Aldrich, it was useless because he had no real knowledge of how to read mana.
Thank you.
The way he shaped and used mana was done almost completely for him via the system, though recently experimentation had let him modify his spells, a little such as with curving the trajectory of his death bolts. Still, that did not mean Aldrich had any of the book smarts knowledge that Flurgan had, which was necessary to properly read mana. As you may know, mana is the power of the soul-given form through physical vessels. Thank you. A living being's mental state can heavily affect the flow of mana within their bodies, and in this child's case, these distortions are a clear sign of emotional anguish, said Flurgan. That much is obvious, is it not? Said Valera, pressing for a more specific answer. Patience, vampire. I was about to explain, Flurgan continued. You are familiar with creatures such as succubi and incubi, are you not? Yes, said Aldrich. Valera eyed Aldrich suspiciously.
Thank you.
In a purely academic manner, said Aldrich, and Valera's suspicion died down, and in facing them in a fight, then you know they are masters of nightmare magics. When a creature is in sleep, their soul is the most vulnerable. Normally the soul is well guarded. An alert, active, stable mind is difficult to penetrate. Dreamstalkers such as succubi can take advantage of a somnolent state and freely drain mana from their victims.
Thank you.
The way this child's mana flickers indicates distress from a nightmare forcibly imposed upon her. From who? Said Aldrich. From you? Said Flurgan. What? I have traced the origin of this nightmare. It comes from you. It is yours. I see that the Death Lord has imposed a ritual of synchronicity upon you two, but that is a link that flows in two ways. Your soul, O Elder, is one dark and seeped in negative energy. This little one, on the other hand, is pure and positive. Thank you. Yet your soul, your mental strength, is far greater, and if one side of the scale holds greater weight, is it not inevitable for the scale to tip? Inevitable? The Death Lord didn't make it out like there would be risks like this, said Aldrich. He remembered what he had seen when he tried to meld his mind with Chrysa's. The mass of tentacled darkness. When I linked with her head, I also saw something, a mass of darkness, a beast constructed in the throes of a nightmare.
Thank you.
I am sure that is not uncommon. However, I will warn you that I am not entirely certain about this, said Flergan. I am not an expert in soul magic. Its art was lost long before I was birthed. All I know of it are small, hazy bits and pieces from long-forgotten and incomplete texts. If you seek clearer answers, then you must go to the Death Lord. Aldrich nodded. To that end, I will go ahead and disable the spatial lock imposed upon you two, said Flergan.
Thank you.
He took a few steps back, raised his hands towards Aldrich and Crissa, and chanted, Great Dispel. A pale blue light emanated from his tendriled hands, washing over Aldrich and Crissa. From his system status, he could see that the spatial lock was gone. Thankfully, whatever was afflicting Crissa was purely related to Elden World magic, meaning that Aldrich had the resources to help her. Thanks, Flergan. I owe you one, said Aldrich. He scooped Crissa's limp body in his arms. Thank you. Green mist started to emanate from him, surrounding his body. Grant me a new laboratory space in return, said Flergan. I'm growing tired of this cramped space. You got it. Aldrich turned to Valera. Valera, stay here for now. Keep a watch over this place and defend it in case anyone tracked us. I've had a grave ward follow us ever since we got ambushed, but I won't need it in the necropolis. Keep it with you.
Thank you.
A grave ward floating behind Aldrich hovered over to Valera, and she grabbed the mass of giant eyes like it was a plushie. Understood, Master. Aldrich then disappeared, his mist phase warping him away in the necropolis. The Death Lord circled Crissa's prone body, furrowing her brows as she put a hand to her chin in thinking gesture. She repeated, deep in thought.
Thank you.
They were in Medulla's magic experimentation room with blankets and pillows under Crissa to give her some comfort. Do you know what's going on? Said Aldrich. Yes, and it is actually quite simple, said the Death Lord. What? Explain yourself. You two had a fight, didn't you? Said the Death Lord simply. A fairly big one, too. The little one could not handle the stress of the moment, and that was enough weakness for the negative energy in your soul to seep through and wash over her. Thank you. Chapter 271, Expectations and Rewards. Chapter 271, Expectations and Rewards. That was all it took to disable her, said Aldrich. He shook his head, shaking himself of his impulsive habit to see others through a lens of utility. He knew better now after Haven, when he saw firsthand how important it was to connect with others to gain their loyalty. No, that's the wrong question. How do I cure her? The Death Lord waved her hand dismissively. Curing her of this nightmare is simple enough. Thank you. I merely need a few minutes alone with her. What is important here is that this does not happen again. That's the thing. I didn't expect something like this to happen in the first place. Aldrich stared at the Death Lord, accusation sharpening his eyes. You made it seem like there were no risks here, that even if she linked to me to all the awful mess that's in my soul, that it would be okay. I thought her strong enough to handle it, was the Death Lord's explanation.
Thank you. I should have known better.
Aldrich sighed. You're too used to thinking of children as miniature monsters that just need some time to grow up to get strong. You, as a dragon, were raised like that, hatched alone, nobody to depend on except yourself. It stands to reason that even if you try, even if you read books on parenting, you can't empathize. Children are stronger than you think, usurper. Look at yourself. Thank you. All you needed was time and experience to hone yourself into the beast you are today. Give the little one a push, and she will rise to meet your expectations. Aldrich closed his eyes for a brief moment, his mind wading through a shallow pool of happy memories that no longer existed. That experience robbed me of my childhood. One of the reasons why I have such a soft spot for children is because they remind me of what I couldn't have. Thank you. Making her go through that isn't something I want to resort to. The Death Lord shook her head in corrective manner. That little one is special. Her soul may be unique, but that physical vessel of hers, the creature known as the chrysalis, is more like a machine, a golem. Aldrich raised a brow. What do you mean? From what I could glean, the chrysalis is a creature that naturally connects to a higher entity and adapts to serving them. Thank you. They will shape the space around them and their very own forms to suit the needs of the one they are bound to. This is why the little one could mold herself using your soul so easily. The Death Lord put the jade finger of her crystalline prosthetic arm against Aldrich's chest. And this is why it is important you push her. Tell her your desires, and she will, by natural instinct, shape herself into the best possible form to achieve your goals. Thank you. But if you do not push her, she may shape herself into a complacent, weak-minded state, just the way she is now. I see. Aldrich looked over at Chrysa, at her small, sleeping figure. She was more stable now, the rippling space around her body reduced to no more than slight flickers of distorted color. Her breathing was easier, more rhythmic. Aldrich knew that Chrysa was not human at heart, and that she could easily deal with people suffering so long as they were bad people.
Thank you.
But the way she panicked and broke under pressure during the sudden attack from the invisible bots made him question exactly what she could handle. The Death Lord sensed Aldrich's thoughts. Put her through pressure. Put her in situations of life and death. Do not fear doping this. She will adapt, I am sure of it. It is in her blood, in the instincts bred into her. You are not mistreating her this way. She exists to meet your expectations. It is wired into her very blood. Thank you. Lay your expectations out to her clearly, and she will strive her best to meet them, even if they will involve fighting and hurt. I'll consider it, said Aldrich. There is no consideration, only doing. That third trial quest of yours is an apt opportunity for this, said the Death Lord. She took in a breath, magical energy swirling around her in green waves. I do not like doing this, but I will enforce my will. Her voice quietened a bit, as if she was talking more to herself than Aldrich. Thank you. That little one must grow stronger, and she must grow fast. Aldrich saw a message show up on his system interface screen. Quest, bond by trial received. Description, clear the third trial quest with Chrysa. No other units are allowed with you. In exchange, you will receive certain bonuses to compensate for the loss of units you can take. Thank you. Rewards. 1x a choice of spell tome from Medulla's library, provided she does not need it. 1x Nether Idol, Dark Wisdom Booster, 50 levels. A Nether Idol? The sudden quest was surprising, but the Nether Idol as a reward overshadowed all of that. With a Nether Idol, Aldrich could reach into the Nether and forge a bond with another chosen undead. It was a massive reward that would not have been possible to get in the game. Indeed, said the Death Lord.
Thank you. It is the only nether idol I have left, so you should be quite grateful I'm willing to part with it. That is, if you can survive the quest with just the little one. Can I take Volantis? Said Aldrich. No, only the little one. There will be no interference between you two, but I will grant you some equipment to compensate. The Death Lord waved Aldrich away. Go to your throne room. I will have your things sent there. In the meanwhile, I will awaken the little one.
Thank you.
Aldrich summoned a grave ward from his palm. If you don't mind, I'm going to keep watch over what you do to her. Considering your severe lack of child care skills, I feel that this more than reasonable enough. And Aldrich did not quite like the way the Death Lord was pressuring Chrysa to grow. He wondered whether there was an underlying motive behind it, but if it was a negative one, she would never admit it. Thank you. If it was positive, purely for Aldrich's well-being, which was entirely possible considering how much she had nurtured him so far, then there was not much to worry about. Just her typical recklessness when it came to children. I do not like being watched, but so be it, complained the Death Lord. I did not take you for the peeping type. But we all have our hidden desires. No, Aldrich rolled his eyes and began to leave. Make sure Chrysa's well when I get back. I will. Thank you. I swear that to you, Deathwalker. The Death Lord nodded solemnly. Aldrich stared down at his palm in wonder. There he beheld a golden ring whose surface rippled with mottled reds and oranges like the surface of the sun. It's done already! The Death Lord make me work fast! Bors, the giant blacksmith, nodded once, his big helmeted head moving up and down with a kind of oak tree weight to it. The core was new, so I thought the forge be hard, but there no trick, so I do it quick.
Thank you.
Aldrich slipped the ring onto his finger, solar seal equipped. Almost immediately, Aldrich felt power funnel into his body. It was a bright, hot, almost burning kind of power. Strands of what looked like solar energy danced around him, lighting his pale, undead skin almost in uniform white, as if his whole body was turning into pure light. Aldrich read the description of the item in his system interface. Thank you. Solar seal, rank, mythic, limited, description. A seal forged from a soul containing the essence of the sun. Wearing this seal grants the user access to a variety of spells and passives. Solar battery. Through exposure to sunlight, the wearer is able to stockpile solar energy that passively enhances their strength, agility, and vitality. In addition, the wearer is granted 80% damage reduction against all fire-based damage. Thank you. The higher the solar energy reserves, the higher these stat bonuses are. Thus, expending solar energy reduces these bonuses, karmic light, against enemies that have negative karma, that have caused or absorbed great amounts of negative energy. The wearer of this seal obtains a bonus burning effect on all their attacks against them. The worse the karma of the target, the worse this burning effect becomes. Thank you. Spells. Light-forged array. The user can forge stored sunlight into a variety of weapons ranging as such: sword, spear, shield, bow, and gauntlets. These constructs deal holy-type damage, dealing especially high burning damage to those with negative karma. Restoring radiance. By expending sunlight, the user can heal others with positive energy. This will burn and destroy undead instead. This is considered holy-type damage and will also purge souls from afflicted undead. Thank you. This spell can be cast with an area of effect pulse form as well. Heat ray. By expending sunlight, the user can fire a beam of heat energy. Blinding burst. By expending sunlight, the user can create a blinding flash that robs all nearby of their eyesight temporarily. Sunlit. By fully activating the seal, the user can temporarily access a tremendous amount of power, granting them tremendous physical abilities, flight, and the ability to fire heat rays. Thank you. In essence, they will fully be able to use the range of powers that once belonged to the original bearer of the soul core used to forge this seal. This will rapidly absorb sunlight and disable access to all other spells and equipment. Chapter 272, More Loot. Chapter 272, More Loot. This is an impressive piece, Bors. Aldrich closed his fist, observing the golden glint of his solar seal. How did you manage to implement holy-type damage into this? And the healing? Thank you. From what Aldrich could tell, Seth Solar's powers did not involve any form of healing, or, at the very least, not any healing that affected others. It was true that Seth could recover from wounds quickly, but not to the extent it was considered an altar power on its own. At best, Seth could recover a broken bone in, say, a few days, opposed to the weeks it took for an altar of his grade to naturally do so with just cell count alone. Thank you. Even Seth's father, Solomon, who had a far more trained version of the power, could at best recover a broken arm in the span of an hour, which, though impressive, was not anything close to a specialized altar power. For example, the Geist could easily recover an entirely torn arm within seconds. Solomon Solar could not come close to that knitting together a fractured bone, let alone actually growing an entirely new limb. Lord gave me some glass from flask you had shiny magic in it.
Thank you. I forged that magic into the seal, said Bors.
Soul you gave me was shiny too, matched very well.
I see.
So the Death Lord had Bors reforge the healing flask from Amara into something that Aldrich could use more effectively. Quite a good idea, Aldrich had to admit. Aldrich tested out the sea. He channeled magical energy into it, and it flashed gold. In his hand, a longsword made of solid golden light manifested. Thank you. An aura of warm light emanated around the outline of the construct, capable of burning any being with negative karma. Aldrich was curious about that. Beings in Elden World received negative karma the more negative energy they harnessed or created in others, with negative energy most easily produced from emotions like pain and fear. Thank you. Some beings, like undead and demons, were inherently creatures that had negative energy flowing through them regardless of whether they caused terror in others, so holy attacks were particularly effective against them. But how would this work in the real world? Would these attacks do bonus burning damage to those who had caused more suffering? How would that even be determined? Would this potentially be a good way to spot who was evil and who was not?
Thank you.
Even if they put up a goody two-shoes front. It was an interesting topic to think about. I like it, said Aldrich. He made 3 swift slashes in front of him. The golden longsword left trails of dimming light like the comet of a tail. This will come in incredibly handy. Thanks, Bors. That's not all, Bors said with glee. He reached down from his enormous work table that completely dwarfed Aldrich and withdrew a cloak and a bell. Both items sat atop the cracked gray skin of his giant palm. Thank you. Aldrich's eyes widened as he recognized the cloak. At cursory glance, it looked rather ragged, comprised of tattered dark green cloth with frayed ends. A green glow rose up and down the cloak in a constantly flowing pattern, and wherever that glow passed, it revealed the silhouette of skulls and eyes trapped within the fabric, the ancient souls of countless worthy victims all knitted together to create this revered item. It was the hallowed grave cloak, one of the Death Lord's personal items.
Thank you.
It was a divine grade item, the highest grade there was, and in terms of sheer defensive usage, it was potentially the absolute best in the entire game. The cloak had a defensive passive called Within the Grave that made any attacks below a certain damage threshold just disappear upon reaching the wearer, making the wearer completely invulnerable to units under a certain power level. Thank you. It also granted flight to whoever it was on, which was especially useful because the cloak had a third passive called Spirit Movement that let it fly around freely, leaving its wearer to attach on others to grant them flight and defensive bonuses or stay fixed in specific spots. Spirit Movement set up the cloak's active ability, which really gave it its divine grade status. Thank you. Its active, known as Hallowed Grave, created a circular zone where any unit within was rendered absolutely invulnerable to damage that originated from outside the boundary. It also prevented units from outside the zone from seeing within or targeting units within it. In essence, it was the ultimate version of the spirit boundary that the Dildegasts could cast. The biggest weakness was that, while casting Hallowed Grave, the cloak had to stay fixed in one position. Thank you. There were other issues too, like the fact that Aldrich was severely underleveled for the cloak. It was therefore limited, meaning that Aldrich could access heavily nerfed versions of the equipment's actives and bonuses. You get this cloak after finishing quest, said Bors, but this you have now. He pointed at the bell atop his palm with a huge finger that threatened to just ground the comparatively tiny accessory into dust. What is it? Said Aldrich. I dunno. Thank you. The Lord made it herself for you, using the rest of the shiny stuff. Aldrich took the cloak and bell from Bors. The moment he touched the cloak, it flew to his back, attacking to his shoulders and adjusting its length to exactly match Aldrich's proportions. Decked out in a black suit and dark green tattered cloak, Aldrich expected to look ridiculous, but oddly, the cloak still had a sort of royal air to it that fit better than expected. Thank you. Besides fashion, Aldrich was more interested in the bell. It was a silver construct that he could comfortably hold via a handle of ivory white bone in his hand. He analyzed the bell using his system. Item, Death Knell. Grade, Divine Limited. Description. An item reforged using the blessed sun shards of the goddess Amara. The shards, upon being seeped into the waters of death, have quenched and tempered into a form more fitting for a deathwalker. Thank you. The death knell is capable of storing graves within it. By ringing the bell, the graves may be used to summon undead or be consumed for healing or mana restoration. The current storage capacity is at 200. This capacity limit will increase as the user's level matches the item's grade. Any undead summoned using a stored grave will be shallow, meaning that they are temporary constructs that will deteriorate over time. The rate of deterioration increases the longer the undead exist. Thank you. Cooldown, 1 hour per usage. In addition, the death knell possesses two passives: threat, resonance. The bell will lightly vibrate when the user is in proximity to danger or killing intent directed towards them. Kindred resonance. The bell will ring when the user is in proximity to a kindred soul to them. That is, a soul that is similar to their own, allowing the user to more easily determine loyal subjects or allies. Thank you. However, the user must be warned that similarity does not necessarily mean compatibility. Aldrich equipped the bell, and it automatically floated to his waist, tethering to his hip like a utility belt gadget. Coupled with the solar seal, he now had 2/5 of the max amount of accessories he could have on at any given time. The bell was much worse than the crystalline flask for pure healing or mana regeneration purposes. The 1-hour cooldown was the worst part. Thank you. But it was infinitely more useful in every other regard. Made sense. The Death Lord could not replicate Amara's healing ability even if she talked big. But the Death Lord had compensated in other ways. Aldrich was satisfied. His playstyle already involved taking less risk to prevent getting damaged in the first place. The threat resonance would help Aldrich greatly, not to mention the capacity to summon up to 200 extra undead at a moment's notice. Thank you. Overall, Aldrich felt much stronger than before, with his as-of-yet untested frost-hallowed war scythe, Volantis's newly gained consciousness, the solar seal, and the hallowed grave cloak, and his new death knell. Aldrich was itching to get into a real fight. He felt an almost giddy rush that he had almost missed, the kind any gamer got when they scored a ton of rare loot. Thank you. With all of these tools combined, Aldrich was confident he could take on an A-rank hero by himself if he used Seismic as a litmus test. Depending on combat compatibility, he might even be able to take out an S-ranker. Chapter 273, Immortal Advice. Liking my wares, are we? The Death Lord materialized behind Aldrich, and he immediately whirled around, the blade of solid sunlight in his hands. The tip of the golden sword hovered just an inch away from the Death Lord's pale, dainty neck.
Thank you.
The Death Lord's serpentine tongue slithered out, curling around the blade tip in quite the suggestive manner before she smirked and drew it back in. Always ready for a fight. Admirable. It's just you. Aldrich sighed and lowered the blade. The weight felt nice in his hands, perfectly tailored to his preferences. He had some knowledge of how to use swords because vibroblades, monofilament whip blades, and Heatran swords were pretty commonplace. Thank you. Guns were nice and all, but against heavily armored mutants or alters with skin that could bounce missiles off, tech blades were the way to go. Just me? How rude? The Death Lord pouted. And Chrysa, Aldrich asked about what was most important to him at the moment. The Death Lord nodded and waved forward. A black-armored Death Knight gently carried Chrysa in its arms. She slept peacefully now, without any hint of spatial disturbance bothering her. Thank you. Aldrich had overseen the Death Lord's treatment and saw nothing off about it. She simply cast a healing spell and broke Chrysa out of her nightmare, granting her instead pleasant dreams. And since the soul link flowed in two ways, Aldrich could sense that Chrysa's mind was at peace. The Death Lord eyed Aldrich's cape, or, more specifically, her own cape. How do you like it? Thank you. That priceless piece of fashion you don't cost me 500 years to stitch together, cobbling together the souls of the finest warriors known throughout the realms. I'm more than happy with it, Aldrich admitted. Once you complete your quest, that shall be yours. But beyond that, that bell of yours will serve you to even greater degree. Aldrich raised a brow. Will it now? The Death Lord nodded with confidence. It is modeled after the great bell that sits atop the necropolis.
Thank you.
Once, that bell was small, much like yours, a thing to be held snug in a hand more for comfort than any real use. It was gifted to me by one quite dear to me, and it rang whenever it sensed a friend. A kindred soul that allowed me to build up my legions like a true commander, full of those I trust. I did wonder about that. Aldrich dematerialized his longsword. Every other necromancer I faced, at least to my knowledge, barely ever kept their units capable of thinking. Thank you. To me it made sense. Otherwise, what's the difference between a necromancer and an ordinary commander if you have to worry about your units rebelling. Yet you seem to allow liberal freedom to your undead now. Aldrich nodded. I do. I realized if I kept expanding my pool of undead, I couldn't focus on all of them with the same amount of attention, no matter how good my micro was. I knew that from the very moment I started fielding undead.
Thank you.
I started off with next to mana, leagues below what you probably had, and my mind was still human. No matter how fast I could think, there was always going to be a limit to how far I could spread my consciousness. Probably much lower of a threshold than, again, what you could naturally put out. If I wanted my units to always be at top capability, then I needed them to know how to think and fend for themselves. Thank you, of course, that presents risks like them making errors of their own or potentially harboring rebellious thoughts, but I've made efforts to minimize those confounding variables. Then you understand why I too built my legion the way I did, said the Death Lord. At first, when I was new to the dark arts, I did as you surmised. I commanded vast armies of undead with my insurmountable draconic mana pool, and I kept them all mindless. Thank you. But the greater my ambitions grew, the more I had to spread my undead, and the more and more defeats I faced. It even led to my first sealing under the champions of that sunlit wench's father. Right. Aldrich knew that in the lore the Death Lord had been sealed throughout most of the game's history by an enigmatic light blessed champion known only as the Shining One, who was, as the Death Lord said, powered by the goddess Amara's father, the high god of light and life known as Eos. Thank you. My forces fell and scattered. When at times holy magic severed my connection from them, many of them chose to end their own undead lives or actively fight against me, recounted the Death Lord. And now I have learned from my mistakes. Most of my undead willingly serve me. Most, the Death Lord shrugged. You cannot please everyone. Some I render mindless if they are too valuable to let go. Aldrich looked at Cressa. Are you considering that fate for her?
Thank you.
The Death Lord looked surprised.
No.
Well, in a way, yes. Aldrich paused, taking a moment to word this in a way that it did not sound an awful lot like enslaving a child. I'm still wondering if I can't just control her manually during stressful situations. It would give her less of an emotional burden and let me operate efficiently too.
You two share a boundary.
The Death Lord put her hand to her chest, where her heart sat under considerable amounts of padding. Thank you. Both of you are responsible for growing it. If you control her, you may be able to wield her powers as they are now, but she will never grow, and if she never grows, she will never be able to add to your boundary. True, you need power, stable power, now, but again, you have an eternity. Think to the future, Death Walker, the little one most grow for you to achieve your greatest strength. That is the point of this quest. I get it.
Thank you.
Aldrich walked up to the Death Knight and took Cressa from its armored skeletal hands. He looked down at her sleeping face. Father, she whispered, nuzzling into Aldrich, still asleep. I still want to shield her, Aldrich admitted. From hurt and struggle, I know she will have to see fights in her future. It's inevitable just from being with me, but it's still difficult. Thank you. In a way, when I look at her, at the innocence there that I want to protect, I still feel warmth in myself, and I don't want to let it fade away. When you see her, you feel your humanity, said the Death Lord. Or the vestiges of it that you harbor I see now. Your desire to protect innocence, this is the single greatest anchor there is upon your soul. Is it a bad thing? Aldrich asked. It is a matter of perspective and moderation. Thank you. The Death Lord turned away, focusing on something else, some other time in her life. I was always immortal, so I do not understand as well. But I do know that the longer lived you are, the more you must harbor strong goals, strong desires. These are what will propel you forward, to prevent your mind and soul from rotting stagnant.
Thank you.
Immortalic rot sets in faster than you think, especially with an immortal's perception of time, and once it sets in, the apathy, the hopelessness, you become nothing more than a void that sucks in the hopes of others. Some undead find their spiritual anchors in little flames of humanity they still hold alight in their hearts, others in ambitious, far-ranging goals. others in simple duty, others in love, others in hate, so many anchors across so many eternal lives that bloomed from death. Thank you. Keep that flame of humanity of yours if it anchors your soul, but do not let it burn you when you must reach beyond it. You must be willing to make sacrifices when you have to. You must not let it become a weakness. That I've already resolved myself to do, said Aldrich. Indeed, I could read that in your soul from the moment I met you. The Death Lord turned to Aldrich and looked deeply into his eyes. You were firm in your willingness to sacrifice and to no surprise. Thank you. Your entire life in this new realm was walked upon the road of sacrifice and loss. If that road grants you strength, then do not stray from it. The Death Lord pointed to Crissa, and let her walk it also. She is born of your soul. The road that granted you strength will grant her strength too. Through trial by fire you were tempered and forged. She will mold under the same conditions. Thank you. Protect her. You may, but do not rob her of her choice. For choice is where she learns resolve, and resolve is where she builds strength. Aldrich nodded. You can be surprisingly poetic at times. It comes with the years, said the Death Lord. She smiled up at the air to something that no longer was. Or perhaps, in a different life, if things were different, I would have liked to be one.
Thank you.
The Death Lord turned around and began to leave, her hands behind her back like some kind of old sage. Her draconic, emerald-scaled tail swished behind her. I will take my leave. The little one is in light sleep. Awaken her when you desire and enter the trial quest when you can. One thing, said Aldrich. The Death Lord stopped. There's a corpse of a frozen old human I brought here. I'd like you to investigate it and see if you can find anything odd about it.
Thank you. Whatever killed him purged his soul, preventing me from raising him as an undead, said Aldrich. The Death Lord cocked her head. Truly odd? I will see to it that Medulla and I thoroughly break it apart. No breaking it apart. I need it for burial, said Aldrich. Fine. I will try my best now to rend it asunder, even if it will be difficult with how fragile the humans of the new realm are, said the Death Lord. She walked away for a few steps before she faded away, teleporting.
Thank you. Aldrich was left looking down at Crissa. He stroked her hair, pulling a few moonlight white strands from her closed eyes. She looked so very peaceful, the embodiment of the peace that Aldrich wanted for her and all others like her, but the Death Lord was right. If Crissa wanted to walk Aldrich's path of struggle with him, he had to give her that choice. He carried her all the way over to his incomplete throne of emerald crystal and sat down upon it.
Thank you.
He closed his eyes and focused on his boundary. And like that, he and Crissa both faded, leaving behind just the purple orb that formed Aldrich's phylactery. Chapter 274. Resolve to fight. Aldrich looked around his boundary and took in a deep breath. Nostalgia washing over him. The living room that he was so familiar with, his mother's paintings, his father's comics, all of the warm memories associated with it all welled up in his heart. This was a good place.
Thank you. And he could thank one little girl for all of it.
Father? Crissa whispered out, her voice still shaky with sleep. She sat on the couch in front of the telescreen. She rubbed her eyes, wiping away sparkling tears of sleepiness. How are you feeling? Aldrich sat down beside her.
I'm okay,
said Crissa. She hung her head low, placing her hands together in pensive gesture. I'm sorry for being scared. It's fine. Aldrich patted Crissa's head and she started to smile. Thank you. It's fine to be scared in a situation like that. We were in a fight, a real fight, and you probably couldn't handle the stress. Nuh-uh. Crissa shook her head defiantly. The loud booms and bright lights and fighting didn't scare me. Her smile tipped upside down into a frown. It was. Go on, you can tell me. Crissa side-eyed Aldrich. Promise you won't talk to me mean? Of course, I promise. You also promised a fun time in the city. I'm still keeping that promise. Thank you. When things settle down, we'll all have a good time, and I won't let anybody get in the way of it. Okay. Crissa took in a deep breath, psyching herself up, then confessed. I wasn't scared of the fight. I was scared of you, Father. Aldrich blinked. Me? Crissa nodded. Not you. You because seeing Father always makes me happy, but what you wanted from me. Okay, I was scared at first when the big lights and big sounds first happened, but not for too long. Thank you. I thought about fighting and using what I learned from Medi, but I didn't know if you wanted that, because you didn't want me getting hurt. I got confused, and that made me more scared. And then, I fell asleep, I see. Aldrich put his hand on Chris's head again in a comforting gesture. The reason she had gotten overwhelmed was not so much because she was scared of the fighting, but because she did not know what to do, and that confusion only made her fright even worse. Thank you. The Death Lord had been right. Aldrich had coddled her too much. He had not given her any expectation to fight. No, he had actively tried to shield her from everything. As a result, when danger came, she did not know what she should have been doing, and that shut her down. It was easy for people to freeze up in intense situations. Aldrich had only made that reaction worse. Aldrich asked her, "Then, what do you want, Cressa? Do you want to fight?"
Thank you.
Cressa balled her fists and shook them up and down with vigor. I want to fight. I want to make booms and pows and whacks. She peppered her sounds with gestures, clawing and punching at the air. Aldrich raised a brow. Even now, it felt odd to let her, with all her childlike reactions, fight to really fight, to throw her into the thick of fire and force where blood, tears, and screams could flow like water. Are you sure you could get hurt? Hurt badly even? Thank you. I can always heal you, but that won't stop the pain. I know I can die too. Cressa looked down at her little hands, at the milky white claws that protruded from her fingers. But if anyone wants to hurt you, Father, and make you cry or mad, then I'll try my best to kill them, even if I get hurt too. Cressa's innocently voiced declaration to kill Aldrich's enemies sobered him up more. Thank you. It made him even more distinctly aware of the fact she was not human, and he could not treat her like a normal human child. Aldrich nodded. That was the tipping point. He would still care for Cressa as a child, but he would also not hold back her variant instincts. Then, Cressa, I'm all for it. If you want to fight, you should. I shouldn't be holding you back from what you want, from what your instincts drive you to do. But tell me this. Is this really, really what you want? Thank you. Don't just think of doing it for me. It has to be something you want for yourself. It is. Cressa closed her eyes and a sweet smile settled on her face as she thought of something happy. Lately, I've been having dreams. A dream about a small white house on a bright green hill. Their Father is smiling all the time, and that makes me smile all the time too. Everything is quiet and warm and happy. I want to make that dream come true. Cressa looked down, twiddling her thumbs. Thank you. But I know that Father won't ever smile like that for a long time. Something bad happened to Father, and you don't smile like that anymore. I know that because sometimes when I dream, I feel a little bit of what Father feels, and because of that, I know Father won't have big smiles and live in a quiet White House until he's done fighting. Until then, I will fight with Father. Make my dream happen. Make Father smile one day, I see. Aldrich saw determination in Cressa's eyes.
Thank you.
It was a kind of determination that was childlike in its purity, and at the same time there was another glint there, one fiercer, sharper, belonging to a beast more than capable of fighting, that made it clear that when Cressa said she wanted to fight, she knew what she was saying. She knew the risks involved, the hurt and pain and struggle she might face, and she was still willing to fight. Then that settles it. Aldrich got up off the couch. Thank you. Cressa followed, hopping off and looking way up at Aldrich in wonder. What is it? Aldrich rolled up his sleeves. I'm going to be teaching you how to fight. Chapter 275 Simmering Aldrich sat at the top of a signal tower erected on the Magellan, the name that Casimir bestowed upon their mini-town on wheels. Most people would have expected a name like that to be christened on a massive battleship or aircraft, but it honestly fit rather well here too. The Magellan was quite spectacular. Thank you. It was comprised of 6 mobile bases, each big enough to house 50 people, transformed together into one behemoth of churning metal that chugged along the desert on 24 wheels and 12 high-powered, high-purity etherite engines. Like the desert version of the Polar Express, it traveled the endless wastes with a heavy-set determination, metal parts clacking and groaning like the utterances of a living beast. Thank you. Turrets and smaller sensor tower jutted out the back of the Magellan like spines. Is it going to be okay? Chrysa, in Aldrich's arms, looked down at the Magellan, at its 4 large front lights that looked like the eyes of some strange insectoid creature. It sounds like it's working hard. It'll be fine, said Aldrich. Though he did have to confess, he still had no idea how something like this could run so well and for so long.
Thank you.
Scientists called ether the real God particle, capable of anything and everything, and Aldrich had to agree. The Magellan was like a literal transformer, and high-purity etherite made that possible. It was a shame that most of the world could not get their hands on it. Only nomads insane enough to not only chase deadly geostorms, but make that chase a way of living could harvest ether energy in such a pure state. That was not to take away from the Magellan's craftsmanship either. Thank you. According to Casimir, it had been built up by Arxman, a legendary nomad craftsman specializing in vehicle construction who had taken a fortune of 25 million credits to shape it all up. Arxman's work looked shoddy, almost disheveled, like odd ends and bits and pieces cobbled together, but in pure functionality, his rides matched the best technos in the AA or the corporate world. Aldrich looked away from the Magellan. Thank you. He was high up enough where he could see way into the deep, dark stretches of night, taking in the oddly haunting beauty of the barren wasteland landscape painted silver under the moon. There was something about the sheer scale and solitude of it all that comforted Aldrich, though he could imagine someone more skittish, someone more people-oriented like Adam or Eileen, would think it was all so empty and lonely. It's pretty, said Cressa. She twirled her fingers in her hair.
Thank you. The shiny. It looks like my hair. The moonlight, said Aldrich, and it does.
Cressa shifted around in Aldrich's grasp with impatient energy.
What is it? Said Aldrich. Why'd we come out here? Cressa asked. I like spending time with Father, but you promised to teach me how to fight. I know. I just needed to make sure of some things out here first, said Aldrich. He had checked up on multiple information threads.
Thank you. V's investigation on the bug she found in the ice spots yielded that it was Trident sourced specifically from a renowned techno in the Italian prong of the Trident called Mad Jack. Mad Jack was an utter menace in the underworld with a troubling penchant for creating bugs that could take over practically any tech and rendering the mad. He was a wild card who loved chaos more than anything, spreading his viruses even among his allies, the type of guy that Aldrich hated the most. Thank you. Chaos for the sake of chaos was just meaningless misery for everyone involved. That brought the Trident into the mix for the Icebot mystery, and yet that did not answer any questions. Sure, Mad Jack could have infected the bots, but where did they come from in the first place? A rival of the Tridents, perhaps from within the Trident themselves, considering the recent infighting. That Aldrich left V and Fisk to figure out. Thank you. Clint and the Spearhorns had uncovered a good amount of details in the Trident Civil War. The Italian and Japanese prongs stood against the Russians. The Russians wanted to move forward with their plans for revolution, to topple the world order set by governments and the Panop AA complex. But the Japanese and Italian prongs wanted more stability, savoring the taste of profit and balance, especially knowing that the more variants attacked, the weaker the heroes got. Thank you. The rift was big enough that in a diplomatic meeting where several higher-ups from each of the prongs met up, the Russian prongs representative detonated a suicide bomb, instigating a full-on civil war. That incident was also the reason why the hunt on Casimir and anyone related to him had been called off so abruptly. Compared to an internal war of that scale, Casimir, a fugitive, a rich fugitive, granted, but a fugitive no less, was not a priority. That was good news for Aldrich. Thank you. It meant the Trident, half of the entire Dark Six, was weakened, and would get weaker by the passing day. If Aldrich made the right moves against them while they struggled among themselves, he could be the figurative straw to break the camel's back. The AA was not blind either. They had caught wind of the conflict too. In response, they were probably readying heroes in case the Trident conflict grew hot and reached civilians.
Thank you. Where it mattered to Aldrich was that the AA pushed up Aldrich's hearing date,
probably not wanting to spend as much time and effort on it. They might even give Aldrich, or rather Thanatos, more leniency. With variance and the trident being problems, Aldrich doubted the AA wanted to add Thanatos to that list as well. Aldrich's new hearing date was thus pushed to just a day and a half from now. Not much time left at all, Father. Are you worried? Asked Chrysa. You can tell?
Thank you. Aldrich never showed worry or much of any emotion on his face well. Chrysa nodded. Made sense. Chrysa and Aldrich were soul-linked. Not just that, but she probably understood him better than anyone because she had been born of his own soul. I am, said Aldrich. He looked up at the full moon. But not the bad type of worry. It's more like anticipation. Antsy, pant, shun. Chrysa said the word out slowly. Anticipation, Aldrich repeated, letting her get a better read of it. Thank you. It means I'm worried, but I have an idea of what's going to happen. And depending on what I do, I can make things good or bad. To make things good, do we have to fight? Probably. Chrysa pumped her fists in the air. Then I'll learn. Let's go, Aldrich patted Chrysa's head. Slow down there. Fighting's not always about rushing in. In fact, that's the last thing you should do. Stay back, watch, and figure things out before you go in. Thank you. You should have at least your first 3 moves mapped out in your head before you do anything. 3. Chrysa's eyes widened in shock. I can't think that hard. Father can. Father's a genius. You can, just give yourself some time. If Chrysa inherited more and more of Aldrich's talents and skills, then there was no doubt she could develop a battle-ready analytical mind like him. That was when Aldrich's earpiece crackled into life. He immediately pressed his finger to it.
Thank you. He did not want to miss this.
Boss, you there? Came Ace's voice. Yes. What is it? Aldrich narrowed his eyes. Did you catch Feather in light of recent news about the trident? Aldrich wanted Feather even more. Feather was fairly high up. Getting him could lead to a treasure trove of information about the trident civil war. The underworld knew of the major details, but the ones that mattered, the nitty-gritty, nobody except those affiliated with the trident had an idea of. Thank you. We fucked up his men and nabbed the nomad snitch, but Feather's not here. Sorry, boss, said Ace. I see. Have you tried interrogating the men? Yeah. Cat's been real good at it. Has this special poison or whatever that can cause the worst pain ever, she says. But the men don't know shit. They thought they were going to meet the snitch as always, but even they were surprised when Feather didn't show up. Disappointing, but not the worst thing in the world. Thank you. Try and take back as many of the men as possible. I'll make them useful somehow, said Aldrich, thinking of Flaregan. There was no shortage of need for altar test subjects. Sure thing. We'll try and look around more here in case we missed something. Go ahead and do that report to Valera when you're done. I'm going to be out for the next day. Aldrich disconnected from the earpiece and sighed. Cat was an incredibly good assassin. Thank you. Feather could not have gotten away from her unless he had prior knowledge, or maybe the trident conflict had torn Feather away by sheer dumb circumstance. But then why had Feather left his men in the dark like that? Something strange was at play here, and Aldrich could not shake the sensation that everything was starting to simmer like the short few moments of bubbling before water on a burner broke out into a rolling, roaring, blazing boil. Thank you. Father, are you sure you're doing in anticipation? Aren't you just worried? Said Chrysa. She tugged at Aldrich's dress shirt with worried grasps. Maybe, I don't know everything, after all. But that's where preparation matters even more. Whether it's in planning or fighting, you always need to stay active. You always need to try and set the pace. The moment you become passive and let things happen to you is when you loose your footing, slip, and never get back up.
Thank you.
Chrysa nodded thoughtfully. But I can teach you that better when we get into a fight. Aldrich started to cast, missed phase, beginning the process of returning to the necropolis where he would now challenge the 3rd trial quest, which we're going to now. Yay! Chrysa clapped her hands in glee, Chapter 276 Trial Quest. Are you ready?
Thank you.
Aldrich stood in front of his throne, looking up at the circuit network like criss-cross patterns of green energy stretching up to the tall ceiling from his emerald crystal throne. All those circuits, those pathways of magical energy, tethered to the necropolis, drawing power from it, or maybe better put, took from it. The more Aldrich progressed in power, the more of the necropolis he inherited. When would the time come when Aldrich could harness the full might of the tower? Thank you. And when he got that power, the question arose. Did he work with the world, or as Volantis and Valera wanted, would he take over the world? Bend it to his rule? Wow, Father looks so strong. Crissa tugged at Aldrich's new cloak. The skulls and faces, spirits of those stitched within, emitted low wails of protest. I need to be in top condition for this, said Aldrich. After all, this is our first mission together. I won't disappoint. Crissa punched the air in front of her.
Thank you.
Aldrich gave himself a cursory glance. Shiny, new golden ring, cloak of souls, scythe of ice. He would need all of that and more if he was going to take on the third trial quest with all the restrictions on him. First, he had no access to his units aside from Crissa. Second, he could not create units, limiting a good chunk of his personal spells. To compensate for this, Aldrich had consumed the spellbook awarded to him from the second trial quest.
Thank you.
The spellbook granted bone-based spells which were the best for direct, non-unit-based combat. Aldrich had replaced his bone missile array and added 2 additional spells. In total, he had learned Skeletal Limbs, Bonaripper, and Bone-Bearing Curse. Skeletal Limbs, as the name so obviously hinted, let Aldrich create 2 additional bone limbs from his body to wield additional weapons or fire spells.
Thank you.
Bonaripper and Bone-Bearing Curse were both curses that Aldrich could list among the most deadly of his new spells. Bonaripper imbued one of his hands with the effect to, upon touch, tear out the bones of a flesh and blood being. It could also break apart skeletal undead. Bone-Bearing Curse let Aldrich fire a symbol at a target.
Thank you.
It was slow-moving and easy to dodge, but to compensate, it had the exceptionally useful ability to control bones it came into contact with for a short period of time. Aldrich could not summon other units, but if he could control other beings that already existed, he could circumvent the no-summoning units rule. But beyond all that, Aldrich had another useful tool, dark wisdom levels. Thank you. He had been saving them up because he had seen no real use to giving them to anyone yet, especially because he could impart the levels all at once in an instant. That made the levels a very potent sudden power-up that could catch enemies off guard. Yet Aldrich had an even better use for them here. As a means to grow Crissa up, Aldrich knelt down to Crissa's level and held his palms towards her. Crissa punched his hands playfully.
Thank you.
Once I had this dream of father training. He moved just like this. Bam, bam. Crissa punctuated her words with punches. Pretty good, said Aldrich, and he was not just saying it to make her feel good. She was legitimately talented. Her movements were fairly compact, lacking much of the wide swinging and wasted movement that beginners had. It was almost as if Crissa had already trained, and in a way she had... Thank you. She did not just see Aldrich's memories like in a dream. She felt them, experienced them. Aldrich wondered how much of his expertise and skills would transfer over to her, and how quickly. But punches are always better with power behind them. Aldrich caught Crissa's punches. I'm going to give you some power. Okay. Crissa nodded. Aldrich closed his eyes and summoned up his dark wisdom. He knew that there was a limit to how many levels he could grant his units. Thank you. They could not exceed his own level, and they could not receive more levels than their bodies could handle. From plot events and lore, Aldrich knew that some liches were reckless with accumulated dark wisdom, overloading units and causing them to literally explode in both body and soul. Aldrich could not tell how much Crissa could handle. He started slowly. A purple glow radiated from his palms. The glow permeated through Crissa's arms, lighting up her blood vessels and nerves. Thank you. That was 10 levels, said Aldrich. How do you feel, Levels? Crissa asked. It's a measure of power. The higher you are, the better. What's the highest I can go? 100. Then I'll go past it. Aldrich smiled faintly. Now, let's slow down here. Tell me how 10 levels feel, and we can go from here. I feel strong. Crissa nodded vigorously. Okay then, tell me when you feel something's off. Aldrich closed his eyes and imparted more dark wisdom. Thank you. He was not really stingy about it. The wording of the awards stated that Aldrich's dark wisdom reserve would get set to 50, so he had no incentive to save his 30 or so odd stored levels. Whatever Aldrich could not use, he would distribute among his other units, the Geist and Stella being primary candidates. I feel a little dizzy. Chrysa's head bobbed from side to side with woozy slowness. All of her arms now shone with purple. Aldrich let go of Chrysa's hands. That was 20 levels. Thank you. Let's stop here. You need to be in good condition to train and fight. Chrysa clenched her fists. I'm all ready. She looked just fine, the burdening effects of the dark wisdom having worn off just like that. The issue was that Aldrich could sense she was reaching her limit to take in levels, and he did not want to push his luck further. I have power, I can feel it. Chrysa looked at her hands in wonder. A white aura enveloped her body. What do I do with it? Thank you. Do you see any numbers, anywhere? In the corner of your vision? Asked Aldrich, wondering if she had inherited the system.
Numbers.
No. Chrysa blinked, confused. But that's a good thing. I hate numbers. Well, there was one difference between Aldrich and Chrysa. Then about controlling your powers, began Aldrich. It's okay, I know, Medi taught me. Chrysa took in a deep breath and clasped her hands together in a meditative pose. The white aura around her stabilized. Thank you. I'll make my magic grow and grow. Be just like Father. Make sure to keep your body strong, too. There's no point having a ton of magic power if your body can't take a hit, and you need to have something to rely on if your magic gets cut off. Okay. Chrysa finalized distributing her stats, or whatever the equivalent of it was like for her. Aldrich tapped the magical screen his throne projected, selecting the third trial quest.
Thank you.
A circle displayed an image of what looked like a village on fire. Now, we don't have much time to waste. Time flows slower here, but we're still on a deadline. This quest is going to take a good amount of time, especially with just the two of us. I'm ready.
Good.
Aldrich tapped the circle with his palm, and a white light enveloped both of them. Chapter 277 Demons. Chapter 277 Demons. Aldrich and Chrysa stood side by side in the midst of a forest.
Thank you.
The trees towered around them like a gathering of miniature towers reaching high up and spreading their boughs of blue leaves in a ghostly glowing ceiling of flora. It's snowing? Chrysa held out her hand, watching as little dots of white dropped down on her palm. That's not snow, that's ash. Aldrich took in a shallow breath, feeling precious little oxygen, and what little oxygen he did get, it was hot, almost burning. Not that he even needed oxygen. Ash? Chrysa cocked her head.
Thank you. That means fire, right?
It does. Smart. Aldrich patted Chrysa's head. It was curious what she knew and what she did not know. It was not like she had gone through any sort of schooling. What she did know was probably based off of Aldrich's own memories, but exactly how much? Chrysa smiled happily as she nodded at Aldrich's praise. A system message appeared in front of Aldrich's vision.
Thank you.
Trial Quest 3, the Arc, started. Main objective, defeat Dark Eye Demos. Secondary objectives, close the Flame Arc, save the Velis Temple, retrieve the Arsalis Seed. Aldrich moved his hand from Chrysa's head to in front of her face. A spine jutted out of his palm, blood trickling down and pattering on the dirt. Quite rude. I was barely done reading. Aldrich pulled his hand back and tore the spine out of his hand. Thank you. Little threads of muscle and chips of bone clung to it as he tore the serrated edge out. Chattering clicks echoed above. Aldrich and Chrysa saw a hunchbacked humanoid clinging to the tree trunk. Its long, gangly limbs ended in barbed claws that dug into the wood like climbing hooks. Spines lined its back and its joints, showing exactly where Aldrich had gotten his injury. Thank you. The creature was small, not much larger than a child, with pale, lightly purple-tinted skin and a face fused with mangled, burned flesh onto what looked like a tiki mask showing an exaggerated blue-lipped grin and angled, angry, solid white eyes. What is that? It looks gross, said Crissa. She looked at the grotesque creature with no fear, just a hint of disgust. That's an imp, a weak type of demon. From its mask, it's under Mercon-Re, demon god of secrets, said Aldrich. Thank you. Crissa slapped her hands together like she was crushing a bug, the space around the imp distorted before collapsing in on it, splattering it into a pulp as if two invisible walls had crashed against it. Little flecks of purple skin mixed into a slurry of bright red blood and innards flowed out between the spatial walls. You're right, Father. It's weak, said Crissa, so I made sure it will never hurt you again. Impressive, Aldrich nodded. Thank you. The imp was probably level 15, but Crissa had one-shot it with minimal effort despite being just level 20 herself. Most likely, this was because of Crissa's real-world powers. Chrysalises could naturally manipulate and change shape according to their wills, or, as the Death Lord had noted, at the behest of a greater entity. Some sort of alpha or boss creature, as chrysalises naturally formed symbiotic relationships with strong individual creatures they housed within their lairs. Thank you to Crissa. Aldrich was her boss monster, though, because of how their souls were intertwined. The boss-to-lair relationship was changed to more of a father-to-daughter one. I'm strong, I told you. The levels Father gave me made me way stronger, too. Crissa twirled around proudly. You're good, Crissa. But remember, you can always be better, said Aldrich. And here's more chances to improve.
Thank you.
Aldrich looked up as several more imps crawled out of the literal woodworks, crawling down treetops with insectoid efficiency. Make sure to pace yourself. Use as little mana as possible to deal with them because you don't know what you need to save for later. Anything could come up. This was not entirely true. Aldrich had a good idea of what was going to happen since he had gone through these quests before. This third one was quite hard. Thank you. In terms of relative difficulty, it was one of the hardest, among the top 5, in Aldrich's opinion beaten out only by the super endgame quests. The quest involved defeating Demos, a dark elf warlock who wanted to rip open a tier into Morhel, the dimension of the demons. He had made a pact with one of Mercon-Re's greater demons to obtain magic, in exchange for granting dimensional access to more of the demon's kin.
Thank you.
Demos was using an elven town as a sacrificial ritual to try and rip open a pathway for Mercon-Re's demons to come through. The quest involved fighting through a veritable horde of demons. It was no cakewalk. That was for sure. Ah, and there you are. Aldrich stepped in front of Crissa as another demon appeared. This one landed on the ground, a half-dozen meters away from Aldrich. It was bigger, just a bit shorter than Aldrich. Thank you. Humanoid, still, but instead of being a curve-backed, misshapen spawn of a thing, it was more refined with balanced and athletic proportions. Same purple-tinted skin. Same tiki mask face, but this time with a mouth shaped into an overly curved grin. Black bat wings fanned out from its bat, and it topped off its demonic look with a pair of horns, one curving up, the other curving down. This was a grinner demon.
Thank you.
Unlike the imps, which were lesser demons, grinners started at minimum from level 25. This one in particular was level 30. I'll handle this, said Aldrich. Crissa, you take care of the little ones. Okay, Father. Crissa smiled, fangs bared, her fingers flared out, space rippling between them. And it's about time I tested out my new equipment. Aldrich stepped forward, making it clear that he was going to take on the bigger demon one-on-one. Deathwalker. Why do you resist us?
Thank you,
said the demon. We seek only a new home for our displaced brethren. You can spare me the self-pity. From what I know, all of you are glorified parasites anyway, said Aldrich, latching onto new dimensions, taking on the forms of the natives, doing as you please for no real greater good. Greater good? Is such a thing necessary? Is survival not enough? Said the demon. Not in my eyes. Thank you. Aldrich had talked with demons some, but the game obviously did not have all the dialogue options a real-life encounter brought. Plus, all of you here are just more experience, and if I'm lucky, item drops. Brave talk, Deathwalker. My eyes are keen. You are burdened. You have no legion with you. You cannot draw upon the forces of the dead. I see, so you can tell. Aldrich filed down the information that demons could track his status as they could in the game. Thank you. It was an interesting mechanic that in Elden World, beings related to demons or gods could see things about the player that only a player would know, like the location of their last save file, or how full their inventory was, or even reading through game files to check the player's real name. It was a fun little gimmick that made gods and demons more ethereal, as if they were beyond the scope of the mortal game denizens.
Thank you.
Apparently that transferred to the demons being able to read some aspects about Aldrich's system, particularly the restrictions his quest imposed on him. As you are now, you are but a third-rate caster. What is a Deathwalker without the dead to heed his call, said the demon. Aldrich cracked his neck and knuckles. Your death. Chapter 278, The Grinner. Chapter 278, The Grinner. Good luck, Father.
Thank you.
Crisa yelled out before she pranced away, opposite from Aldrich towards the gathering of imps on the treetops. In response, the imps loosed strange cries that sounded like rapid, deep clicks. You too, Crisa, remember, efficiency is key. Don't waste your mana on the small fry, said Aldrich. Crisa nodded as she hopped in the air. She furrowed her white brows and managed to create little platforms of distorted space beneath her feet.
Thank you.
Impressively, she had a natural baseline familiarity with her powers, which did make sense. Variants, unlike alters, were born knowing how to use their powers far better. It was part of their instincts. Still, Crisa had some room to improve. She was a little shaky on her way up, her space platforms tilted unevenly. That would improve in time with training, with fighting to hone her instincts down to a sharpened edge. Thank you. Aldrich had trimmed the fat off his instincts to make it a lean, mean killing machine through countless combat simulations. He did not even really have a specific training regiment. He dumped himself in extremely difficult missions like storm the base with 80 men in it and survive, or more bluntly kill 100 men in hand-to-hand combat, and just bashed his head against the wall over and over, dying in virtual reality hundreds, no, thousands upon thousands of times until he succeeded. Thank you. In a way, this was a similar training method for Crisa, though instead of virtual reality, there were trial quests. Instead of infinite retries, there was just one life. But Aldrich was there to guide her. A pity you cannot cooperate with us, said the Grinner. It closed its fists, and from its forearms, spikes of bone jutted out, ripping through the flesh and blood streaked white. Aldrich clasped his hands together, charging up mana for a death bolt.
Thank you.
The large grin on the Grinner's tribal mask flashed with red, afflicted by Mora. Spell, Death Bolt Sealed. This is a spell you have relied on greatly, it seems. How will you do without it, mage? The Grinner said, its voice oozing with sinister intent. Expected. Looks like you follow your programming to some degree. Or maybe programming is more like a function of your instincts and personality. Aldrich noted that the Grinner sealed Death Bolt as expected. Thank you. Grinners generally always sealed the offensive spell or skill used the most. So, in Aldrich's case, this was the Death Bolt. As for how it sealed the spell, it did so with Mora, which was a unique type of aura that demons could project that imparted debuffs on all in their surroundings. It was the direct opposite of aura that gods held buffed their allies or selves. The effects of Mora were generally unique to the clan a demon hailed from. Thank you. In the case of the Grinner, a secret demon, this usually manifested in a sealing effect expected. Yes, you have torn through our ranks once before, but that was with a legion at your back. Now you have nothing but a child, said the Grinner. What else do you? Before the Grinner stopped talking, Aldrich rushed in with negative surge crisscross patterns of green lined his legs and arms, reinforcing his limbs to super speed as he unleashed a solid punch right into the demon's gut.
Thank you.
The impact sounded like a whip cracking, Aldrich's hardened fist driving in deep to the demon's stomach. The snapping sound of several broken ribs rang through the air. Aldrich drew back his fist, and the demon spurted black blood from the gaps in its mask. I have my fists. Aldrich then launched a missile strike of an uppercut right into the demon's jaw, knocking the fell creature's head up and sending it flying backwards like a truck had rammed into it. Thank you. The demon fell on its back heavily, its mask heavily cracked, and by the looks of it, that's more than enough for the likes of you. Aldrich stared down at the demon. The creature shuddered in struggling pain as it attempted to regain its breath and get back up. Aldrich did not spare any mercy. He lifted his leg up high, then drew it down like an executioner's guillotine, shattering the demon's neck. The demon's body drew still with an unnatural quickness. Thank you. The blank white light in its mask eyes disappeared like a burst light bulb. Unlike regular living creatures that took some time to fully settle into death, always breathing or beating their hearts for just a few more seconds after lethal injury, demons went full rigor mortis instantly. It was a side effect of the fact that the physical forms that demons wore were just that, clothing of flesh, much like Aldrich's Materius. Thank you. More effects disabled. Death bolt restored the demon's chest area where its heart was glowed a bright purple. Demons had a spiritual core called a demon heart that they reformed around if their physical forms died. The greater the injury and the more times they died, the longer it took for demons to recover, but no matter what, they always came back. Unless, of course, one had a holy weapon or spell to purge them. Aldrich held out his hand. Thank you, light-forged array, he chanted, vocalizing the spell to get a better feel of it. Warm streaks of bright sunlight flowed across his arm, swirling into a ball at his hand that formed itself into a longsword. With the blade of gold in hand, Aldrich shoved it down into the demon's core. A loud, sizzling sound crackled through the air. Smoke poured out of the contact point as if Aldrich was a blacksmith that had just dunked a molten blade into cold water. Thank you. Aldrich felt his blade hit liquid weight, like it was caught in thick, viscous slime, and he knew this was it. He twisted the sword, breaking the demon heart apart. The grinner's physical body melted away into nothingness, leaving what looked like a large purple marble behind. Aldrich picked the trinket up and pocketed it into his inventory. Thank you. Demons did, however, drop demon hearts that could be used for all manner of things related to curses, so it was not a total waste. Father, that was quick. Chrysa landed right beside Aldrich. She was covered in black splotches of blood. He looked behind her to see imp parts strewn all across the trees in a chaotic mess like a Picasso piece painted in gore. Aldrich did not care about purifying the imp demon hearts. They were too weak to be worth anything. Thank you. Granted, this meant the imps would come back, but the weaker a demon, the longer it took for them to piece together their corporeal forms. Weaklings like the imps would take days to bring themselves together after getting blown apart like this. They were as good as dead. Good. You saved most of your mana. Aldrich patted Chrysa's head. You're a quick learner. I'm sorry to have underestimated you. I'm ready to fight again, said Chrysa, eager to win more of Aldrich's praise. Thank you. That's the spirit. Well, make sure you're ready because there's a good reason I made you save your mana so much. Aldrich stepped forward into the dark of the forest. Chrysa followed with happy skips, the bloody black splotches fading from her skin as she automatically cleaned herself with her spatial magic.
Thank you.
Now, Aldrich was headed to the elven village of Ars Telvin, where, in front of a great temple, he would square off with a greater demon that he did not know if he could even beat by himself, even with his new gear. Thankfully, this was where Chrysa could prove herself. Chapter 279, Bonus Chapter, Greater Demon. Chapter 279, Bonus Chapter, Greater Demon.
What is that, Father?
Chrysa pointed high up to the sky.
Thank you.
The night was darker than dark. The little light of the stars suffocated under a cloud of thick smoke. Where the moon was, there was instead a bright red V drawn in stark contrast against the smoke. A scar of infernal energy torn into the sky. A half-formed gateway into Morhal, where demons awaited on the other side like hungry zombies banging against a closed door. Why is the moon so weird? Not the moon, a flame arc. Thank you. A type of dimensional doorway that demons use to enter into different dimensions, said Aldrich. It was half-formed. A complete flame arc had another V beneath it, interlocking the letters together to create a diadem-shaped portal. Demos, the warlock here and the main boss, was well on the way to complete a ritual that involved processing all the souls of the elves here to fuel the ritual. Thank you. Beneath the fiery V, burning light illuminated a snowfall of ash and a massive tree that towered into the sky. Indents, tunnels, houses, bridges, and pathways carved all throughout the tree indicated it had been well lived in. This was an arcillo, a life-giving tree that elves built their settlements around. Ooh. Chrysa looked at the flame arc, the orange and red light reflected in her green eyes. It's spacey, I think. I think if I touched it, I might be able to play with it. Really? Thank you. Aldrich raised a brow. Can you close it? I think so, Chrysa nodded. I see. Aldrich understood now the Death Lord's intentions in setting up these quest restrictions. At first, Aldrich had thought there was no real way to complete the quest fully. The ultimate end goal of this quest was to kill Dark-Eye Deimos, the warlock responsible for trying to complete this flame arc that Aldrich could do by killing Deimos. Thank you. The other objectives, though, were much, much tougher because he had no real army to sustain through all of this. The point of the third trial quest was to test how well a necromancer could manage their existing units. Since demons were immune to necromancy, the difficulty was in minimizing losses and making the best of every single unit in the Legion, especially since demons were on average much tougher than the normal undead.
Thank you.
The way Aldrich would have approached the quest normally was simple. He would have gotten to Valera's temple, guarded by demons, and freed it. There he would have obtained an item called the Pure Flame Lantern, a temporary item from Mira, a goddess of holy fire that the elves worshipped. The item enchanted Aldrich's undead with the ability to permanently put down demons.
Thank you.
Then he would have worked his way up the arcillo tree, fighting a mini-boss to obtain one of its seeds before reaching the top, where he would fight Deimos to seal the flame arc. But that was if Aldrich had his legion, with just Chrysa. Aldrich had expected it would have been hard just to take out Deimos, but the Death Lord had given her tools to work around all this. Thank you. First, she had made sure to make Bors speed up the solar seal's creation, giving Aldrich a way to kill the demons here for good. Second was Chrysa herself. She could close the flame arc if she got to it. If Aldrich managed to get Chrysa up to the flame arc, she could close it first, preventing any demonic reinforcements from pouring in. In addition, without a flame arc, demons had difficulty maintaining a physical form. Thank you. They would slowly fade away until they finally died, unable to survive without some larger physical anchor, giving them a presence in the realm. Now, the issue was how to get to the top of the arcillo fast before demons could swarm Aldrich, and also how to avoid Deimos because he, as a level 50+ boss, could defeat Aldrich, especially under the empowering light of the flame arc. Thankfully, as usual, there was a way and a plan for all of this. All right, Chrysa, here's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
Aldrich pointed down, away from the sky, down sloping hills towards the elven village. Countless houses, more like little dens made of entwined branches and glowing blue and white leaves, withered and wilted under blazing fire. Elves, tall and fair-skinned with their signature pointed ears and leaf-knit robes, shambled about like zombies, their eyes glazed over, bright red VS scorched into their foreheads. Thank you. They were all possessed, a negative status effect that demonic influence could impart on mortals to slowly change them in both body and soul. Demons were inherently parasitic creatures, and nowhere was this quality more obvious than in possession. Possession prepped beings to host demons, incarnating them. Demons sought hosts because of how unstable they were in the realm, needing a flame arc to manifest. Thank you. However, if they could incarnate into a proper host, taking the native body over, they could stay around as long as they wanted. However, if nothing had changed in the quest, none of the elves were fully possessed, meaning no demons piloting them. They were basically just zombies, nerfed, mindless versions of who they once were. Several demons, at least 36 grinners and 100+ imps, crawled about. Do we save them? Said Chrysa, pointing to the elves. No.
Thank you.
Aldrich said this without a hint of hesitation. There was no point saving the elves. Not only were they already basically dead, their souls rotted out from within, but he could not afford trying to purify them with the solar seal. It was just not worth it, and he had a finite amount of sunlight stored to use. None of the elves were strong on their own either. At best, he could store their graves in his bell for summoning later. Thank you. Maybe it would have been interesting to hear out what the elves had to say about the trial quest, but that was a lore-related luxury he could not afford. What we do is this. Aldrich pointed over to a particularly large cove of wood, isolated in its own space to mark its importance. A collection of branches unfurled atop the cove like the candles on a chandelier, and at their tips tongues of white fire flickered.
Thank you.
A holy light emanated from the cove that prevented demons from drawing close, though there was a sort of hazy, dark veil that made it clear a barrier prevented easy access into it. This was the Velas temple. One of the objectives Aldrich could clear. We go there, to that temple. There's a scary one in front of it. Crisa gulped nervously. Indeed, there was a demon noticeably different from all the others around it there.
Thank you.
Standing right in front of the circle of white light cast from the temple was a tall, stick-like being with a body that looked like a masked pole walking on long, spindly legs. If Aldrich had to try and describe it, it looked like someone had stuck a totem atop the back of a daddy long-legged spider. This demon was much bigger than the grinners and gave off a dangerous boss-like presence.
Thank you.
The mask that comprised its face set in a bored, neutral expression with thin, blank white eyes that seemed right on the verge of falling asleep. That was a greater demon, level 40. Roughly around Aldrich's own level. Nothing scary if you're ready for it, said Aldrich. We're going to take that thing down. That one? Crisa bit her lip nervously. But it's almost as strong as Father. But not as strong as the two of us, right? Said Aldrich. Thank you. We're going to be working together now, so keep your ears open. Crisa nodded, and her pointed ears actually grew as she scrunched her brows and focused on adapting to what Aldrich wanted. Okay, here's what we're going to do, Aldrich began. Several minutes later, and Aldrich sprinted down the sheer drop of the hill slopes leading into the flame-ravaged town. In his hands was a light-forged halberd. Atop his shoulders were two skeletal arms. Thank you. One held Crisa and another a light-forged shield. It seemed Aldrich could have a maximum limit of 2 light-forged weapons at once, and an offensive weapon plus shield combo seemed the best for most situations. The moment Aldrich neared the town, the flame-topped branch and leafed ends getting closer and closer, and the blank stares of the possessed elves clearly visible. The demons came. Hellhounds materialized like saplings, rising up out of the ground in flickering snapshots of fire. Thank you. They, like the other secret demons, had masks instead of canine faces, though that did not mean they had any less of a bite with circular, leech-like holes in the mouths of their masks. The mouths were studded with teeth and sputtered with fire. The hounds leaped up at Aldrich from every direction. He did not stab with his halberd. That took too much time to target just singular units. Instead, he performed wide, flowing swings, kind of like sweeping a broom. Thank you, like that. He knocked down several hellhounds with considerable force, breaking their bones and sending them flying away from him. Aldrich did not want to waste time on weak hellhounds. They were weak mobs that ranged from levels 8 to 15, and their only danger came from their uncanny ability to hide in pockets of infernal space, particularly in the corners of buildings for jump scares. But since Aldrich knew their trick, he treated them more as a nuisance than anything else. Thank you. Whatever hounds Aldrich missed, Crisa ripped apart with spatial distortions. Aldrich reached the town itself, standing level with the burning wreckage, the static eyes of masked grinners, imps, and hounds staring at him from every corner. A voice echoed towards him. Ah, Deathwalker, I was wondering when you would make your appearance in this forsaken realm. Barbos, acknowledged Aldrich.
Thank you.
This was the spider totem fusion abomination guarding the temple further in the town, a good 3 to 5 minute sprint away. You remember my name, very sweet. If I could blush like a maiden in love, I would, though. You already are taken, no? Reading my game files, are you? Game files, heh, is that what you still call this? A matter of habit? Aldrich raised a brow. He had never conversed much with Barbos back in the game. Thank you. Dialogue options were limited with the demon, relegated mostly to generic villainous talk about how Barbos would never let Aldrich enter the temple and wield the pure flame against the demons. You seem less tense. How about you let me into that temple and I can consider giving you a fast death? Now, is not that considerate? I would if I could. It would certainly be interesting. But I am bound to some rules in this realm, and one of them involves annihilating you on sight, unfortunately. Thank you, though rest assured I do enjoy seeing you again. Is this not our 6th meeting? Or is it our 9th? I forget. 9th, Aldrich noticed the demon mobs were not moving, letting him talk. 9 times was how much Aldrich had played through Elden World. It is quite sad, in a way. Only I know how many lives you have lived, because I can truly see. And look at you, you are living another life again, this time in an entirely different realm. No, wait, this was you all along, player. Thank you. A little disappointing, I must say. So, in the end, you were nothing but an ordinary mortal, but that scent on you, how quaint. A pause. How exciting. Maybe I should try my best to kill you. Maybe then I can take over your body and escape this realm. If you are my jailer, then it stands to reason that you must have my keys, no? Well, I never expected an outcome any different from us trying to kill each other. It's in your programming, after all, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
And it looks like you're more talkative than usual. You might even have information I want. Demons could read game files because they were extra-dimensional and could see that the player character was being controlled by a greater extra-dimensional entity, the player, so to speak. I am quite free, freer than any of the other blind creatures trapped in these quaint little quests of yours, but I am also very shy. I do not think I will tell you much, don't worry. Thank you. I know how to break the ice, among other things. Aldrich readied himself to move forward. The more time he spent, the more the flame arc opened up. The deeper the flame arc tore open, the stronger the demons got, and the faster they regenerated. Aldrich needed to close it as soon as possible. Very good. Then let us do this dance again, Deathwalker, as we have so very many times. The voice faded away, and Aldrich saw the demons all around him start to move again.
Thank you.
He reacted by keeping his stats boosted with the passive effect of the solar seal and the active buff of negative surge. Aldrich jumped up on a rooftop of intertwined branches. Demon fire burned atop it, but the solar seal plus his divine grade cloak gave him so much resistance he took minimal damage from it. Either one of those items did not give Aldrich enough fire resistance to negate his undead weakness to the element, but with both combined he had near immunity.
Thank you.
Oh, things are very different. You can wade through fire. Very impressive, Deathwalker. Very good. Very cute. Some upgrades here and there, I see. But was it worth losing your legion? Aldrich ignored Barbos's voice echoing through the air. On the rooftops he could minimize getting swarmed not just by demons, but the hundreds of possessed elves. He sprinted through the roof and jumped to another close by. There, hellhounds appeared in flashes of fire already midair in lunges towards him.
Thank you.
Aldrich just ducked and moved past them. He ignored as many demons as he could, focusing instead on jumping from rooftop to rooftop, getting close to the Velis temple at staggering speeds on every rooftop. Aldrich slashed his way past hounds and imps, flicking them away like they were flies. Eventually, a grinner demon stood in his way. "Hold it," Aldrich commanded. Chrysa nodded and closed her eyes. The grinner froze, distorted space rippling all around it. "Thank you." Chrysa was not strong enough to tear the grinner apart as she did with the imps, but she could keep it in place. Aldrich thrust his halberd into the grinner's heart and twisted, killing the demon. He did toss the demon's dead corpse to the side, pocketing its purified heart from the tip of his halberd and putting it in his inventory. Chrysa and Aldrich were, for the first time, truly in sync. Thank you. Their soul link worked in their favor now, their instincts and senses and thoughts all melding together like the gears in a well-oiled machine. There was still work to do, practice to be had, but the Death Lord was right. Chrysa naturally had skill in protecting him. It was part of the skill set she was born with. Barbos spoke again. "That child of yours is something too, is it not? It smells of Elduin's magic and also of that other realm of yours, a hybrid between realms? Thank you. Is that not so very interesting? Truly, children are wonderful. No, bad guy talks too much, complained Crissa. But he praised me, so it's okay. Don't let him get to you if he does start saying anything bad, said Aldrich. He's just rambling. Oh, do not insult me like that. My heart is very frail, you know, responded Barbos. Aldrich leaped over several roofs, landing on a particularly large one. Here there were 3 grinners blocking his way.
Thank you.
Their Mora still just sealed his death bolt, and they could not stack the effect to seal multiple of his spells. Notably, though, the grinners could not seal anything from Crissa, maybe because her powers were one part Elden World magic and another part Flux category altar power. But even then, 3 grinners was something Aldrich did not want to waste time or effort dealing with. Thank you. The way Barbos worked was that he controlled most of the grinners here like puppets, but in doing so he could not defend his main body. Once Aldrich got close to Barbos, the greater demon would have to stop controlling the mobs and engage in a straight fight with Aldrich, or as straight a fight as it got. Barbos was tricky to deal with. Regardless, spending time here was counterproductive. Crissa sensed Aldrich's thoughts and put her fingers to the sides of her heads, charging up her mana.
Thank you.
A white light burst forth from her, swallowing up the 2 of them. In the next instant, Aldrich found himself far ahead of the grinner-infested rooftop. Crissa had teleported him.
Easy now. We need to save your mana,
said Aldrich. He pointed up to the distance to the top of the Arcellus tree.
We need to get all the way up there.
I've got enough for that, reassured Crissa.
Good.
Aldrich leaped down into the elven streets.
Thank you.
He was now in what looked like a town square with the temple sitting straight in the middle. Barbos's towering figure stood in front of it, a shadowy veil cast over the temple, blocking entry into it. The veil was supported by Barbos and would fade away if he died or lost mana. Like I said, I cannot let you enter, said Barbos. So what? Said Aldrich. You were hard to deal with because at this point I wouldn't have had holy magic to put you down with.
Thank you.
I had to use my legion and butcher you over and over again, and since you're a greater demon, you regenerate fast. Fast even for your greater kind, too. Like a cockroach, you got back up and up. Aldrich put his glowing golden halberd out. But things are different here. You only have 1 life here, Barbos, in the game. Aldrich had needed to kill Barbos 10 times before his regeneration slowed to the point the barrier behind him lifted. Thank you now, though, just 1 stab to the heart, and it was over. Things are different, I do agree. And did I not say before? I am much freer than your other quest critters. I can think for myself, and do you think I did not see you waving that holy stick around? Barbos clapped his dark purple arachnid legs together. Aldrich heard rumbling come in from all directions. Not the agile steps of hounds and imps or the thuds of grinners, but a stampede of possessed elves.
Thank you.
They poured in from every direction, filling up the square, completely surrounding Aldrich and Crissa. Aldrich circled around his halberd in front of him, but the elves did not step into his range. They just stared at him with dead eyes and motionless bodies. Some things are part of my programming, but some things are not. I am free to fight as I please now. Barbos's sizable body disappeared in a shower of purple sparks that faded quickly into nothingness. Thank you. When he spoke again, his voice echoed in such a way that it was impossible to hear where exactly it came from. Lesser demons cannot enjoy a host body unless it is perfect for them, but me, I can cram myself into an unfinished vessel fine enough, though I do prefer something a little more comfortable. So that's it, said Aldrich. He narrowed his eyes at what must have been over 100 elves all around him. You're going to hide inside one of these elves? Thank you. You have stay in the range of this square, I know that. Interesting, to say the least. Barbos in some ways had to obey his programming, like with not letting Aldrich pass, but in other ways he could transcend it. He was programmed to fight Aldrich with his own body, but now he had made use of possessed elves that did not seem to need as much mental control to operate as demons did, considering the fact that Barbos's barrier still stood strong. Why would I not? Thank you. You are far, far too scary for a weak-hearted one like myself to deal with. The way you move with those fancy swings and jumps and flips, you are a much better fighter than I, much better than in all your prior lives too. On par with a proper warrior, I'd say. Too scary to think about fighting by myself, so hiding it is the more time I spend here, the deeper the flame arc embeds itself.
Thank you.
A false flame arc, granted, conjured up in this silly little dream of a quest like everything else here. If it were real, I could even go home. But at the very least, I think there are some demons and infernal energy stored in there that will make your goals a tad bit harder to achieve. No. Aldrich stared at the elves. Men, women, teens, children, and maybe your heart is just as fragile as mine. Maybe you do not have it in you to mow down so many mortals. Thank you. After all, I can sense you were a mortal just so very recently, too. No, Crissa, Father wants you to know something, said Aldrich. What is it? Crissa clung to Aldrich's skeletal extra arm tight, tense at the sudden development. Some things I do because I have to. Aldrich stomped his foot into the ground and cast Call of the Impaler. The ground shivered, quaking as if in sheer anticipation of the blood it would soon drink.
Thank you.
Then stakes of bone ruptured forth, rising up from upturned piles of dirt from all around Aldrich. The sound of flesh splitting apart, rending against hardened bone, echoed through the air in a symphony of impalation. Aldrich briefly glanced around, seeing what must have been at least 100 elves held up high, their eyes still listless as blood poured from their bodies, trickling and painting the ashen white bone stakes in patterns of crimson. Thank you. The Call of the Impaler had worked incredibly, showcasing just how good it was at area of effect damage. Each stake must have had 3, 4, even 5 or 6 elves skewered on them. That was how tightly packed the elves had been trying to reach Aldrich, trampling over each other in a stampede of mindless, zombie-like drive by all the gods. That is what the mortals of this realm say. No, you truly do terrify me, said Barbos.
Thank you.
His voice still echoed, still permeated in such a way that it was impossible to pinpoint him. You massacred so many elves, young or old, man or woman, it did not matter at all. You scare me, player, you truly do. Aldrich used the space he had cleared to sprint forward, halberd in hand. He cast negative surge on himself, his legs and arms reinforcing with bonus power, and swerved through the crowd of elves, slashing his halberd in wide horizontal sweeps like a lawnmower.
Thank you.
He made sure to target necks, decapitating elves to kill them instantly. So long as Aldrich kept himself moving, he could clear through the elves without them getting the chance to dogpile him. Through a veritable rain of severed heads, Aldrich kept going and going, his entire body drenched in blood red, only his eyes shining visibly green through the crimson bath, eyes of complete focus. How horrifying, said Barbos.
Thank you.
Then, as Aldrich cleaved through 3 more elves, the demon's voice lost its sarcastic fear. And that little one of yours, she is no fragile flower either. I cannot read her at all with my demonic insight, but she seems quite supportive of all this mass murder. Aldrich kept his mind in tune with Crissa, ever vigilant of her mental state. He did not want to do this, to showcase how brutally efficient he could be when it came down to it, but Barbos had forced Aldrich's hand. Thank you. The longer Barbos stalled here, the more the flame arc would open and the stronger the possessed elves and every demon would get. Aldrich had no time to check every single elf individually, and all of them were enemies. If he killed enough of them fast enough, he would smoke Barbos out sooner or later. Are you okay, Crissa? Said Aldrich as he decapitated several more elves. Blood spurted from their headless neck stumps, drenching not just Aldrich, but Crissa as well. Thank you. However, the blood did not actually get on her. Instead, it clung just above her skin. Crissa had erected a personal spatial barrier. Her eyes, though, were open, taking in the carnage without much issue. She had the same concerned but detached look when she saw the butcher suffering. She cared about the elves' suffering, but not nearly to the same degree an ordinary human girl would. Crissa had not shut off entirely like she had at the surprise attack. She was holding on, and well, too.
Thank you.
I'm okay, Father, said Crissa, because I believe in you. You're smart and strong and so determined. I trust what you do, even if it means hurting people that aren't bad. Aldrich nodded. The faster I stop Barbos, the fewer elves die. This is the best way. When Aldrich saw how well Crissa could accept this, he wondered, was it because of her variant instincts? Or maybe deep down, even in the pure and warm part of Aldrich's soul, he had always been willing to make sacrifices. Thank you. Either way, Aldrich confirmed that Crissa would not hold him back. Maybe our hearts truly are similar, said Barbos. You and I both do not mind breaking our little game pieces. I thought perhaps you were soft in a squishy, mortal way. But you surprised me. Player, you surprised me well. You are truly broken, are you not, to be a flesh and blood mortal and do all this without the faintest change in expression? Aldrich did not respond to Barbos. Thank you. Secret demons like him were talkative and manipulative, always wanting to goad others into a reaction, to reveal things about themselves. It was also why he was not too inclined of trying to keep Barbos around. Aldrich could halfway purify Barbos's demon heart and then convert him into a summon. But secret demons told nothing but lies, and unlike loyal undead, demonic summons were extremely difficult to control, known notoriously for trying to overpower or control their summoners. Thank you. There you are. Aldrich spied Barbos in the distance past a small crowd of elves. He was in the body of a small boy, a faint red mark on the child's forehead, showing possession. Before Barbos could try and move to a different body, Aldrich drew his halberd back and with Olympic technique, threw it like a javelin. Thank you. Empowered by his superhuman base stats and buffed by negative surge, the golden halberd punched through 6 elves' bodies before landing right on the possessed child's heart, instantly killing him. The child tumbled back at the impact and coughed up blood, not just blood. A cloud of wispy purple darkness escaped from his mouth. The darkness congealed above in a ball that expanded by the moment, shaping back into Barbos's original shape. Now was the time for Aldrich to act. Thank you. A demon was weakest after being forced out of a body, their heart exposed to the world. Aldrich began to create another light-forged halberd, ready to strike Barbos down with holy energy. You got me, but now I have finished channeling my Mora. Barbos's voice was triumphant. The light gathering in Aldrich's hand broke apart like glass, shards of solidified gold dissolving into nothingness. He looked at his solar seal ring. It was covered in what looked like a layer of static. Thank you. Solar seal disabled. You know me well, do you not? You should have known I would seal your items. I thought at first to take away that fine cloak of yours, but you are not relying on that. No, that ring was the issue. Now, without your soul's source of holy energy, how will you ever defeat me? Aldrich held up his hand towards Crissa. Crissa understood what Aldrich wanted. She closed her eyes and hovered her pale little palm over the ring.
Thank you.
Spatial ripples covered the static layer before it disappeared, sucked into nothingness. She had warped it away. Solar seal enabled. This was why Aldrich said Crissa would be important here. Barbos's Mora, like many other secret demons, sealed something, and in his case, it was items. However, he did so by physically creating a layer of sealing energy that stuck to the item. Thank you. In theory, it made Barbos much more dangerous as the sealing layer clung to the disabled item and followed it even to the player's inventory. But in practice, that meant Crissa could just warp the physical layer away. Barbos lost here because he did not know what Crissa could do as a non-Elden world native. I did not foresee that. That little girl of yours, she is showing me that your home realm is one of remarkable power too. Thank you. If only I could reach into it and feast upon the many new souls within. Regrettable, said Barbos. Aldrich pointed his ring at Barbos and fired a beam of solar energy. A golden, red-tinted line connected with Barbos's still-forming body, burning it apart. Sunlight met darkness, and as expected drove it away, scattering the dark until Barbos's demon heart, a purple orb with glassy surface like a marble, lay bare.
Thank you.
The beam bore into the demon heart, cracking it, the breaks in the surface filling with light. I suppose this will be our last meeting. It was a good time, this one, better than all the others. It is a shame I could not escape this prison realm, Best of luck to you, my old friend, in escaping your own prison. Aldrich stopped the beam and walked over to Barbos's floating heart. What? Did I say something that interested you? I've thought about it, said Aldrich. Thank you. I was going to purify your core and use it to upgrade my items or spells. But there's no harm in keeping you around in this half-purified state. Unless someone offers you their body, you'll never incarnate and be a threat again. I know I can't make you tell truths, but maybe I'll find a way. Maybe I already know someone who knows a way. Can't hurt to try. Ha ha ha! Are you suggesting torturing a demon? Surely you must understand how futile that is. Thank you. We do not your mortal conception of pain or suffering. There's nothing that can force me to bend to your will. No such thing as absolutes now then. Aldrich grasped the cracked demon heart and willed it into his inventory. In this state, Barbos was classified as an item. That was how weak he was. Barbos disappeared, but not without an amused laugh. In the pecking order of magical beings in Elden World, demons and gods were at the top. Then nature spirits, then dragons.
Thank you.
Then beings like the Elder One that Flergen once served that were not gods, but functionally were the masters of an entire race. There was no necromancy that could bend a demon to Aldrich's will. But maybe the Death Lord or her followers, especially Medulla, a demon herself, had an alternative. Barbos's insight, the trait that let him read Aldrich's game files and identify him as a player, could come in handy. Thank you. Secret demons had the highest level of insight among demons, far surpassing even knowledge demons like Medulla. And that last thing he said about Aldrich being in a prison of his own, that was a topic Aldrich had invested interest in. Aldrich still did not know the origins of his system, but perhaps he could use Barbos's insight to find out, or maybe, most likely, Barbos was lying. The point was to find out. Thank you. Chapter 283 Defense. Chapter 283 Defense. The dark, static-filled veil surrounding the Velas temple faded away. As the veil broke apart, the white glow of the temple crept forward, finally freed. All the possessed elves nearby scattered away, disappearing back into the depths of their fire and destruction-torn town. The light of the temple was holy in nature, creating a purified area from which no average demon could wander in. Thank you. Not even demon-influenced beings like the possessed could breach the holy boundary. In other words, it was a small safe zone. Such an area would have damaged Aldrich too. But as a designated champion, the term given to the player for those blessed by the goddess to be heroes, he could access such areas with no issue. Aldrich stepped through the light with Chrysa on his skeletal extra arm and entered the cavern of intertwined branches and greenery. Thank you. Inside, vibrant shades of red, blue, gold, and white from glowing boughs of flowers growing on the walls and ceiling painted the temple innards with warm and inviting colors. A stark contrast to the dozens of dead elves scattered about. "Why are they all dead?" said Chrysa. "They don't look hurt at all. Can Father bring them back?" "Their souls are long gone," said Aldrich, "and they're hurt because of suffocation." Thank you. The demons couldn't get to them physically, but smoking out all the oxygen still got to them in the end. Chrysa nodded. I feel bad for them, for all of them outside. Will we save them, eventually? There's nothing left to save. All the living elves are too deep in possession that they've been carved out near hollow spiritually. They're like empty shells now. Thank you. The moment the demonic influence ends, they'll keel over and die. Their minds so deteriorated they can't even get themselves to breathe, said Aldrich. At first, Aldrich had not cared much because he had considered all the elves and trial quests as just game events to clear, but after resurrecting Flergen and talking to Barbos, he began to suspect strongly that they were not artificially constructed. All of the Elden World beings that Aldrich encountered were alive and fully sentient. Thank you. Sometimes, in the trial quests, their free will was stripped away due to programming, but as with Flergen, once they were freed from it, they were fully conscious beings. Barbos proved this even more. The Death Lord, Valera, the Death Guard, they were all very, very real. The most interesting thing that Aldrich noted was that the Elden World beings he saw could have been in early game bodies, lower leveled with less gear, but still have their endgame memories. Thank you. Valera, for example, showed up to Aldrich with none of her endgame stats or gear, but she retained all her memories with him. Same with the Death Lord. She was supposed to be dead, but she was still around with all her memories up to her death intact. That's sad, said Chrissa. They looked like nice people. Chrissa snapped Aldrich out of his contemplation. It's okay, Chrissa. Sometimes you can save them, sometimes you can't. Thank you. Not letting it crush you is how you stay on your feet, and the longer you stay on your feet, the more good you do. Aldrich reached the end of the temple in the deepest part of the cavern, and there he looked up to behold a glowing, white, seed-shaped construct of pure energy wrapped about in a tangle of roots. The roots attached to the walls and ceiling acting like veins that pumped glowing white energy from the seed to the rest of the temple. Thank you. This was an arcellus seed that had the capacity to grow into a towering arcello tree. It was a small seed, just the size of an average human, and unblessed, meaning it could not sprout into a full tree. It could, however, still be used to create a smaller construct like this temple. Strong, life-giving magics emanated from the seed. The ground around the seed grew particularly wildly, the grasses reaching as high as Aldrich's waist. Thank you. Elves would prostrate themselves in this grass in worship of their goddess from, feeling the seed's life-giving energy as their goddess's presence. It's shiny and warm. I like it. Chrissa hopped off of Aldrich's shoulder and floated towards the seed, touching it. Wait, that's dangerous, began Aldrich, knowing life energy could harm undead. In the case of the seed, even the goddess's champion protection did not work.
Thank you.
But Chrissa touched the seed with no issue, smiling as she basked in its life-giving energies. Perhaps this meant that certain undead from the real world were not affected by positive energy like this. I'm glad you like it, because once we're done with it, we're taking it home with us, said Aldrich. Really? Said Chrissa. I want to put it in the house. Yeah, it would be a solid addition to our boundary. Thank you. But it'll be a lot smaller and weaker than it is now, so don't get your hopes up too much. That's not fair. Tell me about it. Games always give you horrible downgraded versions of their boss or important plot items. Aldrich reached his hand towards the seed but did not touch it. A screen popped up in front of him. You have reached the arcellus seed. With its holy light, you may choose two options. Point 1. Bless you and all allied units with holy light for the remainder of this quest. 2.
Thank you.
Cause the seed to bloom. This will cause the seed to begin channeling and building up its stored energy. Upon the end of the channel, it will split apart and unleash a powerful wave of holy energy, purifying any demonic influence in its range. If the seed channels enough to fully purify the town, then the quest will be considered complete. However, you must defend the seed until the purification process is complete. Thank you. If the seed is damaged too much, the channeling will end and the seed will be rendered permanently inactive, destroying all available safe zones throughout the town. In addition, the boss of this area will notice the channeling and travel towards it. Aldrich pressed the second option with no hesitation. The seed started to flux with energy. Instead of sending waves of white outwards, it now drained the energy back into itself. The grasses wilted and died. Thank you. The cavern branches crumbled into dust, revealing once more the bright red and ash-filled sky of the flame arc. The seed floated in the air on its own, drawing a single ring around it to indicate it had begun its channeling process. Over time, it would grow 2 more rings, each representing 10 minutes, to signify channeling progress. With 3 rings, the seed would crack open and shunt out its built-up energy in a nova of positive force that would wipe out all weak demons. Thank you. It would not kill Demos, the main boss, but it would massively weaken him. And from there, it was a much easier job to get rid of Demos and then the Flame Arc. In essence, this turned the quest into a defense-based strategy game. But Aldrich had no intention of playing it. To defend this seed, he needed an entire army to ward off attacks from all sides. In Elden World, he enjoyed placing ranged units on rooftops, abusing chokeholds to minimize demonic swarms and the like. Thank you. Here, though, Aldrich had no army. With literally every single demon in the area now coming to this exact spot, he had no way to survive by himself, let alone defending the seed. But Barbos had confirmed to Aldrich one thing. You could think out of the box. You could play the game outside of its programming. This seed was just a distraction. Aldrich had no intention of protecting it. "Father, I don't like this," said Chrysa, her ears pointing up. "It is scary, isn't it?" "Thank you." Aldrich felt the ground shake. He heard the rumbling pitter and patter of countless demonic footsteps, all converging madly towards the seed like a storm of infernal might. In the distance, at the top of the towering arcillo tree where Demas channeled the flame arc, he saw a flash of bright orange fiery light that was Demas stopping the channel to move towards the seed as well. A bright orb of orange light started to move down the tree, showing Demas' progress to the seed. "Thank you. If the game was still the same, then it would take Demos 10 minutes. "All right, Chrysa," said Aldrich. For the first time, he manifested his frost-thallowed war scythe. In sparks of pale blue, the scythe materialized, and Aldrich felt its weight sit comfortably in his hands. From a metal staff base glowing with pale blue tint, scythe heads of pure ice on either end, allowing Aldrich to cleave from both sides of the scythe.
Thank you.
Spikes of ice also protruded from the ends of the metal base, letting Aldrich pierce like a spear if needed as well. Aldrich heard the rumbling of demons approach closer and closer now. These footsteps were lighter, comprised mostly of hellhounds and imps. It was only after a few minutes that heavier hitters like Grinners would show up. "Yes, Father." Chrysa looked around nervously, though her bared fangs and claws made it clear that she was ready to fight as well. "Thank you. We're going to hold our position for, let's see, around 5 minutes. Cover me if something dangerous looks like it's going to hit me. But other than that, you save your mana," said Aldrich. He pointed his scythe end to the top of the arcillo tree, where the flame arc was. "Because I'll need you to warp us both all the way over there. Chapter 284, Defense 2, Chapter 284, Defense 2, all the way over there."
Thank you.
Chrysa pointed to the top of the arcellus tree that grew so high that it almost looked like it could touch the sky. "I don't know if I can go that far,"
You can.
reassured Aldrich. "I know because I'm linked to you. Believe in yourself just as much as you believe in me."
Got it.
"Got it," Chrysa nodded. "Now then, time to deal with some unwanted guests." Aldrich briefly looked around. Elven houses blended well into nature, consisting of caverns built up of tangled branches and leaves. "Thank you." Many more were built into the tops or sides of large trees. Secret demons poked their masked faces out from the tops of the caverns or from the sides of the tree houses. As expected, they were all smaller and weaker, hellhounds and imps. Some of the imps had wings, making them more annoying to deal with, but in general this was all fodder. Nothing Aldrich could not deal with. "Father, I can take them down," began Kriya. "No, save your mana." "Thank you. I don't know exactly how much it'll take you to get to the top of the tree, but I know it's roughly around your max. Father will be okay. Don't worry about me and focus on yourself, all right?" "Okay." The good thing about the temple area that Aldrich stood on was that it was a wide stretch of flat ground. Elves did not build houses near their temples, so nothing to sneak up on Aldrich. "Thank you." Aldrich's death essence barrier flashed green as balls of orange fire and purple light crashed against him, fired from the hands and mouths of imps and hellhounds. These were tier 1 or 2 spells like Firebolt or Demon Shard, and did little to no damage against Aldrich's energy-resistant barrier. In the past, I would have had a barrier of corpses, all flammable and easily disintegrated from demonic energy. But now I can sit here all day without worrying about the likes of you.
Thank you.
Aldrich stood calm and still, his scythe planted on the ground beside him. "If you want to stop the seed from blooming, you'll have to get down and do the dirty work up close." The hellhounds hissed, and the imps growled. They made their move. The hounds got to Aldrich first, their canine bodies sprinting down walls and burnt forest floor as they sprinted ahead at full speed. When they got close enough, the hellhounds leaped up, aiming to bite at Aldrich's head and throat.
"Thank you."
Aldrich spun around with his scythe. He sliced 4 hounds clean in half, but there were 3 more that he could not cut down. No problem, though. A pale blue trail followed the scythe slash like Aldrich was drawing with it, and then the line erupted in a burst of energy that instantly froze the rest of the hounds. The frozen demons sailed past Aldrich and shattered into tiny little pieces against the ground. Good. Works just like how I remember it, said Aldrich. Thank you. The frost-allowed war scythe had a passive called frostbite trail that gave all of its slashes an explosive freezing after effect. This made it highly effective in clearing trash mobs, though the after effect was too weak to deal any real damage to a unit of Aldrich's equivalent level. It did contribute to rapidly building up the frozen status effect. Thank you. The status effect was complete when a unit was completely encased in ice, rendered immobile, and by striking them in this state, one could shatter the unit to either one-shot them or deal massive damage. Notably, if it did not execute outright, it did % max health damage, so Aldrich was curious whether this meant that it would take down even the toughest of supers in the real world. Imps made their way to Aldrich now, some attacking from above, some trying to claw at him. Thank you. Coupled with the hellhounds, and they composed a swarming mass of demonic bodies easily numbering 100 strong. Aldrich performed a dance of death through the horde, slicing and slashing his way through the demons with graceful footwork that easily outpaced them. The imps were clumsy, and the hellhounds moved too much on instinct. Compared to Aldrich, who had precision footwork beaten into him, the demons were easy to just dance laps around. Thank you. From above, it would have looked like Aldrich was drawing an elaborate pattern, the pale blue frostbite trail squiggling and threading through the crowd of demons. Bursts of frost energy erupted at the tail end of the trail, encasing corpses and living demons in ice. Father, they're at the thing. Crisa pointed back at the Arsalis seed. Some demons had taken their attention off Aldrich, realizing he far outclassed them, and started attacking the seed. Thank you. The seed was immune to projectile damage, but the demons could bite and claw at it. Forget about it, said Aldrich. We're not here to protect the seed. Are we still going to get it? Said Crisa. Looked like she was already developing a gamer's urge to get loot whenever possible. Yep. By choosing this defend the seed option, we'll get the seed guaranteed at the end of the quest, even if the demons end up breaking this one down. Thank you. But you're right, if I don't defend it at all, they might get suspicious that I'm not here for it to begin with. Aldrich turned around and got to cleaning up the low-level demons around the seed. After 3 minutes, the grinners came. They came in groups of 4, just the same as in the game. Later on, in the 10-minute mark, they would come in waves of 10, but 4 was manageable solo. The grinners came from all 4 cardinal directions. Thank you. Unlike the first grinner Aldrich killed, these ones were animalistic brutes like the imps. Intelligence among demons was not guaranteed unless they were under the greater classification or above. It was a toss-up whether lesser or regular demons had intelligence. And generally, it was said that lower-tier demons with intelligence had the potential to evolve higher. Thank you. Death bolt sealed, the 4 demons closed in on Aldrich, shattering frozen chunks of their lesser comrades beneath heavy, rapid footsteps. More lesser demons closed in, though, and Aldrich sighed. It would be tough getting rid of the grinners while trash mobs harassed Aldrich, but Aldrich was prepared for this, and quite excited, actually. He got to use the scythe's active.
Thank you.
Right, as the 4 grinners converged on Aldrich, their burly fists cocked back. He swung his scythe in an omnidirectional sweep around him. A howling wind current raged all around Aldrich, buffeting the grinners back. Countless little shards of ice in the wind acted like bullets, punching through all the lesser demons within. This was called wailing winds, and it effectively created a deadly combo of a small blizzard and a meat grinder of raging ice shards. Thank you. The grinners covered their masked faces with their arms. The ice shards crashed against their skin, but unlike with their weaker brethren, the shards did not break through. Instead, they spread apart on impact, rapidly building up a freezing layer that contributed to the frozen status effect. Any unit in this area was nearsighted due to the foggy wind and the ice shards whirling about, but on top of that, Aldrich, as the user of the scythe, was actually invisible.
Thank you.
Abusing his invisibility, Aldrich cast Bonaripper. Rippling black energy encased his left hand. Wielding the scythe in his right, Aldrich got to work on the nearest grinner. He crashed his curse-wrapped hand against the demon's chest. The purple flesh shook a little, undulating, like it was made of liquid before shattered rib bones burst out in a spurt of flesh and black blood.
Thank you.
This exposed the grinner's beating, dark purple heart, and Aldrich stabbed into it with his scythe, instantly killing the grinner's flesh body. During attacks, Aldrich was still visible, so the other 3 grinners rushed towards him. He slipped away, and in the wailing, raging winds, he disappeared like a phantom. He snuck right behind one of the grinners and cast Bone-Bearing Curse. From an extended finger, an X-shaped black symbol floated forward.
Thank you.
The grinner sensed Aldrich and whirled around, hitting him with a fist. Aldrich blocked with the light shield on his skeletal arm, though the hit was heavy enough to send him flying a few meters back. The other 2 grinners heard the impact of fist against solid metallic light and rushed towards Aldrich. Got you! Aldrich saw the bone-bearing curse reach the grinner's chest. The X marked itself on the flesh, and the grinner seized up. Fight!
Thank you.
Roared Aldrich as he leaped backwards, dodging the 2 grinners as they slammed their fists down at him. The marked grinner charged forward, tackling one of his brethren. The bone-bearing curse controlled any flesh and bone creature, and though the grinner was technically a demon that was a spirit at base, it still inhabited a physical body that Aldrich could now manipulate. That leaves 1. Aldrich would have to beat down the last grinner with pure damage.
Thank you.
No Bonaripper curse for a cheap instant kill due to its relatively high cooldown, but if there was one thing that Aldrich knew a thing or two about, it was in giving out beatdowns, especially beatdowns that led to executions. Aldrich tossed his scythe at the grinner's head. The scythe spun rapidly before the blade dug itself right into the blank white eye of the grinner's mask. Thank you. Black blood spurted from the entry wound, and the grinner grunted as it jolted back, grasping at the scythe to pull it out. With negative surge buffing Aldrich's limbs, he rushed in, snapping a scything kick at the demon's knee. With a loud crack of breaking bone, the demon knelt down, one leg disabled. Aldrich did not know how exactly a demon's vitals worked, whether they had a liver to target, so he worked with what he could directly see.
Thank you.
He drew 3 fingers together and jammed them into the grinner's other eye. His fingers broke through the mask and reached into soft, squishy flesh. What Aldrich knew about dealing with Elden World units was that they no longer operated off of a pure HP bar. Their vitality was more like a measure of their general durability. In essence, how tough their skin, muscles, bones, and such were. But take out vital organs like the heart or brain, then they died, no matter how high their vitality was. Thank you. The same principle applied to the flesh constructs that the demons used. Aldrich gripped the grinner's face tight, hooking his fingers jammed into its eye socket deep. Chrysa, get off, said Aldrich. Chrysa floated upwards. With her clear, Aldrich casted burning agony. His entire body burst into flames as his heartbeat pounded audibly.
Thank you.
The flames erupted from his fingers as well. The same fingers jammed into the demon's head, and they scorched the grinner from inside, melting away the brain within a few seconds. The grinner grew limp, and Aldrich pushed the demon away. The creature crashed into the frozen ground, motionless. Chapter 2, 185 Deimos, The Dark Eye. Aldrich exhaled flaming blood and steam as he turned burning agony off. The wailing winds ended at this point, taking up its maximum duration of 20 seconds.
Thank you.
When the blizzard settled down, ice shards clattering on the iced dirt, Aldrich saw that the remaining 2 grinners had been frozen in a wrestling struggle against each other. Chrysa plopped down on Aldrich's skeletal hand again. That was so cool, Father. When can I learn to fight like that? Punching and kicking like that. Your levels give you mana and stats, but you need to learn how to use it all. That's true, soon, Chrysa. With our link, I'm sure you'll pick up on things fast. Thank you. Aldrich dislodged his scythe from the grinner's eye, and then materialized a light-forged sword, needing to execute the grinners with holy weaponry because they could regenerate much faster than the lesser demons. Aldrich stabbed the solid light blade into the hearts of all 4 grinners, purifying and warping them into his inventory. Now, with a total of 5 purified demon hearts, Aldrich could reasonably craft quite a good curse spell or enchantment. Thank you. That Aldrich would refine into a potent instant death spell, something he was currently lacking after having to give up his old lantern to fully activate Volantis. Instant death spells were generally all curse-type spells, and there was nothing like demon hearts to construct effective curses. In lore, demons were the origin of all curse-type magic. Raw material harvested from their kind would yield the strongest curses possible. Thank you. Once I start punching and kicking like Father, nobody will ever beat me, and I'll protect Father forever, said Crissa. Not forever. One day I'd like you to do your own thing. Seeing kids realize their dreams, their own dreams, not ones forced on them through necessity, makes me happy, said Aldrich. He briefly looked around to see all the demons in the vicinity had been cleared out, giving him some breathing room. I'd like the same for you. Crissa cocked her head quizzically. Thank you, what I want, but I just want to help you. That's fine too. In time, though, if you ever do want to do something else, I won't stand in your way. Just know I'm giving you that freedom. Aldrich knew that Crissa protected him because she was essentially programmed too as a chrysalis. But the longer she grew, the more she experienced, the more she would develop into her own person, into an individual. When that happened, Aldrich did not want her to feel shackled by him. Thank you. Aldrich felt a rumble echo under his feet. This was different from the vibrations from the stampede of demonic hordes. No, this was a deeper rumble, a solid quake that heralded not a mass of fodder, but the arrival of one powerful entity. Aldrich spied the orange light in the distance that his system marked out to track Deimos. Deimos had landed, having scaled down the full length of the Arcelo tree. A certain heavy pressure landed on Aldrich's shoulders. The air grew hotter. Thank you. The rain of ash from the smoke clouds above grew thicker, the slow snowfall of burnt matter turning more into a blizzard, much like the one Aldrich had conjured. Father, I don't like this. Can we actually fight that thing? Crissa pointed way into the distance. She could not see Aldrich's system interface, but she could sense what he was looking at. It feels so strong, stronger than you, Father. He is, said Aldrich, Deimos, the Dark Eye. Level 50 plus Warlock. Thank you. Arguably one of the strongest bosses out of all the trial quests when considering relative difficulty adjusted to level. Supported by twin archdemons, Anhil and Nyla, Anhil's Dark Eye lets him severely cut down the stats of those he looks at, provided they are not bound by holy protection. Nyla's Maw lets him absorb any attack no matter how strong it is, and even replicate it. As we are now, we have no way of beating him. Aldrich reached up and clasped Crissa's nervous hand. Thank you. He pointed up to the top of the Arcelo tree. But we aren't here to fight him. Take us up there, Crissa. Deimos has wasted his time getting down here. If we warp up there, we can close the flame arc and weaken him. Got it! Crissa closed her eyes, took in a deep breath, and balled up her fists. She trembled in exertion, brows furrowing as her silvery hair sparkled with white. A silver aura wrapped around both Aldrich and Crissa as the space around them began to distort. Thank you. Pieces of rubble, frozen demon chunks, and clumps of ash. All swirled around Aldrich, rotating in a rapid orbit as Crissa's spatial power fluxed in rapid circular currents, building up intensity and power. Let's, Crissa exhaled, shouting. Go! All in an instant, Crissa unleashed her belt of power. Aldrich's vision drowned out in white as bright light burst forth from Crissa, engulfing both of them. Thank you! In the next instant, Aldrich found himself up high, the burning town beneath him little more than just a smattering of flashing orange and red dots. He stopped himself from falling using his cloak, levitating in the air. Behind him he beheld the monumental Arcelo tree trunk, taller and wider than any skyscraper in the real world. The bark was blackened, scarred with deep cracks of angry, burning red. Thank you. Aldrich did not have more time to admire the sheer grand scale of the tree compared to seeing it on a screen. Crissa was not on his shoulder. He immediately tapped into his soul link with her and saw that she was higher up, falling, a speck of glowing white amid a bleak canvas of reds and oranges and blacks. Aldrich flew upwards and took Chrysa in his arms. "I'm tired," said Chrysa, tears of sleepiness welling up in her green eyes. "You did well, Chrysa," said Aldrich.
Thank you.
But we're not at the top," Chrysa pointed up. The top of the tree was still 50 or so meters away. "You did your best. That's what matters the most to me." Aldrich hugged Chrysa to his chest as he flew up, the cloak of stitched souls uttering faint wails of agony instead of windy billows. He noted that the cloak let him fly approximately around his own running speed. In a few seconds, Aldrich reached the top of the tree.
Thank you.
The branches of the arcello tree had all burned off, leaving just a wide, flat, charred platform with the giant flame arc glowing angrily above. This would have served as the boss arena to fight Demos, but, well, Demos was all the way down. Aldrich landed on burnt wood, some bits of charcoal crumbling away under his dress shoes. He looked up at the flame arc.
Thank you.
It cast down bright red and orange light, and seeing into it, he felt voices indecipherable whispering in his head, countless voices of demons just waiting to break through. "Just one more thing, Chrysa," said Aldrich. He jumped up, flying up to the flame arc. Despite its flaming appearance, it did not emit any heat. It did, however, emit a powerful insanity aura that would have rendered the average mortal completely brain-dead and quickly possessed afterwards. "Thank you." Fortunately, both Aldrich and Chrysa were immune as undead, though the champion's blessing shielded them as well. "We have to close this. Can you do it?" "I can." Chrysa shook her head and slapped her cheeks with her little hands, rousing herself. "I can." Chrysa floated away from Aldrich and reached out to touch the flame arc. In front of the enormous infernal tear in space, both Chrysa and Aldrich looked like ants.
Thank you.
Aldrich was not exactly sure Chrysa had it in her to close a portal of this scale. He knew that, in spite of how threateningly impressive they looked, flame arcs were very fragile. Until they were fully formed, they were very unstable. Even if they were large, they were like a shaky house of cards. Just close or seal a little piece of them, and the whole thing just broke apart. Chrysa reached her hands out.
Thank you.
Her hands glowed a bright white. And then, from her palms, shining threads of energy spooled out, reaching one edge of the flame arc. The threads acted like sutures, reaching from one edge of the flame arc to the other, wrapping them shut tight like a sewn-up wound. Aldrich blinked. He did not have as sensitive an eye to energy signatures as Volantis did, but wearing the living armor for some time had given him some more familiarity to it. "Thank you." And he could tell one thing. The threads that Chrysa created were almost exactly the same as the threads the voice had used to control Okeanos back when he was under its control. The implications were groundbreaking. Was Chrysa herself connected to the voice, or, maybe more likely, was her species, the chrysalis, connected to it? Could Aldrich, if he dived deep enough into Chrysa's soul, reach the voice, or at the very least figure out more about the voice? "Thank you." And if Aldrich's connection with Chrysa went both ways, then did he risk the voice reaching him as well? Before Aldrich could process it all, Chrysa shouted in glee. Done! Chrysa had sutured shut just a small part of the half-formed flame arc. But even that was enough to start its collapse. The flame arc began to close from where Chrysa had sewn it, the V's slowly but surely sealing into disappearance on its own. "Look at that! It was so big, but I managed to beat it."
Thank you.
Chrysa turned to Aldrich, proud of herself.
You did great.
Aldrich smiled. He reached out to hold Chrysa. He sensed danger with sheer instinct. He activated his cloak's hallowed ground. Instantly, a cloud of light green full of emerged around them. Countless skeletal spirits swum around this cloud, half swimming in it and half forming the mass to begin with. A fiery red spear shot into the hallowed ground but simply disappeared, swallowed up by one of the swimming spirits. "Thank you." Inside the cloud of souls, Chrysa rushed to Aldrich's embrace, shaking in fear. "What was that?" said Chrysa. Aldrich narrowed his eyes as he looked down. Though it was impossible to see inside the soul cloud from outside, Aldrich could see outside as if watching through a transparent screen. Demos, chapter 286 Demos, the Dark Eye 2. Aldrich deactivated the hallowed ground. The longer he used it, the higher its cooldown would be in between usages.
Thank you.
As of now, the base cooldown was already high at 10 seconds. Using it for a duration over 10 seconds would extend that cooldown all the way up to 1 minute. The soul cloud collapsed, the skeletal faces on Aldrich's cloud sucking the souls in. "It's you." Demos looked up at Aldrich. His slender, pale arm was stretched outwards. His blackened fingers pointed towards Crissa as if he had just finished throwing something. Faint sparks of red danced around the elf's dark fingers. "Thank you." The telltale sign of demonic energy recently being used. "So you recognize me as well." Aldrich looked Demos up and down. The elven warlock looked the same, short, as far as elves went, just barely hitting around 180 centimeters. His eyes were tinted red and underlined with large dark bags of sleepless nights. A mop of messy, spiky white hair sat on his head, and it was hard to tell whether they were white because of natural color or because of ash.
Thank you.
His features were pale and gaunt, his cheeks sunken in like he was just a few days away from flat-out starving to death. "You look just as bad as you did before." "I'm used to it." Demos drew his hand back. His ash and char-stained robes concealed most of his body, and probably not by design. The robes looked more like an oversized sack, something a homeless person might fish out of the dumpster to use as a blanket. "Thank you." Demos's right eye turned solid white, the same blank shade as that which belonged on the secret demon's mask eye holes. When his solid gaze landed on Aldrich, he felt a heavy weight descend all around him. A kind of heavy liquid weight that must have been like what swimming at the bottom of the ocean must have felt like. A smoky black aura started to wrap all around Aldrich's body, afflicted by the curse of Anhil. Aldrich instantly felt his stats depleting rapidly. "Thank you." They could continue to deplete until they were half of what they normally were. "A severe nerf, Father." Crissa patted Aldrich's head in concern. He raised his hand, telling her it was all right. Aldrich then fired a death bolt from his hands. Demos did not react. Instead, a masked serpent slithered into sudden view from behind him. The bright red mouth line on the mask split apart and opened impossibly wide, the serpent's jaw unhinging to reveal a pitch-black void-like mouth. "Thank you." Wind currents blew in towards the mouth in a high-pitched whine, and vacuum force drew the death bolt right into the darkness. The green bolt broke apart into countless little shards, and then those shards faded into nothingness as they drew further and further into the dark. "Same moveset, too," commented Aldrich. The serpent on Demos's shoulder closed its mouth, restoring its red-lipped tribal mask face.
Thank you.
The serpent was black with a mane of red and orange feathers around its neck, granting it a Mesoamerican flair. That was a small aspect of Nila, the archdemon that granted Demos near immunity to projectiles by absorbing them and, after some time, replicating them. "But this doesn't explain how you managed to get here so quickly," said Aldrich. "I don't know either. You trying to close the flame arc triggered something? I was warped close." Demos shrugged. "I see."
Thank you.
Aldrich could guess what had happened. By starting the process of closing the flame arc, Aldrich had triggered Demos's boss fight. However, since Demos was out of his boss arena, the game automatically warped him back in. "Why are you even here again?" said Demos. "To kill me again? Go ahead. Free me from this prison, but please, I'm begging you, don't bring me back. Make it end forever." Aldrich paused. Was this a sort of trick? "I'll gladly take you up on that offer." "Thank you. That is, if it's being made in good faith." "It is. I don't want to be here. Here." Demos waved his bony hands all around himself. "Where I wanted to die in the first place. Reliving this again and again, I don't want it. I don't want it at all. I understand." Aldrich started to float down in the lore. Demos had nothing going for him.
Thank you.
He was born short for an elf, with a sickly body that could not jump from tree to tree nor defend himself from the wilds, and elven society very much was attuned with the wild, and with the wild came wild laws, laws where the weak were culled from the herd. Demos was cast away to die as a boy when it was clear he would not stay weak. Yet, though his body was weak, his magic was potent, and it surfaced strongly upon his exile. Thank you. In particular, he had a special trait to connect to beings from other realms. It did not take long before he forged a pact with a demon, and he used that power for nothing more than to simply live in a hut by himself, content with peace and solitude. For years, Demos spent his time in quietude, but that broke apart when a young elven girl washed up near the stream he lived by. She was near death, suffering from a head wound, and he nursed her to health. When she came to, she had no memories. Thank you. Demos decided to raise the girl as his little sister, as the family he had never had. Years passed until it came to be that the girl was a kindle maiden, a young priestess destined to be sacrificed to the holy flame to keep it burning. Demos was left to die while his only family was taken and burned alive. It was then that he forged a much stronger, much more self-destructive pact with the twin demons Anhil and Nila that saved him from death and granted him power. Thank you, power that came at the cost of much of his sanity, but Demos did not need sanity. He was here to commit suicide, to kill as many elves as possible before he himself died. But the more his sanity faded, the more the demons he had bound himself to took over, and that was why he now tried to open a flame arc to bring the demons in. "What are you saying, Demos?" said the serpent. Her voice had a faint rattle to it as it came out in smooth, gentle waves. "Thank you. The elves here are still very real, and they are responsible for burning your dear little sister. We cannot stop until all of them are gone. No matter how many times you come back, the pain is all real, is it not? Does that not mean we have to answer in kind? To make the others suffer again and again, is that not what Etwa would have wanted? No, she would have wanted me to rest." Demos rubbed his eyes, tired. "Not true." "Thank you. Come, listen, see, hear, feel her pain as the flames melted her skin, then her flesh, then her bone." The white eye spots on Nyla's mask flashed. Demos put his hands on his face as he doubled over. "You're right. All that pain, someone needs to answer for it, and the rules of this realm dictate that you must fight. You may as well fight in the name of Etwa, no? So fight, Demos, fight." "Thank you." Aldrich started to cast Bona Ripper, wondering if he could abuse Demos's emotional instability and sneak in a one-shot kill. "Can we help him?" said Krysa. "The bad people are talking to him, but maybe we can convince him to not fight us." Aldrich stopped casting Bona Ripper. It was worth a shot, if only because he had little hopes that his one-shot kill strategy would work. As long as Nyla was around, she could force Aldrich back. "No," Aldrich called out.
Thank you.
He landed on the burned treetop arena a dozen meters away from Demos's struggling figure. "You don't have to fight. You can break the rules here. You can rise above your programming. You don't have to listen to the demon. Make your own choice, Demos?"
My own choice?
Demos paused his breathing. His voice cracked, confused. "Yes, your own choice. You've fought and suffered long enough. You can rest now, but it has to be your choice. Rest. That does sound nice. Thank you." Demos closed his eyes. "Rest? And let your sister's pain and suffering be in vain? Do you think she will forgive you if you rest while she died in agony?" Nyla chastised Demos. "Right. I have to avenge her." Demos's eyes snapped open again. He balled his fists. He stared at Aldrich with renewed hatred, hatred that sharpened the jagged edges of vengeance. "That isn't true," said Aldrich.
Thank you.
Looking at Demos, he saw the same stare he once carried years ago, back when his vengeance was hot, when it consumed everything about him. "You know that Etwa is gone, and she's been long gone. You knew she was a good girl who would have wanted nothing but the best for you. Tell me, Demos, is this the best for you? Is all this?" Aldrich motioned to the raining ash all around them. "What she would have wanted? No, she would have hated this. She would have hated me." "Thank you." Demos struggled, his fingers clawing into his hair, into his head. "Yes, she would have hated you for letting her suffer," said Nyla. "I don't want her to hate me." "Then fight, avenge her." "No, rest," Aldrich countered. "Rest, Demos, let go. She doesn't hate you, and you know that she would never blame you for what happened. She was nice. She wouldn't have blamed me, Demos said shakily. That's right.
Thank you.
Aldrich walked closer to Demos, close enough that he could reach out and touch him, but far enough that if Neela lashed out, he could dodge. She would have wanted you to stop this. She wouldn't have wanted you under a demon's control. She would have wanted you free, free to let go. Free, Demos nodded weakly. He turned to Neela. I want to be free. I don't want you anymore. I did not expect this. Neela's head snaked back. Thank you. She jerked her head to Aldrich, facing him with an unnatural snap of emotion. But too late, player. Neela opened her jaw, and Aldrich stepped back, wary of an attack. Instead, Neela bit down on Demos's head. She swallowed him whole like a python, and the shape of Demos's body visibly bulged against her scaly skin. No, no, Demos shouted, his cries muffled. Aldrich reacted, thrusting a light-forged halberd point right at Neela's masked face. Thank you. A burst of dark energy erupted from Neela, knocking Aldrich several meters back and enshrouding the serpent demon in a cloud of black smog. Aldrich skidded to a halt on one knee. He leered as he got a visual of Neela. The smog cleared up. Neela stepped forward. She had completely fused with Demos's body and taken it over. That was an interesting discussion, said Neela. You almost took my beloved pact holder away, but I have been with him too long. I am one with him now. Thank you. Chapter 287, Power of the Sun. Chapter 287, Power of the Sun. Aldrich half reached out towards Demos, perhaps some small shade of him wanting to help someone that had been just like him, but he stopped as combat instinct kicked in. There was no saving Demos. In fact, it was likely that Neela had complete control over Demos this whole time. She had been letting Demos struggle just for her amusement. For that was how demons were. Thank you. Inhuman in the sense that they were so beyond humanity it was nigh impossible for their horned kind to ever relate to mortal blood and struggle, in the same way that people perceived ants. Demons perceived people with an indiscriminate coldness that often manifested as cruelty, though at its heart it was mostly indifference. Aldrich could relate to that, too.
Thank you.
Those thoughts of seeing humans as lesser as just bags of meat and blood lay readily in the back of his head, and he knew very well that if he let go even just a bit, if he let the last shard of his humanity break, then the floodgates would open and he would become just the same as Neela or any other inherently superior immortal species. We couldn't save him. Chrysa hung her head down, and in a way, Chrysa was the light that shone on Aldrich's human self.
Thank you.
No, she was his human self reflected right before him, born of that warm part of his soul that still let him empathize. You do not mourn for him? It seemed that you two had quite the touching conversation ongoing, said Neela to Aldrich. I'm over it, said Aldrich. Though I do have to say, indiscriminate cruelty is distasteful. Not cruelty, it is indifference. Or maybe curiosity, like a child tearing the wings off a fly. Yet, at the end, it's still cruelty, said Aldrich. Thank you. These mortals, even this one, an elf that can live 500 years, are little specks in the vastness of the realms. Their suffering or their joy, none of it matters in the end. No, they are just food, or pieces to play with to ease the boredom of infinity. Though you, young as you are, have yet to feel that. You're right, Aldrich cracked his knuckles. So unfortunately for you, I can't quite empathize. Then you will strike me down. Very unfortunate. Thank you. I am nearly fully incarnated now. If you wish, I could accompany you in your journey, said Neela. Not happening. Secrets are the lifeblood of betrayal. Trusting a secret demon isn't something I'm gullible enough to do. At best, I'll incinerate you down into a half-purified heart and see if I can bend you to my will, said Aldrich. I am an archdemon, Lich, said Neela. I am not like Barbos. This vessel of mine harbors merely a fragment of my being. Thank you. My true self is still realms away in the depths of Morhal. You may be able to wear me down into energy you can use, but my will, it will return to Morhal. So Morhal exists? Aldrich raised a brow. Of course. Neela pointed to the now nearly closed flame arc. That is a sorry fake conjured up by this prison realm. If it were the real thing, I could have shown you Morhal in its full glory, though you would have been torn apart before you could truly enjoy it. Thank you. What I do wonder about is if I can escape to your new realm. Surely it must be teeming with souls. No. If I can harvest enough, then could I not open a new, real flame arc? I could bring Armageddon upon your realm and bask in the flames with all my beloved brethren. Nyla stroked a black wrapped hand over her right eye. It still projected the curse of Anhill debuff. I would see my dear brother Anhill again, too. She's a bad guy. Chrysa pointed an accusing finger at Nyla. Thank you. She wants to mess up the world. I suppose I am. Trickery will not work on you, Lich, so I am making it clear to you what my desires are. Your death, perhaps your body, if I can take it. My freedom, then your realm. Surprisingly straightforward for a secret demon, said Aldrich, but that makes things easy. You die or I do. Yes, Nyla replied simply. Father, I know we're supposed to beat the bad guys, but how do we beat her? Chrysa grasped at her dress with shaky hands. Thank you. I want to help, but I used up all my mana. That's fine, Chrysa. I want you to get into my boundary, out of harm's way. This is too high level for you. I'll handle it, but no ifs and buts? Aldrich gave Chrysa a stern look. Chrysa nodded. Okay, Father, I'll see you win on the telescreen. With that, Chrysa disappeared in a shower of white particles that gathered into Aldrich's chest, where his phylactery was. Curious little thing, her, said Neela.
Thank you. Once I'm done ending you, I will keep her alive some.
I sense she may be an even better vessel for me to enter you realm with her ability to touch the currents of the outer. The outer? Aldrich narrowed his eyes. He remembered his discussion with Medulla. The outer was the mysterious source from which Elduin natives drew forth new types of power. Thank you. The circle-based magic system, skill system, and class system, for example, was not, according to lore, native to Elduin, but developed by the first two gods, the Arcane Emperor and the Enlightened One. Aldrich's character was also touched by the Outer, the hero of the story that was said to be guided by will higher than any god or entity, that existence being the player himself. If there was one topic that Aldrich could crack to get at the secrets of his system, it was the Outer. Thank you. The outer, yes, but I do not know much about it. The knowledge demons are more obsessed with that topic, and even if I did know, I would not reveal it. For there would be no greater secret worth keeping, and, as you have noted, I am a secret demon. Nyla stretched her arms out to her sides. Red and orange hellfire wrapped around the limbs in a coat of blazing heat. Unlike ordinary fire, hellfire did true damage that disintegrated targets directly. But enough chatter. Thank you. I have no use talking to one soon to perish, for I see no way you can defeat me. You have a few new toys, yes, but you have no legion. Closing the flame arc while I was distracted was clever, but it will do you no good. Unlike before, I have nearly fully taken over this elf's body. I do not need a flame arc to sustain my existence. I am already anchored into this vessel. My strength has reached a new height that you cannot hope to surpass. You're right. Did I hear that correctly? Thank you. You acknowledge my superiority. I do. You've nerfed my stats to half with that eye. I have no units to distract your line of sight. On top of that, you still have access to your own absorption power and Deimos's slew of warlock spells. And, as you said, half-incarnating using Deimos's body means you not only are not getting nerfed by the flame arc closing, but on the contrary, your stats are buffed. You must be, what, level 60 now? A crude measurement of power, but yes, said Neela. Thank you. If you accept your weakness, then it will not be difficult to accept your death. I will make it swift, Lich, in honor of the times we had spent together in past. But one thing I've noticed is that you secret demons, despite having high insight, don't know what equipment or units from altar sources can do, said Aldrich. Altar, Nyla quizzically tilted her head. Is that name of the realm that your little spawn originates from, and that ring of yours? Thank you. Aldrich took that response as confirmation. Secret demons could not read into things from the real world. They could identify it, recognize it as something new, but they could not see deep into it and figure out details as they could with Elden World elements. Some items that completely lacked magical signatures, like Aldrich's earpiece, still embedded in his ear, they could not pick up on at all. You've underestimated me, demon.
Thank you.
Aldrich dematerialized his scythe and his cloak, leaving him with just his suit and body, and the solar seal. He held his hand up, and the golden ring around his index finger shone bright, and you've underestimated my world. Aldrich activated the sunlit function. An eruption of power sweltered around Aldrich, manifesting as a golden pillar of cascading light that constantly fluxed above him. A sound like rock cracking echoed through the air. Thank you. Deep, brilliant gold lines started to weave their way through Aldrich's body, starting first from the skin around his ring, then traveling everywhere. It was as if a sun was being born inside Aldrich, its light and heat ready to crack his body apart and escape at any given moment in one huge nova. When the cracks reached his eyes, they turned from green into radiant gold. Aldrich started to float into the air, not with the aid of a mystical cloak, but with alter-human force.
Thank you.
He felt heat inside of him, burning, intense heat, painful heat, as if by the second he was melting away, dissolving into fuel for radiant light. The pain was considerable, but burning agony had taught him to resist it. Curse of Anhel dispelled with holy energy, Aldrich's stats skyrocketed, but he could not check them. Fusing with the solar battery power and alter superpower seemed to mess up his system, completely glitching it out. Thank you. It would likely stay that way until his sunlit state faded. All he knew was that he was strong, stronger than ever before. This was power. The power of not just Seth Solar, but Solomon Solar, a man who once was in contention to be the strongest hero in all of the United States. The power of the sun. Ah, I did not expect this either. Nyla stepped back, light shining all around her as if highlighting a spotlight on her mistake.
Thank you.
Chapter 288, Power of the Sun 2. Aldrich unleashed all that power, the might of a sun, inside of him. He flew forwards at hyperspeed, so fast that he easily shattered past the sound barrier. Unused to the sudden cocktail rush of speed, he could not get out a punch.
Thank you.
Instead, he crudely shoulder bashed into Neela, but even that hit so hard that Neela shot backwards like a pinball, her head whipping back as her figure accelerated out of the boss arena into the distance, rapidly fading into a black dot. Shards of pale flesh broke off from Aldrich's shoulder where he had made impact and fell to the floor. When the gold-tinted shards touched the blackened ground, they disintegrated into 1,000 little particles.
Thank you.
The broken shards made a small indent in his shoulder, and it was not muscle and blood and bone that was visible there, but just pure light. Aldrich was literally turning into pure energy, breaking down to host the solar battery forced inside of him. He recalled an interview with Solomon Solar, back when he was a kid that looked up to that shining symbol of heroism. While atop the unconscious body of a giant villain, Solomon answered an interviewer's question. What's it like to use your power? Thank you. Solomon had answered with a smile that Aldrich now knew to be a meticulously constructed fake. It feels like I'm burning up inside. Not like a fever, but like I'm turning right into the sun itself. If I stop focusing for just a little bit, I can imagine my whole body just going bam, turning into light. Not that I'll ever let that happen. With Vanguard gone, someone's got to pick up the slack, and I know a thing or two about hard work. Aldrich distinctly understood what Solomon had meant. Thank you. If he let his focus go for just one errant instant, he could see himself just blasting apart, all that solar energy in his body going supernova and eating up his flesh in a flash, but now was not the time to hesitate. Aldrich always knew he would have had to rely on Sunlit to finish this trial quest. Without his legion, that was the only way to beat Deimos. Thank you. He had wanted to weaken Deimos as much as possible to minimize the time in Sunlit, as he did not have a good idea of the risks involved. But he had no such luxury now. All spells disabled, all equipment disabled, inventory disabled, interface disabled. All Aldrich had for power was now this. He had to end things with it, and he had to end them soon. Aldrich flew, rapidly reaching Nila's falling body. In the brief breather that Aldrich took, Nila adjusted.
Thank you.
She flew as well now, wings of pure flame stretching out from her shoulder blades. When she saw Aldrich's bright figure approach like a shooting star, she clapped her hands together and cast hellfire armor. Red and orange flames roared all around Nyla's body, turning into a moving, flickering armor that would disintegrate anything that got close. A perfect deterrent for melee fighters. Aldrich did not care. "Thank you." He sped forwards and unleashed a punch, this time now more in control of his enhanced speed and strength. His cracked fist smashed into Nyla's mask face with a golden shockwave, blasting her rapidly down. Aldrich glanced at his fist. It was gone, broken apart by solar energy, the impact and disintegration from briefly touching hellfire. Not that it mattered, kill or be killed. That was the situation at stake. Thank you. No, not just that. If he lost now, then his entire world was in jeopardy against Nyla. Chris's life, too. Aldrich flew downwards, reaching Nyla again mid-fall. He cocked his other fist back and slammed it into Nyla's chest, where her heart was. Another shockwave impact blasted the demon even faster into the ground, where she landed with a cataclysmic crash, gouging out an enormous crater big enough to swallow up an entire building. Thank you. That Nyla managed to even stay intact in the face of such overwhelming power was impressive, but not impressive enough. The damage she had sustained from just 3 full power hits was starkly visible in the cracks in her mask and body of solid darkness. The holy damage infused into Aldrich's sunlit state also affected her greatly. The cracks in Nyla's body burning up, turning angry red. Aldrich flew down for the last, fully intending on ending this. Thank you. He felt fiery heat rage beneath his eyes, begging to escape in the form of heat rays, but he narrowed his eyes and held off on them. Nyla's Mora manifested in her ability to draw energy and projectiles into her maw. She could even absorb holy energy, but melee attacks she could do nothing about. Aldrich landed on Nyla feet first. His impact unleashed a shockwave that rippled across Nyla's crater, gouging up several eruptions of dirt and chunks of rock.
Thank you. You stopped me from landing right through you by casting fell skin at the last second, enhancing your durability, said Aldrich. His feet were planted on Nyla's stomach. His landing had caved her midsection in, damaging it horribly and turning anything soft, any organs or bones, into mush, but demons could take more punishment than that. Nyla's hellfire armor was gone, for it was sustained by both a mana cost, and health was something she lacked sorely, unexpected.
Thank you. I thought your new realm unimpressive, considering your original weakness, player. But if this power comes from it, then it is far mightier than I thought. Nyla laughed. I wonder, how is it that secret demons like you and Barbos find so much amusement in everything? Said Aldrich. When your existence is meant to harbor secrets, it is often very amusing to know things that others do not, said Nyla. It will be a wonderful challenge to conquer your new realm. Thank you. I do wonder how my kind will fare against it. You're not getting out of here alive, so we'll never know. Aldrich raised his arm up. He had no fist anymore, but his forearm bone jutted out like a blade, and it was still enchanted with holy sunlight. True, or perhaps not. No such thing as absolutes, yes? Taunted Nyla. Enough talking. Aldrich stabbed his bone into Nyla's chest, into her heart, and pierced through her skin of darkness and into the demon heart within.
Thank you, though I guess you won't be talking much once I turn you into an item or a spell.
Nyla's mask and body of darkness cracked, all of it sucking into a purple orb that Aldrich pulled out of Demos's now revealed body's chest, skewering it on the end of his exposed bone. The orb was lined with golden cracks as holy energy continued to purify it. Aldrich deactivated Sunlit. The golden aura around him faded away, though it took several seconds for the energy in his body to simmer down. Thank you. In the meanwhile, he could not access his magical abilities. Another downside to the power. Deactivation was instant, but accessing spells and equipment again was not. Thank you. Demos whispered to Aldrich before the light in his already tired eyes dimmed. Aldrich nodded to Demos, stepping off of his body in respect. The fight was over. The demons were gone. Deimos was finally at rest. He felt his magic return to him, and with it a slew of system messages, rewards. Thank you. Chapter 289, Third Trial Quest Rewards. Chapter 289, Third Trial Quest Rewards. Aldrich felt power flow into him. His levels surged at a staggering rate that he did not expect. Experience bonus applied from clearing this quest with limitations. All experience gains doubled. Doubled experience. Aldrich's eyes almost popped out of his cracked sockets.
Thank you. That was the absolute highest modifier one could reach for experience, and that was only with every single experience boosting item and consumable stacked together in the most efficient manner. Aldrich saw his levels rise all the way up to 49, just shy of reaching 50 when he would get access to his next trial quest and bonus passive necromancer abilities. The levels themselves, though, were not that remarkable.
Thank you. They gave him more raw stats to work with, but as he had noted with his physical abilities, the stats from levels tapered off in effectiveness the higher Aldrich's level was. Aldrich had already hit a soft cap for stats at level 40, but he would hit another one at 60, then a hard one at 80. Each cap reduced how much his stats actually boosted him unless he applied the bonuses from levels to already low stats. But to any stat above 60, the caps would set in. Thank you. That was also why attunement and magic were so useful. Attunement and magic were affected by the caps as well, with attunement providing less cooldown reduction and magic providing less of a boost to magical damage, but they provided other benefits that were not affected at all, like increasing Aldrich's unit limit or his mana pool. However, Aldrich held off on distributing his stats so far. He was safe right now, and he wanted more time to think about it after convening with the Death Lord. Thank you. She might have known something that could influence his decisions. The other trial quest rewards appeared. 1x, Greater Tome of the Dark Arts obtained. 1x, Hellfire Blade obtained. 1x, Burnmaw Bulwark obtained. 1x, Arstry Staff obtained. 1x, Fell Body Core obtained. 1x Arcellus Tree Seed obtained. 1x Fell Body Core obtained. 1x Arcellus Tree Seed obtained. All amazing rewards. With the Greater Tome of Dark Arts, Aldrich could deepen his access to undead units he could summon at will. Thank you. The miscellaneous weapons he received, he could distribute among his units. The Burnmaw Bulwark was a massive red and black great shield with an angry, open-mouthed, demonic face carved in its front. From that maw, the shield could spit torrents of hellfire. Valera would make great use of this. The hellfire blade was probably best given to Keros, who had the most swordsmanship skill out of his units.
Thank you.
The Fell Body Core was a consumable orb that granted a unit that ingested it access to a few permanent demonic passives, such as Fell Skin, which hardened the skin. This Aldrich had to think about a little more in regards to who to give. To Aldrich could not make good use of it himself because he did not have a proper flesh and blood body. On top of that, it scaled with physical stats which he did not particularly invest too much in. Thank you. There was always the option to give it to a trusty physical powerhouse like Valera, but then he risked stacking too much on one unit. He would think about this a little more. The Arstry Staff was a caster item that was the least flashy out of all the other item rewards. All it did was significantly boost the magic stat, but the simplicity made it easy to decide who to grant it. Chrysa would make the most use of it.
Thank you.
She burned through mana quickly with her unique abilities, and having the staff would augment her ability to keep using spatial magic considerably. The other items were more for crafting. The Arcellus Tree Seed, Arstry Ashes, and Pure Flame Kindling were all incredibly rare and useful crafting materials to create items or spells out of. What Aldrich was most interested in was whether he could tap into the lore implications of the materials. Thank you. The seed, for example, if given a proper blessing, could grow into a proper Arstry. The ashes could apparently call on ancient forest spirits, and the kindling could forge a connection to the elven goddess. There were more rewards on top of this, the rewards given to Aldrich via the Death Lord, Arguably, those were more important, especially the nether idol that he could use to obtain another chosen undead. Who Aldrich wanted from the nether was an interesting choice.
Thank you.
He felt like he had enough firepower, and if he did not, he could just get more by raising variance. He had his own defenses covered with Valantis and Valera. No, what Aldrich valued the most right now was someone who could obtain information, and someone whose lore-related powers could apply to the real world. Even a joke option like Hadar the Golden Bone, a literal golden skeleton who had a passive that guaranteed he would be rich, might be useful if he could manifest that in the real world.
Thank you, Father. Are you okay?
Chris's panicked voice rang through Aldrich's mind. You weren't watching? Replied Aldrich. No. When Father got all shiny golden, the telescreen messed up. Then I couldn't see through your eyes either. I wanted to come out and help, but I remembered that you said you could handle it yourself, and I always believe in Father no matter what.
Thank you.
It was best that you didn't come out, thought Aldrich, knowing that she could not have kept up with the collateral from Sunlit. And you're right, you had no need to worry. I beat the demon. We're all set. I knew it. I can feel Father has gotten a lot stronger too, so will we save the below the tree now? Ah, right, the elves. Aldrich looked around. There were no homes around the base of the archery, but the elven town was still visible just a few minutes of a walk away.
Thank you.
Everything was still on fire, and all the elves, though now broken of possession, were probably just broken, hollowed-out husks that collapsed onto the floor, unable to do much of anything, like they were in endless comas. Aldrich had no way to save them, but maybe someone in the necropolis did. Thank you. Wyke might know a thing or two about reversing spiritual damage, though he did recall that in lore, demon-caused spiritual damage was basically permanent, with not even the gods being able to do anything about it. Nevertheless, it did not hurt to try, but just as Aldrich thought that the trial realm began to collapse, the ground shuddered, the skies shook and warped, cracks began to appear in space, revealing nothing but dark void. Aldrich furrowed his brows.
Thank you.
This was not supposed to happen. The trial realms were always around to revisit. So why was this one breaking apart? Did it have to do with the demons? A system message automatically appeared in Aldrich's vision exiting the trial quest. It seemed that the system was automatically booting Aldrich, probably to prevent him from getting caught up in the realm's destruction. Probably for the best, too. Thank you. Everything was collapsing rapidly, the reality of the realm peeling apart like dried paint to reveal a canvas of nothing but dark emptiness. And as Aldrich warped away, he could not help feel an uneasy sensation that in that darkness of nothingness, he felt something watching him. Chapter 290 bonus, chapter final round preparation. Chapter 290 bonus, chapter final round preparation. Aldrich returned in front of his emerald throne. There, he found himself warmly greeted by his entire legion. Thank you, or the monster side of it at least. Roars and eager growls filled the cavern hall, and he managed out a smile as the cracks in his body healed up from the Nexus's auto-healing function. Right on time, all of you, declared Aldrich. As always. Okeanos stood at the very forefront of the monster horde, posture straight and full of recognition in himself that he was the strongest. Though Valantis did stand next to Okeanos, and notably the Geist did too. It is time, no? Thank you. For us to conquer the world, said Valantis with booming excitement. The Horde had been made well aware that it was soon time for them to join Aldrich again, back out in the real world. For in just 8 hours, Aldrich would get shipped on a plane out to the hearing. Soon, said Aldrich. But how is progress? I hope everything I asked for has been wrapped up. Geche, all the flowers are here. I got them all. The Geist hopped up to Aldrich and gave him a bough of eye flowers.
Thank you.
The eye-shaped flowerheads blinked as they listlessly stared at Aldrich, a bow of deformity that would have been horrifying as a present were it not for the Geist's childlike earnestness. Thanks, I'll make good use of this, said Aldrich. He put the eye flowers away into his inventory. This was the final ingredient for Florgan to create his mind-affecting potion.
Thank you.
Now then, Aldrich directed his gaze over all the horde, looking down at them atop the upraised platform that held his crystal throne. I told you that the one who collected the most flowers would become the leader of this horde. The Geist has all 10. Tell me, all of you in the back, why did you fail? Aldrich's words reached Crab, Merman, and the giant. I don't know, the giant muttered. I thought I wait and just fight flower pickers. Crab clicked his pincers in agreement.
Thank you.
Merman gruffly responded, Gora Kara, Morlo Rish. I am unfit for such lowly labor. My fishmen failed me. He waved his many arms at the reanimated fishmen around him, and they hung their heads in shame. Precisely, too much belief in your own strength, or in Merman's case, backseat leadership that basically amounts to laziness, said Aldrich. Gorak Vim, I do not move unless needed, said Merman, and I'm not here to force you to change your personality.
Thank you.
But I'm telling you that, because of that, the Geist won. I want you all to acknowledge that despite being weaker than any of you, the Geist gets a seat as the leader of this horde along with Okeanos, said Aldrich. The two mini-boss variants and the giant nodded. Then it's settled. Geist, you're in the big leagues now, said Aldrich. Gah, I got it. Yay, the Geist jumped up and down in glee. Here, if you're going to be in the big leagues, you can't be weak either.
Thank you.
Aldrich pointed a palm at the Geist. Dark swirls of green transferred from his hand to the Geist as he depleted his remaining dark wisdom. 10 levels transferred to the Geist unit, Geist level, 35 greater than 45. Gege! I'm so much stronger. The Geist looked down at his hands, wiggling his bulky fingers in awe. His white skin rippled and the muscles underneath strained, visibly showing bulging veins, indicating that this was the maximum power he could absorb from dark wisdom for now. Gege! Thank you. I need some time to get used to it. That's fine. Try to see if you can use magic later on. Soon, Aldrich estimated the Geist could train his body to get even stronger. Hopefully, the Geist could use the dark wisdom power to try and develop magic on top of his powers, though that was not guaranteed. Geh, I will. What about me? Okeanos looked to Aldrich expectantly. You're already way too strong, and you get stronger by yourself.
Thank you. You don't need me to give you power, explained Aldrich. I see. Okeanos hung his head down in disappointment.
Raise your horde leader. Volantis slapped Okeanos' back. It means your might is already recognized. It is nothing to be ashamed of. Okeanos nodded, heartened by Volantis' words. What's the status on the second trial quest? Said Aldrich. The genie is trying her best to restore her wishes. She says it will take 100 years at least. She complains a lot. Thank you. I think we should get rid of her, said Okeanos. Let's give her a chance, Aldrich. And the worms, they follow the big one. You can unleash them when you want, said Okeanos. Good. Aldrich had raised the giant worm in the second trial quest, and as the biggest, it had dominion over all the smaller ones there. He could, in theory, withdraw all the worms and unleash them from the Nexus.
Thank you.
What Aldrich intended to do with them was to reinforce Haven's defenses, especially its underground ones. He had a lot of plans for Haven, actually. It would become a city unlike any other in the world, protected by variants and magical creatures, a piece of his own ambition realized, a utopia of his own power. Much like what the other Sentinels did with their own city-states, but this was after he got done with the hearing. Listen, all of you, Aldrich spoke to the entire horde.
Thank you. The time will come when you will all join me back in the altar realm again. For now, though, I'm only going to take a specific few of you with me. Cressa popped into existence on Aldrich's shoulder in a shower of white light. Hello, everyone, she said shyly, intimidated by the sheer number of creatures there. The horde grunted and growled and clicks at low volume to her, giving her friendly greetings. Cressa here will take those of you I choose. Thank you, Crow, Okeanos, Merman, and the Geist. Come with me. I'm keeping the crew small for now, inside of her space or our boundary. Nobody should track your variant energy signatures, but it isn't big enough yet to fit the rest of you. Crow and Merman came to the front of the horde. And Volantis, it's time, said Aldrich. Time we got back together, eh? Volantis opened his armor form up. I wouldn't phrase it like that, but sure.
Thank you.
Aldrich turned around as he stepped back into Volantis, and the living armor wrapped around him, once more fusing with his senses and body. "Feels good to have my equipment back," said Aldrich as he clenched and unclenched his fists. "I am more than mere equipment," protested Volantis. "Of course, it's just how I phrase things." Aldrich turned to the rest of those at the Horde's front. "All of you gather in front of Chrysa. She'll transport you."
Thank you.
Chrysa closed her eyes and hovered her open palms toward them. In the past, she did not have the mana pool, confidence, and experience with her abilities to transport more than one thing at once. Now, though, with the aid of dark wisdom, battle experience, and some lessons from Medulla, she could do just fine. A white light washed over Crow, the Geist, Okeanos, and Merman, warping them into the boundary.
Thank you.
"By the way, about Alan, the human I told you to take in," began Aldrich telepathically, wondering if Alan would panic at the sudden influx of ultra-deadly monsters. "He's asleep in the bed. Whenever Father wants me to bring a guest over, I put them to sleep for a long time," said Chrysa. "Good." Aldrich nodded. She used the same boundary function that kept the editor Alter asleep on Alan.
Thank you.
Soon, though, Aldrich would have to wake Alan up, but dealing with his emotional outburst was not something he wanted to handle now. Not now, when there was so much to do, so much about to happen. Very, very soon, Aldrich was going to step onto the world stage and become a world power. Who knew how many allies he would make, or, just as likely, how many enemies he would create? There were just a few things, though, that Aldrich had to wrap up before he got to the hearing. "Thank you. Some personal things. For one." Aldrich saw system messages flood in. "Congratulations, Deathwalker, for completing my quest. As promised, the rewards: Morn X Hallowed Gravecloak permanently added to inventory. One next Nether Idol obtained, Dark Wisdom Store raised to 50. One next choice of tome from Medulla's library, Be Careful of Her Anger, obtained. Level up X5, 25 stat points available." Aldrich distributed his stat points to attunement and magic. "Thank you. Plus 15 attunement, increased to plus 30 with affinity bonuses. Attunement, 221 greater than 251. Plus 10 magic, increased to plus 20 with affinity bonuses. Magic, 127 greater than 147. Aldrich spent all of his attunement points this time on increasing his spell count. The maximum spell count one could reach was 25, fully accessible after level 50, and Aldrich was getting close to that threshold. "Thank you." 6 AP spent, spell limit, 12 greater than 18. With this, Aldrich could now fully slot in useful spells from his new tome of Greater Dark Arts and his choice of selection from Medulla's library, which conveniently was where Aldrich was headed. He tapped his crystal throne, accessing its teleportation function. He briefly checked on the third trial quest to see whether it could be visited again, but found it blacked out, deleted.
Thank you.
Aldrich selected an option to reach Medulla's floor, where he would get his new spell tome and hash out some final details with both the demon and the Death Lord. First, there was his demonic loot. He needed to give Medulla Barbos's demon heart to see if she could subjugate the greater demon. Then he needed to see how he could process Nyla's demon heart into an upgrade material. Second, and more importantly, Aldrich needed to talk to the Death Lord about Chrysa and the system. Thank you about that strange feeling of being watched, and about Chris's connection to the voice. Aldrich stepped into Medulla's grand library, the rows and rows of dozen-meter-high bookshelves of midnight blackwood staring invitingly back at him. "Lusting after my collection already, are we?" Medulla dusted off a few tomes on a top shelf and floated down. 2 small bat wings fanned out to her sides. "Well, I definitely don't have time to waste," said Aldrich. Medulla sighed. "Thank you. I seem to be owing you more and more. First, I have allowed you to summon me. That is not so bad. I am curious to see your realm, but now this blatant theft of my collection is a little harder to stomach. I'll remind you that it's sponsored by your boss," said Aldrich. "Hi, Medi." Chrysa waved at Medulla from Aldrich's shoulder. "Greetings, little one." "I see you have tested yourself in a fight," said Medulla. "You can tell it was exciting." "Thank you. There were so many monsters called demons, and I had whopped and bapped them with the way you told me to use my mana." Chrysa gesticulated wildly. Some of them were really strong, though, and really mean. My kind are not known for their kindness. Indeed, said Medulla. Oh, right. Are you okay with Father and I beating up demons, your friends? There is nothing a demon hates more than another demon, said Medulla. Thank you. Demons will amuse themselves with mortals they consider their lesser, but they leave all their serious rage to the gods and their own. And, as far as I'm aware, you two dealt with secret demons. I hold no friendliness to them. Thank you. In fact, my kind, the demons of knowledge, are directly opposed to them, for as we relish in learning and spreading knowledge, secret demons are the opposite, seeing no greater purpose than in never telling the truth, in ever holding to their own knowledge that they do not even need. Nice to know that secret and knowledge demons still hate each other.
Thank you.
Aldrich knew that in Eldenworld, those two demon factions had almost the worst relation with each other, rivaling the likes of idle demons not getting along with energetic war demons. That will make this easier. Aldrich manifested both the heart of Barbos and Nyla. Ah, demon hearts, half purified, I see. Why not fully burn them away? It is not as if these secret hoarders do anything useful to merit existence, said Medulla calmly. They could still be useful.
Thank you. This one,
Aldrich held up Barbos, is a greater demon whose will is fully captured in here. He claims to know things about my situation, about this entire system that brought us here. Of course he would. He is a secret demon. Their kind fishes for information with lies all the time. They ought to be called falsehood demons, in my opinion. Medulla stared at the purple orb incredulously. I know that. Secret demons never tell the truth, for everything they say is a secret. Thank you. But I want to know if there's a way to force him to tell it. Force? Demonic souls are difficult to affect. Medulla rubbed her dark eye bags. As you know, necromancy cannot taint them, not even at the scale of the Death Lord. There is simply no controlling a demon. The majority of us lack a mortal sense of self-preservation either, for we do not place great value in our continued existences. Thank you. Just as chaos may flicker into existence at a sudden spark, so too may it snuff out with a sudden wind. That is how most demons treat existence. Hence, they have no concern whether they die or not. It is simply how things are. Thus, torture in a mortal sense is completely useless. Aldrich looked at the vast collection of books around them. You don't have anything here that can make the demons talk. No. Thank you. Apocryphal texts make reference to divine influence that can take control over demons, but we do not have much in the way of divine presence now, do we? Nevertheless, I'd like you to try. The 5th trial quest involves gods, so when I get to it, I'll collaborate with you on this matter again, said Aldrich. I will not disavow an opportunity to cause a secret demon to suffer, so I will certainly try. Medulla reached out and took Barbos's heart. She eyed the other heart in Aldrich's hand. Thank you. It was not purple but grayed out, indicating that Nila's actual soul was not in there. And what of that one? If my senses do not deceive me, that is an archdeadman heart fragment. Right. This one has no soul in it, so it's just raw material. I'd like you to process this into cursivan. Cursivan was the refined upgrade material one processed from a demon heart. It looked like a black cord of flesh that went into the creation of curse-related items or spells. Thank you. In the game, one had to go to a group of ever-moving, mysterious hooded artificers and merchants called the Face Dealers to get Cursivine made. You will need a face dealer for that, said Medulla, restating Aldrich's thoughts. I know, which is why I was hoping you had the knowledge, said Aldrich, considering that you are, a demon of knowledge. I do, but it will take time, for the face dealers are quite tight-lipped of their methods. Thank you. It will also take some effort that will involve Wyke as well. I should say that warrants a favor for me. No. Aldrich crossed his arms. Name your price. Medulla looked away, caressing the spine of a book. The creature that Chrysa derives from the chrysalis, I want more samples of them, as many as you can give me. For what reason, can I ask? Chrysa is naturally in tune with spatial forces due to her species' abilities. It is a rare ability. Thank you. I cannot experiment on Chrysa for obvious reasons, so is it not natural then? I would ask for additional samples? That doesn't answer anything. Medula eyed Aldrich with red gaze. She shrugged. I will use the samples to experiment on freeing the necropolis from you. As we are now, we are codependent, for you are our existential anchor. If you fall, we fall. Hence, has been an unspoken alliance between us wherein we of the necropolis support you to maintain our own existences. Thank you. But if we are able to manifest in your realm independently, then there is no more reason for this codependence. And think in my perspective for a bit, why would I allow that to happen? We may be on good terms now, but it's, as you say, necessitated by the fact that all of you have to rely on me to exist. It's one of the reasons I've been rather lax on making deals with you or the Death Lord. In the end, if I'm harmed, all of you go down with me. Thank you. Take that leverage away from me, and our cooperation becomes a little tenuous. Then you wish for us to remain your tool for eternity? Medula's voice dripped with accusation. I see. So one of the reasons you all have been funneling power into me was to pad me up. Make me tough enough to eventually owe you enough to find a way to break you out of this prison. Chrysa looked between Aldrich and Medula with rising concern. Now to yearn for freedom is simply natural, no?
Thank you.
The Death Lord's loud voice boomed throughout the normally quiet library. Medula's eyes twitched in annoyance, not at all fond of decibels above a page turning. The Death Lord flew into the conversation, standing in front of Aldrich. She smiled at Chrysa and Aldrich, indicating no hostile intent. I'm going to be straightforward here. I'm only comfortable being friendly with all of you on the premise that you all depend on me to live. Thank you. At best, I would repay you with freedom only when I feel I have enough power to challenge you on my own, said Aldrich. I know that well, usurper, said the Death Lord, and I am fine with it. My time has passed. I'm content with allowing you to inherit my power and realm, but Medula, as you may well tell, is not as tired of existence as I am. It is in my nature. I yearn for knowledge, and there is knowledge in vast droves in the usurper's new realm, said Medula. I understand. Thank you. But you will do as the usurper wishes. Treat him with the respect that you would treat an heir of mine. The Death Lord admonished Medula. Fine, Medula sighed. She said to Aldrich, Then I want another favor. I am going to split my heart into a fragment. I want you to take that fragment to your world and see if there is a suitable being that it can possess. My lord and the rest of this realm may not share my curiosity, but I still seek the freedom to explore. Thank you. That fragment will explore for me like a probe, and in time I will consume it back to see its memories. Aldrich remembered Neela, her threat that when she reached the real world, she would open a flame arc and cause Armageddon. Medula predicted Aldrich's worries. And no, I cannot call to other demons. I have been severed for serving a non-demon. I hold no insight, nor can I call upon a flame arc to Morhal, for I hold no more connection to my brethren. That I can vouch for. Thank you. I would not have taken her in had she still been tainted with demonic alliance, said the Death Lord. I'll consider it. Give me the fragment, said Aldrich. It takes time to split my heart. In your next visit, I will have it readied, said Medula, along with your cursivine. Good. Then things are settled without conflict. The Death Lord reached into her robes with her emerald prosthetic arm and withdrew a gray pyramid-like object. She held it out to Aldrich. Thank you. Here is your second nether idol, the only one in my possession, might I add. Aldrich took the idol and ported it into his inventory. Munt X nether idol obtained. With that you will have 2 chosen undead. How nice, no? Said the Death Lord. It's good enough, but not what I wanted you here for, said Aldrich. You wanted me for more? The Death Lord tugged at the robe fabric clung tightly to her chest. Father, her clothes are too tight. She can't breathe.
Thank you.
Chrysa pointed at the Death Lord's seductive gesture.
Right.
But she can help herself with that, can't she? Aldrich eyed the Death Lord. The Death Lord sighed as she moved her hand away from her chest. It does get lonely here, you know. But fine, tell me what you desire. I want you to cast Soul Lock on Chrysa, said Aldrich. For what reason? Said the Death Lord. What's that? Asked Chrysa. It prevents anything from reaching your soul. Chrysa, said Aldrich. Thank you. What about you, Father? I liked your dreams. I was learning how to fight in them. So long as you two have your bracelets, that link will not be disrupted, said the Death Lord. She cocked her head at Aldrich. But why the lock? Do you fear a spiritual attack in your new realm? I don't know, you tell me. I gave you the corpse of that old man. Did you find anything remarkable about it? Said Aldrich. Not yet, interjected Medula.
Thank you.
I am still conducting tests on it, mostly to read into the energies infused into it during death. I have isolated an energy sample, but its composition and flow is unlike any I have encountered before. I am cross-referencing it with all other energy signatures I have stored. Within the span of another day, it will be possible to see what matches, particularly if said energy originates from Elduin magic. Thank you. The fact of the matter stands that, whether it was magic or not, it managed to destroy the soul, said Aldrich. There's nothing in my realm that can do that. Hell, the existence of the soul itself is still a debate. Do not be so sure, said Medula. Just because your realm does not have experience with soul flow does not rule out the existence of soul-affecting abilities that are not magic either. I know. That's why I'm being cautious.
Thank you.
And which is why I want a soul lock, said Aldrich. Chrysa's species seems to have some form of connection to an entity known as the Voice. My working theory is that it's like a central cluster of a hive mind, something that controls variance en masse. I don't want it to affect her. Interesting. But it is better to stay safe. The Death Lord thought over this for a minute before she went over to Chrysa and held her hand. There. Thank you. When she withdrew her hand, there was a faint green mark in the form of an Ouroboros, a serpent devouring its own tail on Chrysa's palm. Cool. Chrysa looked at her hand in interest. She is locked. The Death Lord nodded. Will this protect me? Chrysa said. Hopefully yes, said Aldrich. Not hopefully. It will. I learned that one directly from Wyke. There is no need for concern. The Death Lord put a hand to her head and grimaced. Her pointed, pale ears twitched. Thank you. Medula instantly drew her gaze to the Death Lord, showing that she still cared about her lord greatly. Are you okay? Asked Aldrich. You hurt. Chrysa held her hand out to the Death Lord, showing her the Ouroboros symbol. I can give this back if it makes you feel better. No, it is nothing. The Death Lord shook her head and stood up straight and proud again. I really should stop sparring with Rella. It is not good for my health, and yet I throw myself there again and again.
Thank you. I will take my leave to rest now.
The Death Lord walked away, her body shrouding in green as she began to teleport to some other place in the necropolis. She did not turn as she spoke. And Aldrich, one last thing. What is it? When you reach level 50, I will warn you that the 4th trial quest may be different. For the better, however, I assure you. Now go. Go and spread the cold embrace of death in that realm of yours. The Death Lord disappeared in mist. Awfully cryptic. Thank you. Do you have any idea what she's plotting? Aldrich asked Medula. My lord moves to the flow of her mood. I work with structure. Thus, we do not work together often, for our personalities clash. So I hold little knowledge of her own activities or research. That is, if you believe my words, said Medula. I will believe what I want, said Aldrich, and I would stay here to chat longer, but my time is running out. Let me cash in on that spell tome you promised me.
Thank you. That Mel promised you, corrected Medula with a sigh. But fine, choose. I will decide if it is too precious to take or not. We get to choose a book. Chrysa stood atop Aldrich's armored shoulder and clapped her hands in glee. So many shinies. Let's choose. Yes, let's, said Aldrich. Now then, said Medula. She floated in the air, her bat wings fluttering as her eyes flashed red. She stretched her arms out, motioning to the endless rows of dark bookshelves.
Thank you. From above, the library must have looked like an unending packed rib cage, each rib manifesting as a curved bookcase packed with tomes. What will you pick? Please remember to be reasonable. I place great value on much of these. Aldrich looked around, and Chrysa mirrored his movements. When he looked left, she looked right. Where he analyzed with calm, she stared with wide-eyed wonder. I recognize most of the tomes here by how their cover looks. Most aren't useful at all.
Thank you.
Like one over there is about learning cooking spells, and another there is about creating love potions, said Aldrich. I'm surprised you kept so much. Knowledge does not discriminate. Anything there is to learn, to know I have stored, said Medulla. Sounds like a serious case of hoarding addiction to me, said Aldrich. Perhaps, Medulla sighed again. Now then, does anything catch your eye? There's far too much here for me to sift through. Are you trying to overwhelm me with options? Thank you. You're a curator, no? I'm sure you can lead me to something I want. I have no obligation to do so. Please? Chrysa gave Medulla a puppy dog stare. You said I could choose a shiny book when I trained. Medulla rubbed her forehead in annoyance, but she relented. I suppose I can make an exception. I did promise the little one. I assume you wish for tomes with more combat applicability, specifically those that match the class engraved into your being and your rough level range.
Thank you.
Medulla clasped her white-gloved hands together. Purple bolts of energy silhouetted in white crackled from her hands. Shift! The whole library shook, little clouds of dust puffing down from the high stone ceiling. The bookshelves rapidly warped, shifting places. Now then, Medulla motioned to the shelves around them. All of these books meet your criteria. Much better. Aldrich put a hand to his chin as he walked about, taking out tomes and analyzing them. Thank you. They were all for casters of a level range going from 40 to 60. For going any higher had risks associated with it. This one looks angry. Crya peered down curiously from Aldrich's shoulder, commenting at a book with red bones on its cover. This is the Tome of Angered Bone. It has a variety of spells like Burning Agony, involving sacrifice of health and flesh for bonus effects, explained Aldrich. I don't want it. It will hurt Father, said Chrysa.
Thank you.
It isn't something I was considering either, said Aldrich. He put the glowing red book back in its shelf. Choose well, usurper, for I know that you do not have much time to spend here. And whatever you choose, I will not allow returns for, said Medulla. Is that your way of trying to scam me? Low level, I have to say, said Aldrich. Just choose. Giving away my tomes is already irking me. I thought you differentiated yourself from secret demons because you shared knowledge. Thank you. What's the issue here? Teased Aldrich. I share knowledge, but when I have to give it away, I feel less inclined, for, as you may know, I am not too generous of a soul. I treat these tomes as pieces of my very own being, a collection I have pieced together over centuries of effort, each one with a story behind them. Well then, I'll make this process quick. Hopefully it'll be less painful. Aldrich paused for a bit, wondering if Medulla would allow this.
Thank you.
He had a good idea from the start what he really wanted, but it was probably something she would be pressed to part with. Why do I get the feeling you are going to make a nigh unreasonable request of me, said Medulla, raising a dark brow. I want you to show me your 12th circle spells, said Aldrich. Medulla stared at Aldrich in tight-lipped silence. The 12th circle. The highest tier of magic, the so-called transcendent realm of spells, unparalleled in power and effect. Thank you. To put into simple perspective, there was a 12th circle spell called Infinity Starfall that rained down meteors with an ever-increasing area of effect that was, in lore, capable of turning into countries into smoky ash. There was also a spell like Hundredfold Realm Prison which trapped an individual and cloned them 100 times as summons, with the prison lasting until every single clone was destroyed. Thank you. Medulla's library did not have these specific spells, but Aldrich knew for sure that unless some books were missing, she did have some 12th circle spells. I cannot give you those. Those are my crowning treasures. I held 5 in my collection, but that number has now dwindled to 2. If I grant you one, I will have but a single one left, said Medulla. I don't have to consume the tomes to learn the magic within. No, said Aldrich. Thank you. According to the lore, one could directly absorb spell knowledge from a tome in exchange for destroying it as a consumable, but normally, Casters studied the tome to learn the spells themselves so as not to destroy the precious item. 12th circle spells require knowledge of magic that surpasses the highest of experts, but in your case, you have no real knowledge. Your spell mastery is simply granted to you through your system of strength. Thank you. Unless you wish to spend multiple centuries studying the tome, you will not be able to learn the magic within, said Medulla. And besides, a 12th circle spell is far beyond what you can handle. Your body and soul would sunder apart merely even thinking of casting such formidable magic. Even the Death Lord herself knows but 2 such spells, for any more would shatter her mind. I don't want Father to get hurt. Crissa tapped Aldrich's helm. Thank you. It's okay, Crissa. If I get what I want, it'll be fine. Aldrich spoke to Medulla. I don't know most of what's in your library, but I do remember the big ones, all the 12th circle spell tomes especially, said Aldrich. In fact, a reward in the game for beating Medulla as a boss was to get one of her 12th circle tomes, though in the game Medulla still had all 5, meaning that 3 had been used already. Thank you. The Death Lord had notably used 2, which left the question remaining as to where the other one went. But that was not so important. Aldrich just needed to make sure the one he wanted was still here. Tell me, is the night parade of 1,000 spirits still here? It is, said Medulla. I want that one, said Aldrich. From what I recall, it's a channel-based spell with a cost that scales down to the caster, draining me only as much as I can sustain it. Thank you. That should take care of the whole mind-shattering, body-exploding issue. The night parade of 1,000 spirits was a channel that used the caster's self as a singularity point from which a dying night event began. A dying night event created an unholy area where spirits and undead were at their strongest and life at its weakest. It constantly spawned undead and aggressive spirits, while anything living in the area had their life energy continuously drained.
Thank you.
The more living beings died, the stronger the dying night became, with the affected unholy area and the strength of the spirits and undead growing more and more over time, eventually reaching a breaking point where it became a perpetual motion machine of death. In the lore, dying nights were considered natural disasters on par with the worst calamities out there, such as millennial dragon attacks or meteor strikes. Thank you. Entire civilizations had been wiped out by dying nights that grew out of control. There were many weaknesses to the spell as well, but Aldrich would deal with them once he got it. Then the spell is useless to you as you are now. You can sustain the night parade for what, 5 seconds? If even that, said Medulla. Perhaps 10 if you sacrifice your health along with your mana. A proper dying night requires at the very least 30 minutes of sustained channeling. Thank you. Where will you get the fuel for it? Mass sacrifices? How many lives will that take? 10,000 more? That's an option, said Aldrich. But regardless, that's the spell tome I choose. Medulla held back, not wishing to part with one of her dearest treasures. I'll sweeten the deal for you. I'll take that soul fragment of yours and ensure it gets a suitable host. That was already my price for granting you a cursivine. There's more. Thank you. If you just have a fragment there, it's still not all of you. It's like you said, just a probe that has a tiny bit of you in it. But I'll help you to put in your entire heart, your whole soul. You can fully incarnate so you can live in my realm by yourself, free from the necropolis if you want, said Aldrich. Medulla eyed Aldrich suspiciously. Is that possible? Thank you. From my brief encounter with the archdemon in the trial quest, she seemed confident that she could take over a body and escape this system. She harped on about living in my realm and starting Armageddon, so I assume you'll have the same degree of freedom, all the knowledge of a new realm, yours to explore, yours to take. Sounds good, no. That does sweeten things, but what I am most worried of is that my knowledge will be lost, that you will die and it all be for naught. Thank you. If I die, then you die too, and so does the rest of your collection. Then it'll all have been for nothing. The Death Lord knows this, which is why I figure she's been generous with granting me her power. You should know this too, and trust me, I know how much you value your knowledge. I know how close you hold it to your heart. I won't waste it, and I certainly won't lose it by dying. Medulla rubbed her temples in growing stress. but she sighed, relenting. Fine.
Thank you.
Chapter 294. Stranger Medulla stabbed her hand into the air in front of her, but instead of passing through air, she ripped into the space itself, distorted ripples shimmering around her wrist. Enter vault, Medulla chanted as she ripped her arm to the side, tearing the space like a piece of paper, revealing yawning darkness tinted in purple. From the slit space, she reached in and withdrew a tome. The moment she took out the book, the atmosphere in the library changed. Thank you. It became heavier, almost oppressively heavy, the telltale sign of intense magical energy. The book itself looked surprisingly simple. It was midnight black, like shadow given solid form, with a bright emerald green moon emblazoned upon the front. But even looking at the book was difficult.
Thank you.
The moment Aldrich tried to perceive it, the book started to distort in his vision, and he heard countless dead voices whispering and shouting in tandem, their catastrophic cacophony unleashing a malevolent orchestra in his brain. Aldrich closed his eyes while raising his hand over Chris's face, knowing that if he looked into the book for more than a few seconds, he risked losing his mind. He knew that undead were immune to mind control, but this was different.
Thank you.
The book did not seek to control his mind. No, it simply had so much power, so much arcane, abstract, deathly power that it overloaded his mind to a breaking point. If my observations are correct, your system of power can absorb any manner of spell, no matter how complex it is, and add it to your arsenal, said Medulla. This should be no different. It won't. I know because I took this tome from you in the past and used it as my own, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He knew that his system let him obtain spells without actually learning them, but he briefly wondered if it could take in a spell of this caliber. From what he could tell, the system let him do anything the game let him do, and the player character had no issues ever learning a skill or spell. That would have been anti-fund. Scary book, said Chrysa. Do you really want that one? I do. Aldrich waved his hand forward, bidding Medulla to bring the book to his palm to consume.
Thank you.
Before you take this tome, I wish to confirm one thing with you, said Medulla.
What?
The Death Lord is content in letting you take, no inherit her powers as she believes you a reflection of herself. Ambitious, driven, like her, you see wrong, and you wish to wipe it out, to enforce your vision of an ideal world upon all existence, said Medulla. Aldrich knew the Death Lord's goals. Thank you. She wanted to essentially turn everyone in the entire Elduin realm into undead, because she believed that to be undead was far better than to grow weak and old and sad. Fundamentally, she believed herself altruistic. One of the reasons she looked down so fiercely upon the life gods like Amara was because they were content in basking in the worship of their short-lived, suffering mortals, whilst not ever thinking of uplifting them to their same divine level. Thank you. Of course, in practice, the Death Lord was a brutal warlord who killed countless many to spread death, though in her eyes, she probably thought dying under her hand and rising again as an undead was a better alternative to mortal life. I don't know if I'd go that far, but yes, I want to use my power for something big, said Aldrich. Otherwise, there's no point having this power. Then I want you to make the same promise I made her make to me.
Thank you.
Medulla's voice became surprisingly earnest, losing the bored, cold edge it usually always honed. What is it? Knowledge only has meaning when it is shared, spread, and known among those can understand it. This power of yours, necromancy, it is perhaps one of the greatest powers I know for a conqueror, but it is also dangerous for knowledge. Among knowledge demons like myself, one of the forces we feared the most was necromancy. Thank you. Not because it posed a combat threat to us, it certainly did, but more so because of its potential to destroy knowledge. All too often, necromancers wield a collection of puppets that can no longer think nor strive to create new knowledge. I want you to promise me, Deathwalker, that when your legions grow, when your might grows, that you are not a lone soul commanding a sea of mindless bodies. I can understand wielding puppets in the pursuit of power. Thank you. But in the end, when you have your power, I do not want you to be a lone soul in command of an endless sea of unthinking souls. If my knowledge was used for that purpose, it would go against the very fabric of my being. I simply could not allow it. I can promise that, said Aldrich. You must have an idea of how I'm operating my legion. I'm allowing as much free will as I can, and it's efficient. There's no issue here. It is easy for you to say this now. Thank you. The temptation to not simply command, but to control, will only grow over time, and time is one thing you have in droves. Do not forget my promise, a pause, or I will have to personally raise my might against you. Like I said, you don't have to worry. Medulla pressed the tome against Aldrich's stretched out hand. He absorbed the item. His system broke it down without issue, consuming it and imprinting the knowledge into his being. Thank you. Tome of the Night Parade consumed? Night Parade of 1,000 Spirits learned? Aldrich opened his eyes, looking at his hand. The book was completely gone. The heavy aura it emanated was gone too. That was surprisingly easy. Yes, that system of power that you hold is quite something. Medulla turned around, hands clasped behind her back. Take care that you do not rely on it too much. Now go. Let me sulk the loss of my prized possession in solace. Thank you. Aldrich returned to the real world, or altar realm as he started to get used to calling it in his head. First at the crypt, then, after Mist Phase ended, back to Flergan. There, Aldrich gave Flergan the 10 eye flowers. Flergan cut off the eye stalks and squeezed clear liquid within to his potion, granting it to Aldrich after making sure it was stable. Thank you. 1x Mindai Dominus elixir obtained. The effects of the potion were the same, with Flergan repeating his warning. The potion was active only for a time span of about 10 seconds. Anything Aldrich said during this time would get embedded into the psyches of all those that heard. For example, if Aldrich said during this time, "Support me," then even after his 10-second window was over, all those that heard him would have a strong urge to support him.
Thank you.
The biggest issue was even that effect was not permanent. Over time, it would slowly fade away. For permanent hypnotic suggestion, one had to directly ingest a potion, and Aldrich certainly could not force-feed everyone elixirs. But for the duration of the hearing, Aldrich could swing practically everyone to his side. Flergan did have an additional warning that those with particularly strong wills could resist the effects, though they would not know they were affected by anything. Thank you. However, judging from experimentation that Flergan had performed on normal altars, the vast majority of individuals would not be able to strongly resist the effect. Next, Aldrich caught up with V, specifically in regards to the bugs she had found in the FreezeBot's neural networks. Aldrich stepped into V's workspace, finding her sitting down in the dark, her wire and cable-shaped hair sprawled everywhere in a complex web, lighting up screens and devices. What's going on? Asked Aldrich.
Thank you.
Chrysa was not on his shoulder. She was in the boundary playing around with the Geist, Merman, Valera, and Okeanos. Wondered when you'd be back. Thought you'd almost miss this. V popped a bubble of gum from her pale red lips. The bug was active. It's called a Rager, and I've double confirmed its Mad Jack's ability. Causes mass malfunction in tech, making it go haywire and target anything and everything. Is that why the bots attacked me? Said Aldrich.
Yeah.
Thank you. Then that involves the trident. If I have my memory of villains and mercs correct, Mad Jack's a techno on the Italian prong, meaning that the owner of these bots are a trident target too. I figure, but it's impossible to really tell. Remember how I set up a way for peeps in the underworld to reach us? Well, most of it has been garbage like shitty D-lister mercs trying to see if they can get with Thanatos, but there was one guy that really piqued my interest.
Thank you.
It's a guy calling himself the Stranger. He says the bots were his really now? Aldrich said, heavily interested.
Yeah.
He didn't say much more, just that he's sorry the bots went crazy. They weren't meant to hurt you. Were they meant to watch me? He didn't answer that. He just sent me one message, and he didn't leave a way to get back to him. His presence in cyberspace is also insanely stealthy. Can't trace him down at all. Forward that message to me, said Aldrich. Thank you. For now, tell me what's important. That was basically it, said V. It confused me. I thought it was spam at first, but literally nobody should have known about those bots except us. The most important part of his message was this. He says, he'll meet you soon, and that he'll make you an offer he hopes you will take. Where, when, and if I don't take the offer? V shrugged. I don't know. No deets, it's all mystery, kinda spooky. I see. Aldrich turned to leave. Thank you. There was no more information to be mined here. Keep an eye out, V. Gotcha. When you come back, you better be coming back as some kind of big shot. I want to upgrade into a proper office, you know. Aldrich nodded. I'll try. Come on, you can't promise. I don't like making promises. They're too absolute. The more you make, the less valuable they get as well. Aldrich stepped out of the control room, and I already made one today.